The Evolution of Civilization. The Evolution of Civilizations. An Introduction to Historical Analysis. Caroll Quigley. Liberty Fund. Indianapolis. To the memory of two who still guide my way. My father, a saint, and my mother, a Spartan 1880–1957. Foreword. By Harry J. Hogan. The Evolution of Civilizations expresses two dimensions of its author, Caroll Quigley, that most extraordinary historian, philosopher, and teacher. In the first place, its scope is wide-ranging, covering the whole of man's activities throughout time. Second, it is analytic, not merely descriptive. It attempts a categorization of man's activities in sequential fashion so as to provide a causal explanation of the stages of civilization. Quigley coupled enormous capacity for work with a peculiarly scientific approach. He believed that it should be possible to examine the data and draw conclusions. As a boy at the Boston Latin School, his academic interests were mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Yet during his senior year he was also associate editor of the Register, the oldest high school paper in the country. His articles were: Dr. Hogan, now retired, has been a professor, administrator, and lawyer. He received his B.A. magna cum laude from Princeton University, his LL.B. from Columbia Law School, and his Ph.D. in American History from George Washington University. His articles have appeared in the American Bar Association Journal, the Journal of Politics, and other periodicals. Singled out for national awards by a national committee headed by George Gallup. At Harvard, biochemistry was to be his major. But Harvard, expressing then a belief regarding a well-rounded education to which it has now returned, required a core curriculum including a course in the humanities. Quigley chose a history course, Europe since the fall of Rome. Always a contrary man, he was graded at the top of his class in physics and calculus and drew AC in the history course. But the development of ideas began to assert its fascination for him, so he elected to major in history. He graduated magna cum laude as the top history student in his class. Quigley was always impatient. He stood for his doctorate oral examination at the end of his second year of graduate studies. Charles Howard McIlwain, chairman of the examining board, was very impressed by Quigley's answer to his opening question. The answer included a long quotation in Latin from Robert Grosseteste, Bishop of Lincoln in the 13th century. Professor McIlwain sent Quigley to Princeton University as a graduate student instructor. In the spring of 1937 I was a student in my senior year at Princeton. Quigley was my preceptor in medieval history. He was Boston Irish, I was New York Irish. Both of us, Catholics adventuring in a strangely Protestant establishment world, were fascinated by the Western intellectual tradition anchored in Augustine, Abelard, and Aquinas that seemed to have so much more richness and depth than contemporary liberalism. We became very close in a treasured friendship that was terminated only by his death. In the course of rereading The Evolution of Civilizations I was reminded of the intensity of our dialogue. In Quigley's view, which I shared, our age was one of irrationality. That spring we talked about what career decisions I should make. At his urging I applied to and was admitted by the Harvard Graduate School in History. But I had reservations about an academic career in the study of the history that I loved, on the ground that on Quigley's own analysis the social decisions of importance in our lifetime would be made in ad hoc irrational fashion in the street. On that reasoning, finally I transferred to law school. In Princeton, Caroll Quigley met and married Lillian Fox. They spent their honeymoon in Paris and Italy on a fellowship to write his doctoral dissertation, a study of the public administration of the Kingdom of Italy, 1805–14. The development of the state in Western Europe over the last 1,000 years always fascinated Quigley. He regarded the development of public administration in the Napoleonic states as a major step in the evolution of the modern state. It always frustrated him that each nation, including our own, regards its own history as unique and the history of other nations as irrelevant to it. In 1938–41, Quigley served a stint at Harvard, tutoring graduate students in ancient and medieval history. It offered little opportunity for the development of cosmic views and he was less than completely content there. It was, however, a happy experience for me. I had entered Harvard Law School. We began the practice of having breakfast together at Caroll and Lillian's apartment. In 1941 Quigley accepted a teaching appointment at Georgetown's School of Foreign Service. It was to engage his primary energies throughout the rest of his busy life. There he became an almost legendary teacher. He chose to teach a course, The Development of Civilization Required, of the incoming class, and that course ultimately provided the structure and substance for the evolution of civilizations. As a course in his hands, it was a vital intellectual experience for young students, a mind-opening adventure. Foreign Service School graduates, meeting years later in careers around the world, would establish rapport with each other by describing their experience in his class. It was an intellectual initiation with remembered impact that could be shared by people who had graduated years apart. The fortunes of life brought us together again. During World War II one served as a very junior officer on Admiral King's staff in Washington. Caroll and I saw each other frequently. 20 years later, after practicing law in Oregon, I came into the government with President Kennedy. Our eldest daughter became a student under Caroll at Georgetown University. We bought a house close by Caroll and Lillian. I had Sunday breakfast with them for years and renewed our discussions of the affairs of a disintegrating world. Superb teacher Quigley was, and could justify a lifetime of prodigious work on that success alone. But ultimately he was more. To me he was a figure. He would scoff at this, like Augustine, Abelard, and Aquinas, searching for the truth through examination of ultimate reality as it was revealed in history. Long ago, he left the church in the formal sense. Spiritually and intellectually he never left it. He never swerved from his search for the meaning of life. He never placed any goal in higher priority. If the God of the Western civilization that Quigley spent so many years studying does exist in the terms that he saw ascribed to him by our civilization, that God will now have welcomed Quigley as one who has pleased him. In an age characterized by violence, extraordinary personal alienation, and the disintegration of family, church, and community, Quigley chose a life dedicated to rationality. He addressed the problem of explaining change in the world around us, first examined by Heraclitus in ancient Greece. Beneath that constant change, so apparent and itself so real, what is permanent and unchanging? Quigley wanted an explanation that in its very categorization would give meaning to a history which was a record of constant change. Therefore the analysis had to include but not be limited to categories of subject areas of human activity, military, political, economic, social, religious, intellectual. It had to describe change in categories expressed sequentially in time, mixture, gestation, expansion, conflict, universal empire, decay, invasion. It was a most ambitious effort to make history rationally understandable. F. E. Manuel, in his review of this book for the American Historical Review, following its first publication in 1961, described it as on sounder ground than the work of Toynbee. Quigley found the explanation of disintegration in the gradual transformation of social instruments into institutions, that is, the transformation of social arrangements functioning to meet real social needs into social institutions serving their own purposes regardless of real social needs. In an ideologically Platonistic society, social arrangements are molded to express a rigidly idealized version of reality. Such institutionalization would not have the flexibility to accommodate to the pressures of changing reality, for which the ideology has no categories of thought that will allow perception, analysis, and handling. But the extraordinary distinction of Western civilization is that its ontology allows an open-ended epistemology. It is engaged in a constant effort to understand reality which is perceived as in constant change. Therefore, our categories of knowledge are themselves always subject to change. As a consequence, reform is always possible. The question today is whether we have lost that Western view of reality which has given our 2,000 years of history its unique vitality, constantly pregnant with new versions of social structure. In Evolution, Quigley describes the basic ideology of Western civilization as expressed in the statement, "The truth unfolds in time through a communal process." Therefore, Quigley saw the triumph in the 13th century of the moderate realism of Aquinas over dualistic exaggerated realism derived from Platonism as the major epistemologic triumph that opened up Western civilization. People must constantly search for the truth by building upon what others have learned. But no knowledge can be assumed to be complete and final. It could be contradicted by new information received tomorrow. In epistemology, Quigley always retained his belief in the scientific method. Therefore, he saw Hegel and Marx as presumptuous, in error, and outside the Western tradition in their analysis of history as an ideologic dialectic culminating in the present or immediate future in a homeostatic condition. Quigley comments upon the constant repetition of conflict and expansion stages in Western history. That reform process owes its possibility to the uniquely Western belief that truth is continually unfolding. Therefore, Western civilization is capable of re-examining its direction and its institutions, and changing both as appears necessary. So in Western history, there was a succession of technological breakthroughs in agricultural practice and in commerce. Forward 19. Outmoded institutions like feudalism and, in the commercial area, municipal mercantilism in the period 1270 to 1440, and state mercantilism in the period 1690 to 1810 were discarded. Similarly, we may also survive the economic crisis described by Quigley as monopoly capitalism in the present post-1900 period. Yet Quigley perceives, correctly in my view, the possible termination of open-ended Western civilization. With access to an explosive technology that can tear the planet apart, coupled with the failure of Western civilization to establish any viable system of world government, local political authority will tend to become violent and absolutist. As we move into irrational activism, states will seize upon ideologies that justify absolutism. The 2,000-year separation in Western history of state and society would then end. Western people would rejoin those of the rest of the world in merging the two into a single entity, authoritarian and static. The age that we are about to enter would be an ideologic one consistent with the views of Hegel and Marx, a homeostatic condition. That triumph would end the Western experiment and return us to the experience of the rest of the world, namely, that history is a sequence of stages in the rise and fall of absolutist ideologies. America is now in a crisis disintegrating stage. In such a condition, absent a philosophy, people turn readily to charismatic personalities. So at the beginning of our time of troubles, in the Depression of the 1930s, we turned to Franklin D. Roosevelt. He took us through the Depression and World War H. We were buoyed by his optimism and reassured by the strength and confidence of his personality. Within the Western tradition, he provided us with no solutions, he simply preserved options. When he died, all 20. America was in shock. We had lost our shield. Caroll came over to my place that night. We talked in the subdued fashion of a generation that had lost its guardian and would now have to face a hostile world on its own. Since then, we in America have been denied the easy out of charismatic leadership. It may just be that we shall have to follow the route that Quigley has marked out for us in this book. We may have to look at our history, analyze it, establish an identity in that analysis, and make another try at understanding reality in a fashion consistent with that open-ended tradition. If so, America, acting for Western civilization, must find within the history of that civilization the intellectual and spiritual reserves to renew itself within the tradition. Striking as was the impact of this book at the time of its first publication, in 1961, its major impact will be in support of that effort in the future. There is hope that in Western civilization the future ideology will be rational. If so, it would be consistent with an epistemology that accepts the general validity of sensory experience and the possibility of making generalizations from that experience, subject to modification as additional facts are perceived. It is that epistemology which was termed moderate realism in the 13th century and, in its epistemologic aspects, is now known as the scientific method. Such a rational ideology is probable only if it is developed out of the special history of the West. As appreciation of that spreads, the kind of analysis that Caroll Quigley develops in this book is the analysis that the West must use. Such an effort would be consistent in social terms with Quigley's view of his own life. He greatly admired his mother, a housewife, and his father, a Boston firechief, and described them as teaching him to do his best at whatever he chose to put his energies. That was their way of saying what Caroll would have described as man's responsibility to understand and relate actively to a continually unfolding reality. He dedicated his life to that purpose. To the first edition. His book is not a history. Rather, it is an attempt to establish analytical tools that will assist the understanding of history. Most historians will regard such an effort as unnecessary or even impossible. Some answer must be made to these two objections. Those who claim that no analytical tools are needed in order to write history are naive. To them the facts of history are relatively few and are simply arranged. The historian's task is merely to find these facts, their arrangement will be obvious. But it should require only a moment's thought to recognize that the facts of the past are infinite, and the possible arrangements of any selection from these facts are equally numerous. Since all the facts cannot be mobilized in any written history because of their great number, there must be some principle on which selection from these facts is based. Such a principle is a tool of historical analysis. Any sophisticated historian should be aware of the principles he uses and should be explicit to his readers about these. After all, any past event, even the writing of this book, is a fact of history, but most such facts, including this book, do not deserve to be mentioned in the narration of history. 24. If historians are not explicit, at least to themselves, about their principles of selection among the facts of the past and among the many possible arrangements of these facts, all histories will be simply accidental compilations that cannot be justified in any rational way. Historians will continue to write about some of the events of history while neglecting others equally significant or even more significant, and they will form patterns for these facts along lines determined by traditional, and basically accidental, lines or in reflection of old controversies about the patterns of these facts. This, indeed, is pretty much what we have in history today. In American history, for example, dozens of books examine and re-examine the same old issues without, in most cases, contributing much that is new or different. The central fact of American history is the process by which a society with European cultural patterns was modified by the selective process of emigration from Europe and the opportunity to exploit the enormous, largely virgin, resources of the New World. Yet in most histories of the United States, this subject is hardly mentioned. Instead we have volume after volume of discussion on the rivalry of Jeffersonians and Hamiltonians, or on the unrealistic problem whether the American Civil War was a repressible or an irrepressible conflict, or on whether the American lapse into isolationism after World War I was caused more by the vindictiveness of Lodge or the inflexibility of Wilson. To the non-American world, the central fact of American history is American technology, what they used to call Fordism, meaning mass production. Until very recently there was no history of American technology in existence, and even today this vital subject obtains only incidental 25 mention, with an almost total lack of real understanding, in most histories of the United States. As we have said, the content of most books depends upon accidental factors or, at most, on the rehash of ancient controversies. The Civil War has commanded major attention, but there is little recognition of the real significance of this war, namely, that after giving an impetus to industrialization, it left a residue of emotional patterns that alienated the farmers of the South and the farmers of the West, so that the country could be dominated politically by the high finance and heavy industry of the East. This situation, which forms the essential background for such familiar phenomena as the agrarian discontent and third-party movements of the period 1873 to 1933, as well as the attacks on political machines and the rise of civil service, or the growth of muckraking or progressivism, and of government regulation of business, is rarely presented in adequate fashion as the background that it is. Instead, these events are mentioned as if they were merely accidental occurrences related in some obscure fashion to the idiosyncrasies of Americans. And the average college student of American history finishes his study without any idea why the Republican Party became the party of big business in 1892, 1932, what the Whitneys contributed to American life, or the significant contributions of Joseph Henry or Josiah Willard Gibbs, 1839 to 1903, to the world today. In the incredible and growing excitement over the Civil War, tradition and stale controversy continue to determine the centers of attention. The Battle of Gettysburg has been fought and refought, with 4 major books in the last 6 months, just as if the South ever really had a chance of 26*. Winning the war, in this or any other battle, while the Battle of Petersburg, which is of far greater tactical significance, since it was a direct foretaste of 1914-18, is almost totally neglected. Matters are no better in European history. To mention only one point, in which I am personally very interested, the one dominant central fact of European history over the last 1,000 years has been the almost steady growth of public authority and the public services. We could never guess this from the history books. Or again, reams have been written on the French Revolution and its origins, yet some of the most vital points are hardly mentioned. We have been told repeatedly that the government of the old regime was absolute and that the revolution began because this regime was financially bankrupt. Few have seen the paradox lying in a situation where an absolute state could not tax its subjects. A colleague on the faculty at Princeton once stated in conversation as a fact that the revolution occurred in France because that country was the most advanced in Europe. When I replied that, in my opinion, the revolution came in France because the French government was one of the most backward in Europe, he was astonished. I am not trying here to consider this problem, I am simply trying to point out that this is a problem that certainly should have been examined in connection with the study of the French Revolution, and that just as surely would have been discussed in any historical work based on rational tools of historical analysis. Because such tools have not been used, study of the French Revolution, like the study of other matters, has concentrated its attention on those aspects of the problem that came to be discussed largely for traditional and accidental reasons. In fact, the chief force directing the 27 historiography of the French Revolution has not been a determined effort to find what happened, but rather has been the party conflicts of the Third French Republic. Once these partisan motivations are rejected, a history of the French Revolution could be written that, with equal justification, would have discussed quite different aspects of the subject. Without principles of selection among the facts and theories, one selection is as well justified as another on any grounds outside tradition. So much for the historians who say that tools of historical analysis are unnecessary. To the much smaller group of historians who say that such tools are impossible to obtain, I can only offer this book as an attempt. This group of critics is much more difficult to deal with. They are skeptics sophisticated enough to recognize that there is a problem, but not consistent enough to cease being historians when they insist that there is no solution. The only justification they can offer is to fall back on tradition once again. These skeptics recognize the infinity of past facts and the subjectivity of the criteria usually used in making a selection from these facts, but they are content to continue to work with the traditionally acceptable selections from both. I offer them here principles of selection based on the methods used in science, but I recognize the difficulty of the problem of persuading them that I have anything helpful. As skeptics, these people are almost impervious to persuasion. I came into history from a primary concern with mathematics and science. This has been a tremendous help to me as a person and as a historian, although it must be admitted it has served to make my historical interpretations less conventional than may be acceptable to many of my colleagues in the field. 28. My greatest personal debt to historians has been to Frederick William Maitland and to Charles Howard McIlwain. The former I did not know, although his influence on me has been very great. The latter, my best-loved teacher, remains the model of my professional life. This book was read in manuscript by Crane Brinton of Harvard and L. Rouse of All Souls College, Oxford. It has benefited from their diametrically opposed opinions. To Professor Brinton, as teacher and friend during 3 decades, I owe many favors. A word of thanks is also due to that great and lamented scholar, the late Donald Cope Mackay of Harvard, who, as my undergraduate tutor, first introduced me to ancient history. And finally, no words can express my gratitude to my wife, Lillian Fox Quigley, whose patient and expert assistance has made many rough roads smooth during the quarter century since we first went off to Europe when she was in her teens. Oxford, England. June 1961. 1. Scientific Method and the Social Sciences. During the summer that I was 12 years old, I walked 4 or 5 times a week to fish from Hingham Bridge. The distance was about 5 miles, part of it along a high railroad embankment that had been ballasted with crushed quartz. In this ballast were hundreds of quartz crystals. Each day I stopped a while to look for a perfect crystal. I found some excellent ones, but never one that could be called perfect. The books I consulted told me that a quartz crystal should be a hexagonal prism with a regular hexagonal pyramid at the end. The ones I found were invariably irregular in some way, with sides of varying sizes, frequently with several crystals jammed together so that, in seeking to share the same material, they mutually distorted each other's hexagonal regularity. After several weeks of casual searching, I found 3 or 4 crystals that were almost perfect, at least at the pyramidal end. But to find these, I had examined and discarded hundreds of distorted crystals. By what right, I asked, did the books say that quartz crystals occurred in regular pyramidal hexagonal prisms when only a small percentage of those found had such a shape? Obviously, the books meant 32. That crystallized quartz has a tendency to take hexagonal form and will do so unless distorted by outside forces. The fact that 99% are distorted does not deter the scientist from forming in his mind an idealized picture of an undistorted crystal, or from stating, in books, that quartz crystals occur in that idealized form. Later, when I studied science in school and college, I found that most scientific laws were of this idealized character. They were not statements of what actually happens in the world or of what we observe through our senses, but rather were highly idealized and much oversimplified relationships that might occur if a great many other influences, which were always present, were neglected. I found that the most highly praised scientific laws attributed to great men like Galileo or Newton were of this character. It was a blow to discover that Newton's laws of planetary motion did not, in fact, describe the movements of the Sun's satellites as we observe them, except in a very approximate way. In some cases, notably that of the planet Mercury, the approximation was by no means close. Still later, when my interests shifted from the physical sciences to the social sciences, and I worked with students of human society who were generally lacking in any close familiarity with the natural sciences, I found a curious situation. The social scientists usually had erroneous ideas about the methods and theories of natural science, believing them to be rigid, exact, and invariable. Accordingly, they felt that these methods were not applicable to the social sciences. Thus I found that natural scientists were quite prepared to accept as a law a rule that was only approximately true or was true in only one case in 100, while the social scientists were reluctant to accept any rule that 33 was only approximate or even one that had no more than one exception in 100 cases. After years of work in both areas of study, I concluded that the social sciences were different, in many important ways, from the natural sciences, but that the same scientific methods were applicable in both areas, and, indeed, that no very useful work could be done in either area except by scientific methods. In both areas the laws arising from the use of scientific methods will be idealized theories reflecting observed phenomena only approximately, but these theories must be based on our observations, and any wide failure of approximation or any totally inapplicable cases must either be explained in terms of unconsidered outside factors, or the theories themselves must be changed to cover such variant observations. The laws of historical change described in this book seem to me to fit the observed cases at least as closely as most of the theories of natural science. Most of the laws I shall mention apply, without exception, or with only slight, explicable divergences, to all the cases I know. They are then, it would seem to me, as worthy of consideration as the scientific laws on the formation of crystals. Before proceeding to examine any theories of historical change, we should review what we understand by the term scientific method. In general, this method has 3 parts which we might call, 1. Gathering evidence, 2. Making a hypothesis, and 3. Testing the hypothesis. The first of these, gathering evidence, refers to collecting all the observations relevant to the topic being studied. The important point here is that we must have all the evidence, for, obviously, omission of a few observations, or even one vital case, 34. Might make a considerable change in our final conclusions. It is equally obvious, I hope, that we cannot judge that we have all the evidence or cannot know what observations are relevant to our subject unless we already have some kind of tentative hypothesis or theory about the nature of that subject. In most cases a worker does have some such preliminary theory. This leads to two warnings. In the first place, the three parts of scientific methodology listed above were listed in order, not because a scientist performs them separately in sequence, but simply because we must discuss them in an orderly fashion. And, in the second place, any theories, even those regarded as final conclusions at the end of all three parts of scientific method, remain tentative. As scientific methodology is practiced, all three parts are used together at all stages, and therefore no theory, however rigorously tested, is ever final, but remains at all times tentative, subject to new observation and continued testing by such observation. No scientist ever believes that he has the final answer or the ultimate truth on anything. Rather he feels that science advances by a series of successive, and, he hopes, closer, approximations to the truth, and, since the truth is never finally reached, the work of scientists must indefinitely continue. Science, as one writer put it, is like a single light in darkness. As it grows brighter it shows more clearly the area of illumination and, simultaneously, lengthens the circle of surrounding darkness. Having gathered all the relevant evidence, the scientist may proceed to the second part of scientific methodology, making a hypothesis. In doing this, two rules must be followed: a. The hypothesis must explain all the observations and, b. The hypothesis must be the simplest one that will explain them. These two rules might be summed up in the 55. Statement that a scientific hypothesis must be adequate and it must be simple. Once again let us confess that these two rules are idealistic rather than practicable, but they remain, nevertheless, the goals by which a scientist guides his activities. When we say that a hypothesis must be adequate, and thus must include all of the relevant observations, we are saying something simple. But carrying out this simple admonition is extremely difficult. It is quite true that every scientific hypothesis suffers from inadequate evidence, that is, it does not include in its explanation all the relevant evidence, and would be different if it did so. It is not easy to tear any event out of the context of the universe in which it occurred without detaching it from some factor that has influenced it. This is difficult enough in the physical sciences. It is immensely more difficult in the social sciences. It is likely that in any society the factors influencing an event are so numerous that any effort to detach an event from its social context must inevitably do violence to it. The extreme specialization of most social studies today, concentrating attention on narrow fields and brief periods, is a great hindrance to our understanding of such special fields, although the fact is not so widely recognized as it should be, since any specialist's work is usually examined only by his fellow specialists who have the same biases and blind spots as he does himself. But a specialist from one area of study who examines the work being done in some other area cannot fail to notice how the over-specialized training of the experts in his new area of interest has handicapped their understanding of that area. The second requirement of a scientific hypothesis, that it should be simple, is also more difficult to carry out in 36. Practice than it is to write down in words. Essentially, it means that a hypothesis should explain the existing observations by making the fewest assumptions and by inferring the simplest relationships. This is so vital that a hypothesis is scientific or fails to be scientific on this point alone. Yet in spite of its importance, This requirement of scientific method is frequently not recognized to be important by many active scientists. The requirement that a scientific hypothesis must be simple or, as it is sometimes expressed, economical does not arise merely from a scientist's desire to be simple. Nor does it arise from some aesthetic urge, although this is not so remote from the problem as might seem at first glance. When a mathematician says of a mathematical demonstration that it is beautiful, he means exactly what the word beautiful means to the rest of us, and this same element is undoubtedly significant in the formulation of theory by a scientist as well. The rule of simplicity or economy in scientific hypothesis has a number of corollaries. One of these, called the uniformity of nature, assumes that the whole universe is made of the same substances and obeys the same laws and, accordingly, will behave in the same way under the same conditions. Such an assumption does not have to be proved, indeed, it could not be proved. It is made for two reasons. First, because it is simpler to assume that things are the same than it is to assume that they are different. And, second, while we cannot prove this assumption to be correct even if it is correct, we can, if it is not correct, show this by finding a single exceptional case. We could demonstrate the uniformity of nature only by comparing all parts of the universe with all other parts, something that clearly could never be achieved. But we can assume this, because it is a simpler 37 hypothesis than its contrary, and, if it is wrong, we can show this error by producing one case of a substance or a physical law that is different in one place or time from other places or times. To speak briefly, we might say that scientific assumptions cannot be proved but they can be refuted, and they must always be put in a form that will allow such refutation. Other examples or applications of the rule of uniformity of nature would be the scientific assumptions that man is part of nature or that all men have the same potentialities. Neither of these could be proved, because this would involve the impossible task of comparing all men with one another, including both past and future men, and with non-human nature. But these assumptions can be made under the rule of simplicity of scientific hypothesis or its corollary, the rule of the uniformity of nature. Thus they do not require proof. But, on the other hand, if these assumptions are not correct, they could be disproved by one, or a few clear-cut cases of exceptions to the rule. Thus, in the final analysis, these rules about scientific hypotheses are not derived from any sense of economy or of aesthetics, but rather arise from the nature of demonstration and proof. The familiar judicial rule that a man is to be assumed innocent until he has been proved guilty is based on the same fundamental principles as these rules about scientific hypotheses, and, like these, rests ultimately on the nature of proof. We must assume that a man is innocent, not guilty, until we have proof of his guilt, because it is always simpler to assume that things are not so than to assume that they are, and also because no man can prove the negative not guilty except by the impossible procedure of producing proof of innocence during every moment of his past life. If he omits a moment, the charge of guilt could 38. Then be focused on the period for which proof of innocence is unobtainable. But by making the general and negative assumption of innocence for all men, we can disprove this for any single man by the much easier procedure of producing evidence of guilt for a single time, place, and deed. Since it is true that a general negative cannot be demonstrated, we are entitled to make that general negative assumption under the rule of the simplicity of scientific hypothesis, and to demand refutation of such an assumption by specific positive proof. A familiar example of this method could be seen in the fact that we cannot be required to prove that ghosts and sea serpents and clairvoyance do not exist. Scientifically, we assume that these things do not exist, and require no evidence to justify this assumption, while the burden of producing proofs must fall on anyone who says that such things do exist. The rule of simplicity in scientific hypotheses is by no means something new. First formulated in the late Middle Ages, it was known as Occam's razor and was applied chiefly to logic. Later it was applied to the natural sciences. Most persons believe that Galileo and his contemporaries made their great contributions to science by refuting Aristotle. This refutation of Aristotle, or, more correctly, refutation of Plato and of the Pythagorean rationalists, was only incidental to the much more significant achievement of making the commonly accepted rules about the universe more scientific by applying to them Occam's razor. This was done by assuming that the heavenly bodies and terrestrial objects operate under the same laws that were later enunciated by Newton. This application of Occam's razor to natural phenomena was a major step 39 forward in making the study of nature scientific. Application of this rule to the social sciences, that is, to phenomena involving subjective factors, still remains to be done, and would provide a similar impetus to the advance of this area of human thinking. It has already been done in judicial procedure, by such rules as the assumption of innocence and the needlessness of proving negatives, and the chief task in American law at the present time is to protect and, if necessary, extend the application of Occam's razor to judicial procedure. Many persons in recent years have felt uncomfortable over the demand that certain persons should prove that they are not communists, but few realized that the unfairness of such a demand rests on the nature of scientific assumption and the nature of proof and, above all, on the violation of Occam's razor. These rules about the nature of scientific hypothesis are so important that science would perish if they were not observed. This has already happened in the past. During the period 600 to 400 BC in the Greek-speaking world, the Ionian scientists applied these rules about scientific hypothesis by assuming that the heavens and the earth were made of the same substance and obeyed the same laws, and that man was part of nature. The enemies of science about the year 400 BC made assumptions quite different from those of the Ionians, namely, that the heavens were made of a substance different from those on earth and, accordingly, obeyed different laws, and, furthermore, that man was not part of nature, since he was a spiritual being. They accepted the older idea that the earth was made up of 4 elements, earth, water, air, fire, but assumed that the heavens were made of a quite different 5th element, quintessence. They admitted that the earth was changeable but 40. Insisted that the celestial areas were rigidly unchanging. They claimed that the laws of motion in the two were quite different, objects on the earth moving naturally in straight lines at decreasing velocity to their natural condition of rest, while objects in the heavens moved in perfect circles at constant speed as their natural condition. These non-scientific assumptions, made about 400 BC without proof and by violating the fundamental rules of scientific method, set up a non-scientific worldview which could not be disproved. The Pythagorean rationalists were able to do this and to destroy science because the scientists of that day, like many scientists of today, had no clear idea of scientific method and were therefore in no position to defend it. Even today few scientists and perhaps even fewer non-scientists realize that science is a method and nothing else. Even in books pretending to be authoritative, we are told that science is a body of knowledge or that science is certain areas of study. It is neither of these. Science clearly could be a body of knowledge only if we were willing to use the name for something that is constantly changing. From week to week, even from day to day, the body of knowledge to which we attribute the name science is changing, the beliefs of one day being, sooner or later, abandoned for quite different beliefs. Closely related to the erroneous idea that science is a body of knowledge is the equally erroneous idea that scientific theories are true. One example of this belief is the idea that such theories begin as hypotheses and somehow are proved and become laws. There is no way in which any scientific theory could be proved, and as a result such theories always remain hypotheses. The fact that such theories work and permit us to manipulate and even 41. Transform the physical world is no proof that these theories are true. Many theories that were clearly untrue have worked and continue to work for long periods. The belief that the world is a flat surface did not prevent men from moving about on its surface successfully. The acceptance of Aristotelian beliefs about falling bodies did not keep people from dealing with such bodies, and doing so with considerable success. Men could have played baseball on a flat world under Aristotle's laws and still pitched curves and hit home runs with as much skill as they do today. Eventually, to be sure, erroneous theories will fail to work and their falseness will be revealed, but it may take a very long time for this to happen, especially if men continue to operate in the limited areas in which the erroneous theories were formulated. Thus scientific theories must be recognized as hypotheses and as subjective human creations no matter how long they remain unrefuted. Failure to recognize this helped to kill ancient science in the days of the Greeks. At that time the chief enemies of science were the rationalists. These men, with all the prestige of Pythagoras and Plato behind them, argued that the human senses are not dependable but are erroneous and misleading and that, accordingly, the truth must be sought without using the senses and observation, and by the use of reason and logic alone. The scientists of the day were trying to reduce the complexity of innumerable observed qualities to the simplicity of quantitative differences of a few fundamental elements. This is, of course, exactly what scientists have always done, seeking to explain the subjective complexity of qualitative differences, such as temperature, color, texture, and hardness, in quantitative terms. But in doing this they introduced a dichotomy. 42. Between appearance and reality that became one of the fundamental categories of ancient intellectual controversy. All things, as the scientists said, may be made up of different proportions of the four basic elements, earth, water, air, fire, but they certainly do not appear to be. The same problem arises in our own day when scientists tell us that the most solid piece of rock or metal is very largely made up of empty space between minute electrical charges. The Pythagoreans argued that if things are really not what they seem, our senses are at fault because they reveal to us the appearance, which is not true, rather than the reality, which is true. This being so, the senses are undependable and erroneous and should not be used by us to determine the nature of reality. Instead we should use the same reason and logic that showed us that reality was not like the appearance of things. It was this recourse to rational processes independent of observation that led the ancient rationalists to assume the theories violating Occam's razor that became established as Aristotelian and dominated men's ideas of the universe until, almost 2,000 years later, they were refuted by Galileo and others who re-established observation and Occam's razor in scientific procedure. The third part of scientific method is testing the hypothesis. This can be done in three ways: U, by checking back, Z, by foretelling new observations, and C, by experimentation with controls. Of these the first two are simple enough. We check back by examining all the evidence used in formulating the hypothesis to make sure that the hypothesis can explain each observation. A second kind of test, which is much more convincing, is to use the hypothesis to foretell new observations. If a theory 43 of the solar system allows us, as Newton's did, to predict the exact time and place for a future eclipse of the sun, or if the theory makes it possible for us to calculate the size and position of an unknown planet that is subsequently found through the telescope, we may regard our hypotheses as greatly strengthened. The third type of test of a hypothesis, experimentation with controls, is somewhat more complicated. If a man had a virus he believed to be the cause of some disease, he might test it by injecting some of it into the members of a group. Even if each person who had been injected came down with the disease, the experiment would not be a scientific one and would prove nothing. The persons injected could have been exposed to another common source of infection, and the injection might have had nothing to do with the disease. In order to have a scientific experiment, we must not inject every member of the group but only every other member, keeping the uninjected alternate members under identical conditions except for the fact that they have not been injected with the virus. The injected members we call the experimental group, the uninjected persons we call the control group. If all other conditions are the same for both groups, and the injected experimental group contract the disease while the control group do not, we have fairly certain evidence that the virus causes the disease. Notice that the conditions of the control group and the experimental group are the same except for one factor that is different, the injection, a fact allowing us to attribute any difference in final result to the one factor that is different. The nature of experimentation with controls must be clearly understood, because it has frequently been distorted from ignorance or malice. A number of years ago a book, 44, called Science is a Sacred Cow made a malicious attack on science. In this work the method of experimental science was explained somewhat like this: on Monday I drink whiskey and water and get drunk, on Tuesday I drink gin and water and get drunk, on Wednesday I drink vodka and water and get drunk, on Thursday I think about this and decide that water makes me drunk, since this is the only common action I did every day. This perversion of scientific method is the exact opposite of a scientific experiment. In this performance we assumed that all conditions were different except one, and attributed cause to the one condition that was the same. In scientific method we establish all conditions the same except one, and attribute causation to the one factor that is different. In the perversion of scientific method we made an assumption that was not proved and probably could not be proved, that all conditions, except drinking water, were different, and then we tried to attribute causation to the one common factor. But there never could be only one factor the same, since, as an experimental animal, I was breathing air each day and doing a number of other common actions, including drinking alcohol. There would, perhaps, be no reason to pay attention to this perversion of science if it were an isolated case. But it is not an isolated case. Indeed, the book in question, Science is a Sacred Cow, attracted undeserved attention and was publicized in America's most widely read picture magazine as a worthy book and a salutary effort to readjust the balance of America's idolatry of science. The magazine article in question reprinted extracts from the book, including the section on experimental method, and seriously presented to millions of readers the experimental proof that water is an intoxicant as an example of scientific method. 45. Scientific method as we have presented it, consisting of observation, making hypotheses, and testing, is as applicable to the social sciences as it is to the natural sciences. To be sure, certain variations in applying it to the social sciences are necessary. But this is equally true of various parts of the natural sciences. These variations are most needed in testing hypotheses. Even in the natural sciences we frequently cannot use two of the three kinds of testing. We cannot use forecasting in the study of earthquakes or geology in general. We cannot use controlled experiments in these fields or in astronomy. But these deficiencies do not prevent us from regarding geology or astronomy, seismology or meteorology as sciences. Nor should similar deficiencies, especially difficulty in forecasting and the impossibility of controlled experimentation, prevent us from applying the scientific method to the social sciences. The applicability of scientific method to the study of society has also been questioned on the ground that theories of the social sciences are too changeable. We are told that every generation must rewrite the history of the past, or even that every individual must form his own picture of history. This may be true to some extent, but it is almost equally true of the natural sciences. Science is a method, not a body of knowledge or a picture of the world. The method remains largely unchanged, except for refinements, generation after generation, but the body of scientific knowledge resulting from the use of this method or the world picture it provides is changing from month to month and almost from day to day. The scientific picture of the universe today is quite different from that of even so recent a man as Einstein, and immensely different from those of Pasteur and Newton. And even at a given moment the body of knowledge possessed 46 by any single scientist or the world picture he has made from that knowledge is quite different from that possessed by other scientists. Yet such persons are all worthy to be called scientists if they use scientific method. The same is true in the social sciences. The one major difference between the natural sciences and the social sciences is the assumption, made in the former, that human thoughts cannot influence what happens. This is an assumption, justified by the rule of simplicity, although few persons recognize that it is. There is a considerable body of evidence that human thoughts can influence the physical world, but this evidence, segregated into such fields as parapsychology or the psychic world, is not acceptable to the natural sciences. As a result, phenomena such as poltergeist manifestations, largely because they cannot be repeated on request, go unexplained and are generally ignored by the natural sciences. The latter continue to assume that physical processes are immune to spiritual influences. In the social sciences, on the other hand, it is perfectly clear that human thoughts can influence what happens, and, accordingly, the social scientist must face the more complicated situation created by this admission. Thus we assume that a rock, dropped from a high window, will fall even if everyone in the world expected it to rise or wanted it to rise. On the other hand, we are quite prepared to see the price of General Motors common stock rise if any large group of people expects it to rise. In a somewhat similar fashion, expectation of a war or desire for a war will make war more likely. This difference between the social sciences and the natural sciences makes it possible to draw up fairly definite 47 conditions distinguishing between the two. The natural sciences are concerned with phenomena where we do not expect subjective factors to influence what happens, while the social sciences are concerned with phenomena where subjective factors may affect the outcome. In this book we are concerned with the social sciences thus defined, and particularly with the effort to apply a scientific method of observation, formulation of hypotheses, and testing to such phenomena. The enormous size of this field has made it advisable to curtail our attention to the process of social change, especially in civilizations. 2. At certain seasons of the year great turtles come in from the sea to deposit their eggs on tropical beaches. They return to the sea immediately, leaving their eggs to hatch in due time from the heat of the sun. Eventually the little turtles emerge from their shells, push up through the warm sand, and head for the sea. There, guided by a sure instinct and without any need for instruction or learning, they take care of themselves, seeking food where it may be found and avoiding the dangers which are everywhere. Enough survive to maturity to maintain this species of turtle in existence. The ability of this species of turtle to survive depends upon two factors. 1. So many eggs are hatched each year that, even with heavy losses of the young, a sufficient number reach maturity. 2. These turtles are able to grow up without learning or instruction because their nervous systems are connected up and functioning as soon as they emerge from their shells. The newly hatched turtle is not so much an immature turtle as a small turtle. With the exception of his reproductive instincts, a newly hatched turtle is as fully equipped with a functioning muscular and nervous system as is an adult turtle. 50. Living things that can care for themselves in this way and for this reason are not unfamiliar. Insects do so, and so too do such animals as chicks and ducklings. But man is constructed on an entirely different plan. When a baby is born, it is quite incapable of taking care of itself, and remains relatively helpless for years. Indeed, it would seem that 20 or more years are necessary before a human being reaches maturity. The helpless condition of the newborn human arises from the fact that his neurological and muscular systems are largely undeveloped and uncoordinated. His nervous system in particular is like the telephone system of a great city in which almost none of the connections from phone to phone or from phone to switchboard are closed. Of course, this comparison is by no means perfect, for the human nervous system is much more complicated, much more adaptable, and much faster than any telephone system. The human brain alone, as a kind of central switchboard, has millions of neural connections. Other millions are distributed throughout the body. The way in which these are connected up, or even the fact that they come to be connected up at all, depends on what happens to the child, how he is trained, and how he grows. The things he is capable of becoming originally we can speak of as his potentialities. The things he does become, as the result of experience and training, we can speak of as actualities. The sum of his potentialities we call human nature, while the sum total of his actualities we call human personality. It is quite clear that human nature, potential qualities, is very much wider than human personality, actually developed qualities. Indeed, we might assume that everyone, at birth, or even at conception, has the potentiality for being aggressive or submissive, selfish or 51. Generous, cowardly or brave, masculine or feminine, pugnacious or peaceful, violent or gentle, and so forth, and that which of these potential qualities becomes actual, or to what degree it does so, depends, very largely, on the way in which each person is trained or on the experiences he encounters as he grows up. The fact that there are societies or tribes in which almost everyone is aggressive, like the Apaches, and that there are other closely related tribes in which almost everyone is submissive, like the Zuni, and the fact that infants, taken from one such tribe and reared in the other, grow up to have in full measure the typical characteristics of their adopted tribe would seem to indicate both that all such people are potentially about the same at conception and that their personalities are largely a consequence of the way in which they are reared. If this is so, it is clear that the way in which people are brought up is very important. This is, of course, evident from the consideration already mentioned, namely, that humans are helpless at birth and must be cared for and trained during a period of many years. The way in which they are cared for and trained depends very largely on the personalities of the people whom they encounter as they are growing up, but these personalities again depend on the way in which these adults were reared. Thus there appear in any society certain patterns of action, of belief, and of thought that are passed on from generation to generation, always slightly different both from generation to generation and from person to person in any single generation, but possessing a recognizable pattern. This pattern depends not only on the way people are trained to act, to feel, and to think, but also on the more concrete manifestations of their social environment, such as the kind of clothes they wear, the kind of shelters in which 52. They live, the kind of tools they have for making a living, the kind of food they eat and how they eat it, the kind of toys they have to amuse themselves, as well as the kind of weapons they have to defend themselves. All of these things, patterns of action, feeling, and thought, as well as concrete objects used in these activities, are known in the social sciences as culture. This culture forms the environment in which a child grows up, as the natural environment surrounds the baby turtle as it grows up in the sea. Man is surrounded by natural environment, to be sure, but it is much more remote from him than from the turtle, for, in man's case, culture intervenes as a kind of insulation between him and his natural environment. In fact, the surrounding environment of culture penetrates both into him as a person and into his natural environment, changing both. His neurological reactions in behavior, in feeling, and in thought are largely determined by his cultural environment, and at the same time this cultural environment modifies his natural environment by such activities as heating his home, cooking his food, cutting down forests, draining swamps, killing off animals, and generally modifying the face of the earth. We have said that the individual's reactions in behavior, in feeling, and in thought, what we call his personality, are largely determined by his cultural environment. At the same time, his personality is part of the cultural environment of those people whom he meets. And, as already said, only by such relationships is his personality developed from his human nature. All this makes a human being so different from a turtle that nothing very relevant to human behavior can be learned from the study of turtle behavior. With the turtle we are dealing with a twofold situation, the turtle and his 53. Environment. With the human being we are dealing with a threefold situation, the human being surrounded by his culture and both together surrounded by the natural environment, and by other cultures. Where a turtle lays dozens of eggs and hopes that some turtles from those eggs can be carried to maturity by obedience to fairly rigid instincts, the human has almost no rigid instincts, and adapts his personality to his culture. The culture in turn must adapt itself to the natural environment. Thus, if the natural environment changes, the turtle must change his nature, while man merely changes his culture, and thus his personality. But this beautifully flexible relationship requires such a long period of training and learning during which human nature becomes a human personality and the individual becomes able to care for himself, that humans are dependent upon their parents for many years. Accordingly, humans have few offspring, and each offspring is very valuable, since the survival of the species does not depend, as with turtles, on the more or less accidental survival of a very few out of the many reproduced, but depends instead on the ability to bring up almost all who were born and to train them so that they can take care of themselves, have the intelligence to modify their culture, including their personalities, when it becomes necessary to adapt to the environment, and at the same time develop the capacity to use the freedom to change their behavior, which this whole situation assumes, in such a way that it will be beneficial to themselves and to the group on which they depend for the continuation of their culture. All this leads us to certain tentative assumptions about human nature, about the nature of culture, and about the nature of human society. In regard to human nature, it would seem that we have to deal with two things, a 54. Wide range of potentiality and, b. a drive to make these potentialities actual. The range of these potentialities seems to run a full gamut from the most concrete and material activities, such as eating or moving about, through a broad belt of emotional and social activities to a fairly broad range of spiritual and intellectual activities. It would be rash to say that this range of potentialities has very specific qualities or needs in it, or that there are any intrinsic dividing lines separating one potentiality from another. A study of human personalities and human cultures would seem to indicate that these potentialities blur into one another, that each person has opposing, and even incompatible, extremes of each potential quality, and that there can be a good deal of substituting of one potential quality for another as these qualities develop into actual characteristics. Any divisions we may make in this gamut of human potentialities are probably arbitrary and imaginary. We might divide the range into 2, physical and spiritual, or into 3, physical, emotional, and intellectual, or into 4, a, material needs, such as food, clothing, shelter, b, sex, c, gregarious needs, such as companionship, and d, psychic needs, such as a world outlook, psychological security, or the desire to know the meaning of things. We could, indeed, divide this gamut into 40 or into 400 divisions or levels, since the reality with which our words seek to deal is a subtle, continuous, and flexible range quite beyond our ability to grasp clearly or fully. This range of human potentialities will sometimes be divided in this book, for purposes of historical analysis, into 6 levels, as follows: 1. Military, 2. Political, 3. Economic, 4. Social, 5. Religious, 6. Intellectual, although this division will always be made with the full realization that it could, with good 55 justification, be made otherwise as 5, 7, 60, or 600 levels. This range of human potentialities is also the range of human needs because of man's vital drive that impels him to seek to realize his potentialities. This drive is even more mysterious than the potentialities it seeks to realize. Throughout history, men have given various names to this drive, and there have been endless disputes about its names and about its extent and nature. The classical Greeks, like Aristotle, sought to ignore it by merely assuming that everything had a purpose and that everything by its very nature sought to achieve its purpose. This is generally known as a teleological explanation, from the Greek word teleos, meaning purpose or goal. In the Christian Middle Ages, this teleological approach was somewhat modified by the belief that, while everything had a purpose, things were drawn to seek to fulfill these purposes by the love of God. About the year 1600, men began to place this drive inside men, driving them on, rather than outside, drawing them on, as before 1600. Spinoza about 1670 called this drive the soul. About 1818 Schopenhauer called it will. About 1890 Bergson called it the vital urge, while at the same time Freud called it sex. Throughout this later period, many natural scientists called it energy. Without getting into any controversy about the merits of these various terms, we can agree with them all that there does seem to be some force driving men to seek to realize their potentialities. Before going further to examine how these efforts produce both culture and societies, let us try to sum up our conclusions regarding the divisibility of the range of human potentialities by the following diagram, in which the distance between the line AB and the line CD represents this range. 56. The various columns represent various ways in which it might be divided. This range as a whole we shall call the dimension of abstraction. When these potentialities of human nature are realized, they become the characteristics of human personality. This is very helpful, for we cannot directly observe or study human nature, and are compelled to make assumptions as to what it must be like from our studies of human personality. Since the characteristics of human personality emerge from the potentialities of human nature as a result of experience and training, and since each person's experience and training are different, each personality is different. At the same time, since each person in the same society is brought up 57 in the same culture and thus tends to have similar experiences and similar training, Most of the persons in a society tend to have a basic personality pattern, with similar general characteristics either emphasized or subdued. Not only is human personality formed by the social environment, the social environment, or culture, is largely made up of the personalities it has created. In this way, culture is passed down from generation to generation, always somewhat changed but always largely the same. From this point of view, culture is known as the social heritage, passing on from generation to generation by teaching and learning, most of it unconscious. When a child is first trying to walk, he may fall without actually hurting himself. What happens in the next few moments may contribute considerably to the formation of his future personality. If an adult swoops down on him, full of sympathetic sounds and commiseration, he may decide that he is hurt and begin to cry. This could easily become one of the earliest steps toward forming a personality that reacts to the unexpected with self-pity. On the other hand, such a fall might lead some neighboring adult to say, "Get up, Jimmy, and try again. You must be more careful and watch where you are going." This could easily be an early step toward self-responsibility and self-reliance. Frequently, after such a fall, the child, if ignored, will be frustrated and resentful. Struggling to his feet, he may strike out at the nearest person or at some inanimate object. Again, the reactions of surrounding adults depend upon the personality patterns of the culture, and serve to mold the developing personality of the child. There are societies where a frustrated child who strikes at an innocent bystander might be admired. "Look at that spirit, isn't he the little man?" This 58 serves to encourage the development of a culture based on personalities of irrational aggressions. If, on the other hand, a child who displays an early response of aggression to frustration is immediately stopped, has his hands slapped to discourage such a reaction, and is sternly warned, "You fell because you were not careful and did not watch what you were doing. Mrs. Jones had nothing to do with your fall, so don't you dare strike at her." In such a case, the child's personality will be turned from aggression to self-responsibility. Episodes such as this occur many times a day in every society. When they occur, the people involved react to them in accordance with their own personality structures. Few of the persons involved in such a situation stop to think that they are involved in a teaching situation and are helping to mold the society of the future by helping to mold the personality of one of its members. In highly integrated societies, such as most primitive tribes, the outcome of each such episode as this will be similar because the adults involved have similar personality structures and, as a consequence, the children growing up, who occasion such incidents, will experience similar reactions and will themselves develop similar personality structures, whatever these may be. In a more complex and more disintegrated society, such as our own, the personality structures of adults are already so varied that it is difficult to say how they would react to the event we have described. Thus quite different reactions might occur, and the children who are at the center of these episodes, by experiencing different reactions, will grow up with different personalities, thus continuing and probably increasing the disintegration of the society's behavior patterns. There can be no doubt that we could have predicted 59. The social response to any act of childish aggression a century or more ago with some assurance, the child would have been punished. But today it would be impossible to guess what might happen, and, just as the possible reactions have become more varied, so the personalities developed from such reactions have become more diverse and the society itself has become less integrated. The culture of a society consists of much more than the personalities of the people in the society. It consists of all the material things they use, such as the dwellings, tools, and clothing already mentioned. It consists of patterns of action, feeling, and thought. It consists of established social relationships between one person and another as well as between persons and objects. It consists of all kinds of fine, subtle, and changeable interrelationships between people and between groups, relationships and feelings that are sometimes obvious but are frequently unobserved, reactions that are so long established, and thus so natural, that they are neither noticed nor questioned. Each individual in a society is a nexus where innumerable relationships of this character intersect. Taken as a whole, these innumerable relationships, many of them deeply embedded in his neurological system, form a status, which was slowly created as he grew up and will be abruptly destroyed when he dies. The gap created in the fabric of society by the death of an individual is slowly closed as some of the ruptured relationships are healed over, many others are taken up by different persons, and the many social functions that formed the previous status are taken over by a number of quite separate persons. Culture is thus a very subtle and very complex thing. From one point of view it is the cushion between man's 60. Purely animal nature and the natural environment. From another point of view it is the social heritage passed down from generation to generation. From another point of view it is a complex medley of personalities, material objects, patterns of behavior, subtle emotional relationships, accepted intellectual ideas and intellectual assumptions, and customary individual actions. From any point of view it is constantly changing, and forms the chief subject of study in all the social sciences. This culture is both adaptive and persistent. It is adaptive because it is able to change, and it is persistent because it will not change without cause. The causes of such social change are both internal and external to the culture. They include the geographic, the biologic, and the cultural environment. The geographic environment includes such things as terrain and climate. Obviously, culture must adapt itself to these. Consequently, the Eskimos have quite a different culture from the Arabs of the desert or the jungle Negroes. And it is equally clear that as geographic conditions change, cultures must change too. When all of Europe was under glacial conditions, the cultures there must have been different from what they became when all of Europe was under thick forests, about 8000 BC, or under temperate conditions, about 1000 BC. The cultures in Europe adapted themselves to these changes. Similarly, culture adapts itself to changing biologic conditions. When the herring swarmed in the North Sea in the late Middle Ages or the buffalo swarmed on the North American plains in the early 19th century, the people living in these areas had cultures adapted to these conditions. But when the herring disappeared or the buffalo were largely exterminated, the people of Northern Europe or the 61 Indians of the Great Plains had to adapt their cultures to such changing biologic environment. In a similar fashion, but to a much greater degree, cultures must adapt themselves to changing cultural environments. These latter include the culture itself as well as other different cultures. When a culture changes because one part of it must adapt itself to a different part of the same culture, we say that it is self-adaptive. Thus, when a culture gets a different weapon, as when the Indians on the Great Plains obtained the horse after 1543 or obtained guns after about 1780, the religious, intellectual, social, economic, political, and military aspects of the culture are changed by this new acquisition. At the same time a culture must adapt itself to other cultures, as the culture of Western civilization has to adapt itself to the culture of Soviet Russia, or as the people of Tahiti or the people of China had to adapt their cultures to the culture of Western civilization during the 19th century. When a culture is not able to adapt itself to changes in its geographic, biologic, or cultural environment, it may perish, just as the cultures of the American Indians or the culture of the ancient Carthaginians perished when these peoples were unable to adapt themselves to the impact of Western civilization or to that of classical civilization. It is worth noting that when animals, like the dinosaurs, are incapable of adapting their physical structure to changes in the environment, the species perishes, but man, who has the insulation of culture between his physical structure and his environment, merely undergoes destruction of his culture instead of destruction of his species when his culture cannot adapt itself to changes in the environment. It sometimes happens that a culture is unable to adapt itself to changes in part of itself. For example, a change in 62 weapons, which is part of culture, may be so drastic, like the atom bomb, that the other parts of the same culture, such as the economic and political systems, cannot adapt themselves to this military change and the culture will perish. This means that cultural changes are not necessarily progressive, but are frequently irrational, retrogressive, and destructive. A culture may even commit suicide. For example, at a remote period the culture of the Aztec people in Mexico changed on the religious level by the introduction of human sacrifices to one of their gods. The military level adapted itself to this religious change by changing its tactics from an effort to kill the enemy to an effort to capture the enemy, so that captives could be used as religious sacrifices. This change injured the culture's ability to defend itself because the Aztecs no longer fought to defend themselves or to kill their enemies, but fought to capture them for sacrifices. When the Spaniards under Hernando Cortés arrived in Mexico in 1519, the Aztec defense was much hampered by the fact that they were fighting to capture while the Spaniards were fighting to kill. Because culture is adaptive to itself, it is integrative. But, because it is also adaptive to diverse external influences as well as to the human drive to realize human potentialities, no culture ever becomes integrated. By integrative we mean that the different parts of a culture adapt themselves to one another and tend to become increasingly an interlocking unified system in which each part fits snugly into all the surrounding parts. But this result is never reached, for, at the very moment that one part of culture is adapting itself to another part to become more closely fitted to it, it is becoming less adapted to some third part which is also 63. Changing under influences from some other source. Thus no culture ever becomes integrated. This is a good thing, because a fully integrated culture would be rigid and would resist change so completely that it would become incapable of adapting itself to changes in its external environment on the one side and incapable of fulfilling man's drive to realize his potentialities on the other side. A fully integrated culture would be like the dinosaurs, which had to perish because they were no longer able to adapt themselves to changes in the external environment. Accordingly, culture is made up of loose-fitting parts that are only partially adapted to one another, to the environment, and to human needs, and are constantly changing in response to shifting pressures from these three directions. It is able to survive just because it is not rigidly integrated. So far, we have spoken about culture. This is the part of reality with which history is concerned, but it is only part of the whole picture that historians must examine. The rest of this picture is made up of the persons whose activities created the culture. It must always be remembered that culture is the consequence of persons seeking to realize their potentialities sufficiently to satisfy their inner drives. Without human beings there would be no culture. It is equally true that without culture there would be no humans, but only animals, in direct contact with their natural environment. The whole combination of human beings plus their culture we call by various names such as societies, social groups, or even civilizations. These terms have different meanings that we shall examine in a moment. Before we do, we should sum up the stage we have reached in our discussion. 64. We could write our last conclusion as an equation, thus. Society equals humans plus culture. The society is surrounded by its natural environment to which it adapts itself by changes in its culture. Thus the whole relationship might be represented by a diagram. The rigid lines between these concentric circles, like the plus mark in the equation just given, are misleading, because culture is not rigidly separated from the human beings on the one hand and from the environment on the other. Rather, it penetrates into both. In fact, much of culture is inside human beings because it takes the form of trained neurological reactions, developed muscles, emotional reactions, ideas both clear and vague, and the established patterns of acting that make the difference between human personality and human nature. Human personality is the part of culture that is inside human beings. And can be observed. Also inside human beings, but beyond the limits of our observation, is human nature. Such human nature is made up of potentialities and the drive, or drives, to express these. What these potentialities or drives are we cannot know from observation 65. But only from inferences based on our observations of personality. In addition to personality, which is inside human beings, culture has manifestations outside human beings. This external culture consists of networks of human relationships, of concrete tools and instruments, called artifacts, and of symbols for communication or expression. In order to develop their potentialities so that human personalities emerge from latent human nature, human beings establish relationships with one another. As the child develops, these relationships are extended from such fundamental relationships as those with mother and nurse to those with parents, siblings, and teachers, to those with friends, with the opposite sex, with business relations, with representatives of the government, like the police, the tax collector, and the draft board, and with one's fellow citizens and fellow soldiers. All these relationships, as part of culture, form groups of human beings. Of these groups there are many different kinds. We shall distinguish 4 different kinds at this point: 1. Social groups, 2. Societies, 3. Producing societies, and 4. Civilizations. All are made up of aggregates of human beings with their personalities and external culture. 3. Groups, societies, and civilizations. Social sciences are usually concerned with groups of persons rather than with individual persons. The behavior of individuals, being free, is unpredictable. There is more hope of success when we deal with the activities of aggregates of persons, because in such aggregates the unpredictable behaviors of individuals tend to cancel each other out and become submerged in the behavior of the group as a whole. While the behavior of such a group may not be predictable, it is less free to change and can, accordingly, be extrapolated in a way that individual behavior does not allow. The same situation exists in the physical sciences, where we are quite unable to predict the behavior of any individual molecule or particle, but can, with assurance, predict the changes that take place in any large aggregate of molecules. These relationships, in the physical sciences, can be stated in the form of laws concerning the pressure, volume, size, state, and temperature of aggregates of molecules. With aggregates of persons we can state no laws comparable to those found in the physical sciences, although we can point out tendencies. For example, if an aggregate 68 of persons in a stable group undergoes a rise in standards of living, we can expect a tendency toward an increase in population for the group as a whole, even when we cannot say of any individual in the group that he will have more children or even any children at all. Moreover, we can study the nature and distribution of the increased supply of wealth to determine its effects on the numbers of children in various subgroups within the main group. But in the social sciences, where we must be satisfied with tendencies rather than with laws, we can analyze the working out of such influences and tendencies only if we have a fairly clear idea of the nature and structure of the social groupings involved. This is quite different from the natural sciences, where laws about the behavior of aggregates could be made long before men had any clear idea of how such aggregates were made up. The statement that we can enunciate rules of social tendencies only if we have fairly clear ideas about the nature of social groupings makes it necessary for us to confess that the nature of groups is one of the matters on which there has been wide disagreement in the past. In general, men's ideas on this subject could be placed in three classes: 1. Those who believed that social groups were merely collections; 2. Those who believed that social groups were organisms; and 3. Those who denied that social groups were either collections or organisms but argued that they were sui generis, a particular kind of aggregate of their own. The distinctions between these 3 points of view on the nature of social aggregates could be expressed roughly as follows. A collection is no more than the sum of its parts, and the parts are interchangeable within the collection. An organism is more than the sum of its parts, since they have patterns of relationships, and the parts, being fitted to their 69 position and role in the whole, are not interchangeable. The third class, made up of those who maintain that a social group is sui generis, occupy a middle ground between the collectionists and the organicists, since they say that the whole is more than the sum of its parts, but that the parts, that is, the individuals in the group, are interchangeable in their functions and positions. A discussion such as this about the nature of social groups may seem to be a merely academic dispute of little practical significance, but, as a matter of fact, it has been profoundly significant throughout human history. Those who have seen human groups as organisms, from the ancient Greeks to Hitler, have derived from this point of view certain corollaries about the relations of the individual to the group that have been destructive of individualism and of human liberties. For in an organism the parts exist for the sarke of the whole and are subordinate to it. They must be sacrificed if necessary for the welfare of the whole. Thus Aristotle says that a man cannot live apart from the state, as an animal could or a god could, because a man cut off from the state is like a thumb cut off from a hand. It is no longer a thumb but merely looks like a thumb. In saying this he is using an organic analogy which explains the totalitarian character of the Greek polis or of the later Roman imperium. Both were as prepared to sacrifice the individual to the state as we would be to cut off a cancerous thumb in order to save the whole organism. On the other hand, the argument that a social group is only a collection and thus simply an aggregate of individuals with no established patterns of relationships and with no aims or purposes beyond those of the individuals who make it up is equally pernicious of human values. For a collection 70 can have no established traditions or any purposes of its own and can expect no spirit of sacrifice or of public service from its members. Instead, it must expect its members to be as competitive in their relations with one another as they would be toward any member of an outside group. The middle ground that regards a social group as an aggregate of its own distinctive type avoids the difficulties both of totalitarian organicism and of the rampant individualism of the collectionists. Because of their belief that the whole has pattern, and thus is more than a mere aggregation of individuals, holders of the middle ground are able to preserve social tradition and to encourage devotion to the whole as an entity with its own distinctive values. But by their insistence that individuals are interchangeable within the whole they are able to protect the ultimate value of the individual and to infer that the whole exists for the sarke of the individual, and not the opposite, providing him with opportunities to develop his higher potentialities through social cooperation in a way that would not be possible in a mere collection of individuals. From centuries of argument on these matters, there has begun to emerge a sufficient consensus for us to say that students of the social sciences today tend to avoid either of the extreme positions of organicism or individualism, and tend to agree that social groups are aggregates of a special kind subject to their own rules and characteristics. Accordingly, we must seek to define a social group and to show the various types of these that can exist. There are three basic types of such social aggregates: 1. Social groups, 2. Societies, and 3. Civilisations. A social group is an aggregate of persons who have had relationships with one another long enough for these to have 71 become customary, and for them to come to regard themselves as a unit with well-defined limits. The essential thing about a group is that its members can say who is in it and who is not. The term covers such aggregates as a class in history, a football team, a fraternity, a university, a business concern, a parish or church, a political party or a state. All these groups come into existence gradually as relationships are established and mutual recognition grows. When a class in history or a football squad assembles for the first time, it is not a group, but simply an aggregate of persons, and the group comes into existence only gradually. In fact, it continues to develop as long as it is of any social significance. A society is a group whose members have more relationships with one another than they do with outsiders. As a result, a society forms an integrative unity and is comprehensible. It is the vehicle of the culture we were talking about before. A society has a culture because it is a unity, and it is a unity because its members have more relationships with one another than with outsiders. A group does not have any culture of its own. The culture of a group is the culture of the society in which the group is. By some stretching of the use of words, the personalities of the members of a group might be regarded as the culture of the group, but culture consists of more than personalities, since it also includes external culture, and the personalities of any group have more relationships with people who are outside the group than with people inside the group, if for no other reason than the fact that these personalities developed by means of relationships with outsiders long before these personalities joined the group. If this were not true, and the personalities of the members of the group had been developed by means of relationships within the group, then 72. This aggregate of which we are speaking is a society and not a group. It is sometimes difficult for some people to distinguish between a group and a society because they fail to see the most fundamental relationships among people. It is frequently helpful to think of some of the varied relationships that can exist among people. If this is done, it becomes clear that the Zuni Indians or the Japanese about 1850 were societies, but that a history class, a football team, or a corporation is a group. The Zuni or the Japanese were societies because they had their religious, intellectual, social, economic, and political relations with other members of the same group. The members of a class, of a football team, or of a corporation have most of these relationships with outsiders. Members of such a group have their religious relationships with the whole Christian tradition, while their intellectual relationships are with the whole tradition of Western culture. Their social relationships are with outsiders to the group, such as parents, sweethearts, or friends. Their economic relationships are with the whole capitalist economic world and beyond. For example, they drink coffee for breakfast, and their political relationships are with all their fellow citizens and even outside that. In such a wider-flung nexus of relationships, the relatively narrow range of mutual relationships possessed by members of the same class, the same team, or the same corporation shows clearly that these latter are groups, and not societies. The real problem in distinguishing between groups and societies arises when we look at modern political units like the state or nation. Most states, such as Canada, France, Italy, Cuba, or the United States, are not societies but groups because their members' relationships with 173 other are only political and social, while their religious, intellectual, and economic relationships are in a much wider context. The religious ideas of people in the countries mentioned are expressed in terms of monotheism, the Christian ethical and doctrinal systems, the deity as a masculine being located in the sky, and so forth. There is nothing specifically Canadian, French, or American in these ideas. On the other hand, they are quite different from the religious ideas of peoples in a different society. These latter might be expressed in terms of a female deity residing within the earth, or of non-human shape, or demanding human sacrifice, and so on. Similarly, the eating patterns of peoples in all the countries mentioned are very similar. They cook their food, eat bread made from wheat, drink coffee, prefer steaks, and are rather unlikely to be found eating raw blubber or fried locusts. Similarly, they all trace family descent through the father, practice monogamy, have private property, seek profits, accept the scientific tradition, use explosives as weapons, and so on. These similarities are so much more numerous and so much more important than the dissimilarities between these countries that the personality patterns and the general outlook on the universe that bind these people together into a single system of relationships make them have more relationships with one another across political frontiers than they do with members of any single group within such frontiers. The fact that Canadians have more relationships outside Canada than inside it means that Canada could not be understood or even described without using terms like Christian, scientific, industrial, monogamous, nationalism, Protestant, capitalism, parliament, democracy, railroads, rifles, ballots, radioactivity, and such. None of these terms, nor the things which they 74. represent, is of Canadian origin, nor can they be understood in purely Canadian terms. The need to use them in describing Canada means that Canada can be understood only as part of the larger system from which these words, and the objects they represent, arise. This large system is, as we shall see, Western civilization. Canada can only be understood as a political group within Western culture. This distinction between groups and societies, with the former defined as an aggregate whose members have more relationships with outsiders than with one another, means that a society is a comprehensible unit, while a group is not a comprehensible unit. A group can be known but it cannot be comprehended, because comprehension involves knowledge of a major part of the relationships existing in an aggregate. Such knowledge is not possible within a group because many of the relationships of the members of a group go outside the group to members of the larger unit, the society, of which the group is a part. If a man from Mars, who knew nothing of our customs but who could, in some mysterious fashion, communicate with us, were suddenly to appear in the midst of a social group, among a football squad at practice or in the middle of a church service, or in a classroom during a lecture, he would find it utterly impossible to comprehend what was going on from explanations, no matter how detailed, of the interrelationships of the members of that group. His most obvious questions: what are these persons doing? Why do they do it? What do they eat? Where does their clothing come from? What happens when one of them dies? Or any others of an endless variety of questions could not be answered except by reference to persons, objects, ideas, or customs outside the group itself. Indeed, it is a safe rule that no significant questions about anything in 75 side a group can be answered except by reference to things outside the group. On the other hand, when a stranger suddenly arrives in a different society, as R.F. Fortune arrived among the Dobu, B. Malinowski among the Trobriand Islanders, Captain Cook among the Polynesians, Pizarro among the Incas, or Marco Polo among the Chinese, it is possible to obtain explanations and understanding of what is going on if there are communication and sufficient time. Thus, such a society is a comprehensible aggregate, while no social group is comprehensible, using that adjective in its real meaning as referring to something that can be grasped together. Since a society is comprehensible, while a group is not, most political units, being groups, are not comprehensible units. Political units are comprehensible only when a single political unit covers the whole of a society. This is frequently not the case, although it is usually true of the more primitive societies organized in tribes. The Zuni, for example, like many of the other Indian tribes, were both a political unit and a society. Japan and China were, about 1850, comprehensible political units because they were separate societies. In most advanced societies it will be found that the religious, intellectual, social, economic, and even military patterns are roughly coterminous with each other and with the outline of the society as a whole. But in such a society the political units usually cut across these other patterns. We can know a great deal about such political units, but we cannot understand them because understanding requires knowledge of a major portion of the patterns of relationships in society as a whole. As we examine numerous societies like that of the Eskimos, the Zuni Indians, the Chinese, the Hottentots, or our own Western civilization, we see that there are two different 76 kinds of such societies, a. parasitic societies and h. producing societies. The former are those which live from hunting, fishing, or merely gleaning. By their economic activities they do not increase, but rather decrease, the amount of wealth in the world. The second kind of societies, producing societies, live by agricultural and pastoral activities. By these activities they seek to increase the amount of wealth in the world. As we shall see later, the distinction between these two kinds of societies is of most fundamental importance. Man was a parasite from his first appearance on the earth, perhaps as long as 1 million years ago. Only with the discovery of the techniques of agriculture and domestication less than 10,000 years ago did it become possible for man to be a producer, and, even during the last 10,000 years, there have been more parasitic societies, like the Sioux or the Eskimos, than there have been producing societies, like the Zuni or the Chinese. If we concentrate our attention on the producing societies that have existed during the last 10,000 years, we see again that there are at least two distinct kinds. There are simple producing societies like the Zuni, with agriculture, or the Maasai, with pastoral herds, and there are much more complex societies that we call civilizations, like the Chinese, the Aztecs, or ourselves. The distinction between a civilization and an ordinary producing society is not easy to draw, and it is too early in our discussion to seek to draw it at this time. However, it is clear that most of the civilizations with which we are familiar have had both writing and city life. Accordingly, as a temporary definition, we might say that a civilization is a producing society that has writing and city life. We might sum up our definitions to this point by saying that aggregates of persons may be divided into a. collect 77 nations, b. groups, or c. societies. The members of a collection, coming casually together in time and place, have no established relationships. The members of a group do have relationships sufficiently established to be able to identify who is or who is not a member of the group, but they have the major portion of their total relationships with persons who are not members of the group. A society, on the other hand, is made up of persons who have the major part of their relationships with one another. It may be either parasitic or producing, and if it is a producing society it may or may not be a civilization. These rather simple but very significant distinctions can be summed up in a table. Aggregates of persons. A. Collections. B. Groups. C. Societies. 1. Parasitic societies. 2. Producing societies. A. Simple tribes or bands. B. Civilizations. When we examine these three kinds of societies, parasitic, producing, and civilizations, we see that there have been very many parasitic societies, a much smaller number of producing societies, and very few civilizations. As for the relative numbers of each, we might say that there have been hundreds of thousands of the first, at least thousands of the second, but not more than 24 civilizations. Since our chief concern in this book is with our own society, which is a civilization, the rest of this book will be concerned with the nature of this particular kind of society only. Of the 24 civilizations, all of which existed during the last 10,000 years, 7 have been alive in recent years, while the rest, amounting to approximately 75** in number, lived and died long ago. All of them, both living and dead, can be divided into 3 groups depending upon the carbohydrate plant they produced as an energy food. There were 3 such foods: maize, rice, and grain, wheat and barley. In the maize group were 2 civilizations, A. The Andean civilization, which began about 1500 BC, culminated in the Inca Empire, and was destroyed by outside invaders about AD 1600, B. The Meso-Mercian civilization, which began about 1000 BC, culminated in the Aztec Empire, and was destroyed by similar invaders about AD 1550. Both of these civilizations were derived from a common source, a producing society which was not a civilization, probably situated in some hilly area in the northern part of South America. The rice group is somewhat misnamed since the chief carbohydrates which supported it in the earliest period and have continued to be used since were millet and wheat. This group has at least 3, and perhaps as many as 6, civilizations in it. Only an expert on the history of the Far East could speak with confidence on this subject. Since this is not one of our chief areas of interest, we shall oversimplify the situation by listing no more than 3 civilizations. Of these, the earliest, Cynic civilization, rose in the valley of the Yellow River after 2000 BC, culminated in the Qin and Han empires after 250 BC, and was largely disrupted by Ural-Altaic invaders after AD 400. From the debris of this Cynic civilization there emerged 2 other civilizations, A. Chinese civilization, which began about AD 400, culminated in the Manchu Empire after 1644, and was destroyed by European intruders in the period 1790 to 1930, and B. Japanese civilization, which began about the time of Christ or a little earlier, culminated in the 79. Tokugawa Empire after 1600, and may have been completely disrupted by Western intruders in the century following 1853. The earliest civilizations are to be found neither in the maize group nor in the rice group, but in the much more important group of grain civilizations. This group is more important not only because it contains the first civilizations to come into existence but also because it contains such a large number of civilizations, 17 at least. The earliest civilizations were derived from a number of closely related producing societies that we shall call the Neolithic garden cultures, or, less accurately, the painted pottery peoples. The latter were the first peoples to have agriculture, and thus formed the earliest producing societies in history. At the risk of considerable oversimplification, we might say that these earliest agriculturalists appeared in the hilly terrain of Western Asia, probably not far from Armenia, about 9,000 years ago. Because they knew nothing about replenishing the fertility of the soil, they practiced shifting cultivation, moving to new fields when yields declined in their old fields. In consequence, they expanded steadily, reaching Denmark and Britain in the west and China in the east before 2000 BC, that is to say, within 5,000 years. In the course of this movement they found, in various alluvial river valleys, sites adapted to permanent large-scale settlement because, in such valleys, the annual flood replenished the fertility of the soil by depositing a layer of fertile sediment, and, accordingly, the need for shifting cultivation ended and the possibility of permanent, eventually urban, settlements was offered. This possibility was realized in 4 alluvial valleys of the Old World, in Mesopotamia during the 6th millennium BC. 80. In the valley of the Nile shortly afterward, in the valley of the Indus River early in the 4th millennium BC, and in the Huanghe Valley of China late in the 3rd millennium BC. The last of these has already been mentioned as the source of the Sinic civilization, which was the parent of the Chinese, Japanese, and probably other Far Eastern civilizations. The first civilization, known to us as the Sumerian or Mesopotamian civilization, began after 6000 BC, reached a peak of achievement about 1700 BC, and ended in a series of empires of which the last was the Persian. That empire and the civilization of which it was the political aspect were destroyed by outside invaders, the Greeks under Alexander the Great, after the end of the 4th century. Parallel with this, a quite different civilization in the Nile Valley reached its peak about 2300 BC, established its greatest geographic extent as the Egyptian Empire a millennium later, and was destroyed by the same Greek invaders in the few generations following 330 BC. While this was going on, other civilizations appeared, flourished, culminated in their respective empires, and perished at the hands of outside invaders in a strikingly similar process. In the Indus Valley the Indi civilization began about 3500 BC, reached a peak of achievement about 2200 BC, culminated in a political empire that we might call the Harappa Empire, and was destroyed by the Aryan invaders who came into the Indian subcontinent from the northwest after 1700 BC. From the wreckage of this culture, there was constructed a quite distinct civilization, which we may call Hindu. This reached a peak of achievement about 100 BC, and culminated in a series of empires of which the last, called the Mughal Empire, was established early in the 681th century. This empire and the civilization of which it formed a part were destroyed by European invaders in the centuries following 1700. From the wreckage of this Hindu civilization a new civilization seems to be coming into existence in our own time. Returning to the Nearer East we can see that a number of different civilizations appeared there, largely from Mesopotamian inspiration. On the island of Crete the earliest civilization outside an alluvial valley began to form toward the end of the 4th millennium BC. It reached its peak in the Minoan period, about 1500 BC, and ended with the Mycenaean Empire, destroyed by the Dorian invaders in the 12th century BC. In Anatolia, in the 2nd millennium BC, rose and fell the shortest-lived of all civilizations. Known as the Hittite civilization, this had its beginnings after 2000 BC, reached its widest imperial extent about 1300, and perished a few generations later from the onslaughts of invading Iron Age intruders, cousins of the Dorians who were simultaneously destroying Cretan civilization. In the Levant, during the same period, there appeared, under Mesopotamian stimulus, a civilization we might call Canaanite. Beginning before 2000 BC, it reached its greatest extent, from the Red Sea to Spain, about 900 BC, and ended with that empire which, called Punic by the Romans and Carthaginian by us, was known to themselves, more accurately, as Canaanite. It perished from Roman invasion before 100 BC. From the wreckage of Cretan civilization there began to grow, about 1000 BC, a new civilization with which we are well acquainted. Known as classical civilization, or Mediterranean civilization from the sea whose shores it occupied. 82. It reached its greatest peak in the century divided at 400 BC, and finally culminated in the Roman Empire. It was destroyed, as is generally known, by the Germanic barbarian invaders in the 5th century of our era. From its wreckage emerged three civilizations: A. Western civilization, which may culminate in an American empire; B. Orthodox civilization, which seems to be culminating in the Soviet Empire; and C. Islamic civilization, which did culminate in the Ottoman Empire, and was disrupted by intruders from Western civilization in the first half of the present century. In this enumeration we have named 16 civilizations. Of these, 2 existed in the New World, 3 in the Far East, 1 in Africa, and the others in the rest of Eurasia. With careful study it would be possible to distinguish approximately 8 more civilizations divided about equally between the Near East and the Far East. We refrain from attempting to do this because the facts are not clear and any conclusions would be disputable. The Near East and the Far East in the history of civilizations are like complex masses of quartz from which numerous crystals protrude in various directions. The number of crystals in the mass might be disputed, and there would surely be disagreement about which portions of the main mass of quartz should be attributed to each crystal. It is possible that detailed study of the problem, like microscopic examination of the quartz, might help to solve this problem, but for our purpose the task is not worth the effort. Just as it is possible for adjacent molecules in the quartz mass to be oriented in diverse directions so that they should, perhaps, be attributed to different crystals, so it is possible, and indeed is well established, that individual persons living next to each other in, let us say, Palestine in the 13th century BC, should from 83. Their personal orientations be attributed to Hittite civilization or to Egyptian civilization or to Canaanite civilization or even to Mesopotamian civilization. Such attribution of individuals to civilizations is no matter of any historical significance and need not concern us here. Nor need we worry, at this time, about the 8 or more additional civilizations that have existed at various times in Ethiopia, Cambodia, Indonesia, or Tibet. Let us study the nature of civilizations, as a scientist would study the nature of crystals, by examining the more clearly demarked and less controversial examples of our subject. Leaving aside for the moment the 2 civilizations found in the New World, we can arrange the 14 Old World civilizations into a pattern to show their chief cultural connections. Many other connections, which we do not show on the diagram, exist in fact and can be inserted by the cognizant reader. It is to be noted that 4 of the early civilizations are cultural descendants of the Neolithic garden cultures, which were not themselves civilizations, since they lacked both writing and city life. Neolithic garden cultures. 84. In this diagram the family tree of our own Western civilization, a lineage involving 3 generations between the Neolithic garden cultures and ourselves, has been marked with a double line. The meaning behind these lines and the other cultural connections shown on the diagram will be indicated later. For later reference the following table gives the name, approximate dates, the name of the culminating empire, and the outside intruders who terminated its existence for the 16 civilizations mentioned. Name dates: Mesopotamian 6000 to 300 BC, Egyptian 5500 to 300 BC, Indi 3500 to 1500 BC, Cretan 3000 to 1100 BC, Cynic 2000 B.C.D 400, Hittite 1900 to 1000 BC, Canaanite 2200 to 100 BC, Classical 1100 B.C.D 500, Meso-Mercian 1000 B.C.D 1550, Andean 1500 B.C.D 1600, Hindu 1500 B.C.D 1900, Islamic 600-1940, Chinese 400-1930, Japanese 100 B.C.D 1950, Orthodox 600, Western 500, Empire invaders, Persian Greeks, Egyptian Greeks, Haraparians, Minoan Dorians, Han Huns, Hittite Phrygians, Punic Romans, Roman Germans, Aztec Europeans, Inca Europeans, Mughal Europeans, Ottoman Europeans, Manchu Europeans, Tokugawa Europeans, Soviet 7. 4. Historical analysis. I have already mentioned our belief that civilization YY is an object that can be studied in a scientific way just as a quartz crystal can be studied. In such a study we must, like the student of crystals, examine in a comparative way a large number of examples, even, ideally, all the examples available. But it is obvious that a civilization is a much more complicated object than a crystal. Let us be explicit about that word complicated. A civilization is complicated, in the first place, because it is dynamic, that is, it is constantly changing in the passage of time, until it has perished. Furthermore, a civilization is part of the social sciences, that is, it contains subjective elements, and these are usually the more important elements in the culture. Accordingly, in a civilization, unlike a crystal, what people think or feel can influence what exists, changing the object completely in the process. In the third place, many aspects of a civilization are continua, existing in such subtle gradations and in such varied degrees of abstractness that the divisions we make in it, in the course of our analysis, and the words we use as symbols to refer to our analytical divisions reflect only very roughly the situation that exists in the reality itself. All 86 of these difficulties are important, but the third, which is frequently ignored in discussions of these matters, requires a little further examination, for that reason, at least. Much, if not all, of the physical world consists of continua. To say this is equivalent to saying that much of the physical world is irrational. It exists and it operates, but it does these things in ways that cannot be grasped by our conscious rational mental processes. This can be seen most easily if we consider first a few examples of continua in the physical world. How many colors are there in a rainbow? Some answer 3, red, yellow, blue. Others answer 6, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet. When I was a child in school, for some unknown reason, we were told that there were 7 colors, the teacher inserting indigo between blue and violet. The proper answer, of course, is that the number of colors in the rainbow is infinite. This in itself is something we cannot grasp in any rational way. But let us consider what it means. In the first place it means that there is, in the rainbow, no real line of division between any two colors. If we wish to draw a line we may do so, but we must recognize that such a line is imaginary. It may exist in our minds, but it does not exist in the rainbow itself. Moreover, any line that we draw is arbitrary, in the sense that it could have been drawn with just as much justification somewhere else, perhaps only a hairbreadth away. If we draw a line between red and orange and another between orange and yellow, we may call the gamut between those two lines orange, but, as a matter of fact, the color is quite different on either edge of that gamut. We may decide that orange is a narrower range than the gamut between our 287 lines and, accordingly, slice off the margins of the orange gamut, calling the severed margin on one side yellow-orange and the severed margin on the other side red-orange. But once again the color is not the same across any of these three ranges. In fact, it is impossible to cut off any gamut in a rainbow, no matter how narrow we make it, in which the color is the same across the width of the gamut. We can move no distance, however infinitesimally small it may be, across the rainbow without a change in color. This means that the number of colors in the rainbow is infinite. But it also means that the number of colors in any portion of the rainbow is infinite. That is, there are as many shades of orange as there are colors in the whole rainbow, since both are infinite. Now, this is a truth that we cannot understand rationally. It seems contrary to logic and reason that we could add all the existing shades of red and yellow to all the existing varieties of orange without increasing the number of color varieties we have. The reason is not so much that infinity added to infinity gives infinity as that there are no different varieties of colors at all, because there are, in fact, no dividing lines in the rainbow itself. When we use the plural terms colors and shades in reference to a rainbow, we are implying that there are different colors and accordingly that there are divisions in the rainbow somehow separating one shade from another and thus entitling us to speak of these in the plural. Since there are no such lines of separation, we would be more accurate if we spoke of the rainbow in the singular as a continuum of color. But, of course, we could not do this consistently because it would make it impossible to think about or to talk about the colors of any objects. Since the continuum changes across its range, it is distinctly different in color from one portion to 88 another, just as dresses, flowers, or nectars are different in color from one another. If we are going to talk about these very real differences, we must have different words for the different colors involved. Thus we must give different color terms to different portions of the rainbow's gamut. The important truth to remember is that, while the differences between colors are real enough, there are no real divisions between colors, these are arbitrary and imaginary. As is well known, the gamut of radiations of visible light that we call the rainbow is not an entity in itself but is an arbitrary and imaginary portion cut out of a much wider gamut of electromagnetic radiations. The variety of colors in the rainbow arises from the fact that the radiations of visible light come at us in wavelengths of different frequency. As the wavelengths of these radiant forms of energy get smaller, and thus their frequency gets larger, we observe this difference as a shift in color toward the blue end of the visible spectrum. As the wavelengths get longer, and the frequency less, we observe a color shift toward the red end of the spectrum. If this shift of wavelength continues, the radiation may pass beyond the range to which our eyes are sensitive. Beyond the red we can notice these radiations as heat, infrared. Beyond the violet we might have difficulty noticing the radiations directly, but their consequence would soon appear as a kind of sunburn on our skin. Once again there is no dividing line between the visible gamut of radiations and the ultraviolet on one side and the infrared on the other side. Some persons can see further into these than others can, and other forms of living creatures can see further into one or the other range than any human could. Bees, for example, are fully sensitive to ultraviolet radiations, while humans are generally so insensitive to these that they consider glass windows, which cut off most ultraviolet, as being fully transparent. The gamut of radiant energy is much wider than the three subgamuts we have mentioned. Beyond the invisible ultraviolet are other radiations of even shorter wavelength, including soft X-rays, hard X-rays, and finally the very high-frequency gamma waves released by nuclear explosions. Going the other way in the radiation range, we find that there are radiations of increasing wavelength beyond the infrared which we call heat. These radiations of lower frequency and longer wavelength include those used to carry our radio and television broadcasts. While we sit here reading, quite unaware of their passage, these radiations are going through our bodies. They are different from the visible light that allows us to see to read only in the wavelengths and energy content of the radiations. This great gamut or range of energy radiations, from the shortest gamma waves at one end to the longest broadcast waves at the other end, forms a continuum. The difference between a deadly gamma radiation and an enjoyable television broadcast, like the difference between red and blue, is a very real difference, but it is only a difference of wavelength, and thus a difference of distance, and not a difference of kind. Accordingly, no real lines of demarcation exist in the gamut itself, and the whole range forms a single continuum. The quality of being a continuum that exists in the range of electromagnetic radiations is not a quality that has anything to do with energy or with radiations, but is true simply because these radiations exist in space and differ from one. 90. Another because of space distinctions, namely, their wavelengths. This spectrum is a continuum, and therefore irrational, because space is a continuum, and therefore irrational. The irrationality of space sounds a little strange to most of us because we are so familiar with space that we rarely stop to think that we do not really understand it. But the irrational quality of space, which arises from the fact that space is infinitely divisible, is one of the early discoveries of ancient intellectual history. By 2000 BC the Babylonians were familiar with the fact that the square of the hypotenuse of a right-angle triangle is equal to the sum of the squares of the other two sides. Introduced to the Greeks in a generalized form by Pythagoras before 500 BC, this statement came to be called the Pythagorean theorem. Unfortunately, Pythagoras also taught that reality was rational and that the truth can be found by the use of reason and logic alone, without any need for observation through the senses, which would merely serve to confuse us. This rationalist method for discovering the nature of reality was accepted by Socrates and Plato, and, in his earlier period, by Aristotle, and led to the death of ancient science by contributing to a denigration of observation, testing of hypotheses, and experiment. It is one of the great ironies of history that thinkers like Pythagoras and Plato helped to kill ancient science by propagating the belief that observation was not necessary since reality was rational, and therefore its nature could be found by the use of reason and logic alone. Long after a pupil of Pythagoras, Hippasus of Metapontium, had used the Pythagorean theorem to demonstrate that space, and thus reality, is irrational. The demonstration of the irrationality of space arose from 91. The proof that the diagonal of a square is incommensurable with its side. We would say that, if the side of a square is 1 unit long, its diagonal, by the Pythagorean theorem, is /2 units long. And the square root of 2, we say, is an irrational number. But few of us really know what we mean by the word irrational in this sense. There are 3 ways of looking at it, each a slightly different way of looking at a quite irrational situation. We sometimes say that /2 is an endless decimal which begins with 1.41421. and continues forever in an infinite series of digits which never ends and never repeats itself. Or we could say that \f2 is a number which cannot be expressed as a fraction, that is, as a ratio between two rational numbers. But both of these statements are simply alternative ways of talking about the utterly irrational fact that there is no common unit of distance, no matter how small we make it, which will go into the side of a square a certain number of times and will also go into the diagonal of the square a round number of times without anything left over. Rationally, we would think that if we took as a unit of measurement a distance which was infinitely small, like 1/60th of a cat's whisker or even 1/60th of that, or however small a unit was needed, that we could eventually find a unit so small that it would go evenly into both the side and the diagonal. But the fact is that there is no unit, however small, which will go evenly into both distances, so that there is no common unit between them, and we must say that they are incommensurable. But this is not a situation that is rationally comprehensible to our conscious reasoning powers, and it is quite non-logical. But it is true. This quality of irrationality of space is not something exceptional, either in space or in other aspects of reality. 92. The radius of a circle is similarly incommensurable with its circumference. The irrational relationship between the two distances is signified by the ratio we call tt. This quality of irrationality rests on the fact that space is infinitely divisible. No matter how close together we make 2 points, the number of points between them remains infinite. The infinite colors of the rainbow, like the incommensurability of a square and its diagonal or of a circle and its radius, are simply applications of this irrational quality of space. A similar irrational quality is to be found in time. We usually think of time as a succession of intervals. It is really a continuous flow, and any intervals we may choose to put into it, be they seconds, hours, or centuries, are arbitrary and imaginary. And in consequence, any conclusions we derive or any inferences we may draw from such intervals may be mistaken. We have 24 hours in the day as a purely conventional arrangement going back to our early ancestors in the Neolithic garden cultures who had a number system based on 12 and passed on to us, as relics of that system, such arrangements as 12 eggs in a dozen, 12 inches in a foot, 12 pennies in a shilling, 24 parts in a carat, 12 ounces in a pound of gold, 12 deities on Mount Olympus, and many other odd facts, of which one of the most pervasive today is that teenage begins with 13. From the Neolithic belief that day or night should each have 12 parts we derived our 24-hour day, but since these divisions are arbitrary and imaginary, we could with equal justification have a day of 10 hours or of 23 or 25 hours. Most of us are familiar with the paradoxes of Zeno, especially with the one about a race between Achilles and a tortoise. Zeno argued that if the tortoise got a head start, Achilles could never catch up with him even if he could run 93 much faster. Zeno felt that if the tortoise was a certain distance ahead when Achilles started, the tortoise would move forward a little farther while Achilles was covering the handicap distance and would, thus, still be ahead when Achilles finished the handicap distance. Accordingly, Achilles must keep on running to overcome the new increment, but by the time he had made up that increment the tortoise would have moved forward a new amount and would still be slightly ahead. According to Zeno, this process would continue forever, the tortoise advancing a decreasingly small amount while Achilles was making up the tortoise's previous increment. A mathematician might say that the distance between the two would approach zero as a limit but would reach that limit only after an infinite number of intervals, either of time or of distance, and that Achilles would, accordingly, not catch up in any finite number of intervals. The explanation of this paradox of Zeno's rests on the fact that the space and time through which the contestants are running are both continua, but Zeno, by treating them as if they were a succession of intervals, introduced an untrue condition, and from this contrary to fact assumption, that time or space exists as a sequence of intervals, he derived a contrary to fact conclusion, that Achilles can never catch up. Such paradoxes are good examples of the methodological rule that logic and rationality do not apply to continua. As we shall show later, this is one of the basic rules of historical method, although, it must be confessed, few historians give it much thought. Space and time are not the only continua. Another familiar example is the system of real numbers. Since this is a continuum, we can state a rule: no two numbers can be 94 placed so close together that there is not an infinite number of numbers between them. For example, between 3 and 4 are an infinite number of numbers. One of these is tt. As we have said, tt is irrational, and, accordingly, although it is a very exact number, we cannot write it with the ordinary 10 symbols used in writing numbers. If we say that tt is 3.14, we do not refer to a single number but are really saying that 77 is one of the infinite number of numbers in the gamut from 3.135 to 3.145. In that gamut we could indicate that tt was in a much narrower gamut, which still contains an infinite number of numbers, by writing its value as 3.141592. This refers to the infinite number of numbers in the gamut of numbers ranging from 3.1415915 to 3.1415925. Since the value of 77 is known to over 1,000 decimal places, we can define the gamut of numbers within which 77 lies more and more narrowly simply by carrying the numerical expression for 77 to more decimal places. But each gamut, no matter how narrow it gets, refers to an infinite number of numbers, because the system of real numbers is a continuum. To those who are not familiar with mathematics, all of this discussion of \/ \tilde 2 and of 77 may seem very strange, unreal, and unapplicable to anything with which they are concerned. I hope to show that the remarks I have just made about numbers are applicable not only to statements we all make about many familiar things but also to history. A moment's thought will show that any statement about any continuum is just the same kind of statement as that which we have just made about 77. Just as any value we may give to 77 refers to a gamut containing an infinite number of numbers, and this gamut can be made narrower by carrying our statement of the value of 77 to more decimal places, so any statement about any color refers to a gamut that con 95 times an infinite number of colors. Thus the word orange does not refer to a single color, any more than 3.14 refers to a single number, but rather refers to the gamut of colors between red and yellow. If we narrow this gamut by speaking of yellow-orange, we still are referring to an infinite number of colors. And we could make the gamut narrower by referring to orange-yellow-orange or to yellow-yellow-orange, thus bisecting the previous gamut. This process could be continued indefinitely, just as the value of tt can be carried to more decimal places. The value, however, of carrying either very far is not large. We have been talking about rainbows, numbers, and space-time in order to establish what we mean by a continuum. Now we can define the term in the sense that we shall use it in discussing history. A continuum is a heterogeneous unity, each point of which differs from all the surrounding points but differs from them by such subtle gradations in any one respect that no boundaries exist in the unity itself, and it can be divided into parts only by imaginary and arbitrary boundaries. We might add that some continua are perfect while others are highly imperfect, the distinction being that a perfect continuum has an infinite number of gradations between any two boundaries drawn in it, no matter how closely together they are drawn, while an imperfect continuum has a finite number of gradations between at least some of the boundaries drawn in the continuum. For example, the gamut of variations of light intensity during any 24-hour period is a perfect continuum. But the races of mankind, however defined, are an imperfect continuum. For the variations in any standard we set as a criterion for race can be no more numerous than the number of individual human 96 persons on the Earth, that is, no more than a few billion variations, instead of the infinite number we expect to find in a perfect continuum. If, for example, we set color of skin as the criterion of race and we were to arrange the human beings on the globe in some magical fashion in a long line with the blackest black man at one end and, next to him, the second blackest man, and so on, in ascending order of light reflection from their skin surfaces, until we passed through all the blacks, browns, reds, yellows, and whites to end up with the whitest white man on the globe, possibly an albino Norwegian. If we were to do this, I feel confident there would be no place on that long line where any two adjacent persons would have any difference in skin color sufficient to be distinguished by any normal physical process. We might then decide that men, based on skin color, form a single race. Or, if we insist on having more than one race, we might simply divide the line at its midpoint and settle for two races, the lights and the darks. But however many races we decided upon, there would be no discernible difference in skin color between any two adjacent persons between whom we drew a boundary line. Nevertheless, in the final analysis, this range of skin color would represent an imperfect continuum, because the variation of skin color between any two boundary lines or in the range of mankind as a whole would be numerable and not infinite. We might, on the other hand, arrange mankind in a line on the basis of height. In that case we would have several billion variations over a total height difference of no more than 7 or 8 feet, giving an average difference between any two adjacent persons of no more than 1/50 millionth of an inch, a difference which is, once again, too slight to be discernible by any normal procedures and is 97. Indeed, considerably less than the normal increase and decrease of any one person's height caused by rest and exercise during a day. Indeed, if we tried to arrange the persons of the world in order by height we would find the daily changes in individual height to be relatively so much greater than the average height differences between individuals that persons would be compelled, from their constantly changing heights, to change their positions in the line by hundreds of thousands and even millions of persons at relatively short intervals. If we were to use such a criterion as height as a measure of race, we could do so only so long as people were locally segregated into groups of obviously different average heights. As soon as people began to move about or mix socially, the classification would break down. And we could never classify racially, on this basis, any isolated individual. We deal with continua rationally either by dividing them into arbitrary intervals to which we give names, or by giving names to the two ends of the continuum and using these terms as if the middle ground did not exist at all. This last method is called polarizing a continuum and is frequently done even when the greatest frequency of occurrence is in the middle range. When the telephone rings in the sorority house because someone wants a blind date, the sisters at once ask the vital question, is he tall or short? They ask this question even though it is perfectly obvious that the majority of men are neither tall nor short but are nearer the middle range. Such polarization of continua is so common and so familiar that we come, frequently, to accept our categories as real instead of being arbitrary and imaginary, as they usually are. An accident report asks, day or night, although accidents are most frequent when it is neither day nor night, but dusk. Many questionnaires Paul. 98. Our eyes continue by asking us to check, white, colored, man, woman, pro, con. In English law this is done in the distinctions between adult, juvenile or sane, insane. In the social sciences it is done in such contrasts as monopoly, competition in economics, democratic, authoritarian or totalitarian, liberal in politics. We have already done it several times in this book, as in the dichotomy between natural science and social science or between objective and subjective. The familiar polarization of man into spirit and flesh dominated religious ethics for centuries. This practice of slicing continua into parts or even into dual poles and giving names to these artificial categories is necessary if we are to think about the world or to talk about it. But we must always remain alert to the danger of believing that our terms are real or refer to reality except by rough approximation. Only by making such divisions can we deal in a rational way with the many non-rational aspects of the world. We could, of course, renounce any desire to deal with the world rationally and content ourselves with successful non-rational dealings with it. We can deal with the irrationality of space, time, quantity, number, race, color, and so forth, simply by action. Merely to walk, or to run like Achilles, is to deal with the irrationality of space and time and to discover, by action, who will win in a race. When we merely walk along, talking with our friends, we are, by walking, dealing successfully with space and time. No one could ever walk rationally. Simply stand still and make an effort to walk rationally. What is the first thing to do? And what should be done next? What messages must be given to which muscles and in what sequence? We do not know, and we 99. Could not do such a complicated mental operation quickly enough to walk by any rational thinking process. When we approach history, we are dealing with a conglomeration of irrational continua. Those who deal with history by non-rational processes are the ones who make history, the actors in it. But the historian must deal with history by rational processes. Accordingly, he must be aware of the processes and difficulties to which we have referred when we try to deal with continua rationally. For history deals with changes in society. And all changes, occurring in time, involve continua. Both society and culture are, even if static, concerned with continua. Indeed, a society is a continuum of continua in 5 dimensions. When we say that a society or a civilization exists in 5 dimensions, we are referring to the fact that it exists in the 3 dimensions of space, the 4th dimension of time, and the 5th dimension of abstraction. All of these are easy to understand except the last. Let us look, for a moment, at this 5th dimension of abstraction. It is clear that every culture consists of concrete objects like clothes and weapons, of less tangible objects like emotions and feelings, and of quite abstract things like ideas. These form the dimension of abstraction. For example, in Western civilization we have such items as the following: A. Automobiles, B. Romantic love, C. Nationalism, D. Beethoven's string quartets, and E. the integral calculus. All of these are clearly products of Western civilization and could not have been produced by any other culture. They are of different degrees of abstractness and, accordingly, we can say that Western culture exists in a 5th dimension, the dimension of abstraction. This is the same dimension as the gamut of human needs to 100. Which we previously referred. However, it is wider than this gamut. It may be similarly divided into 6 levels, in a rough and approximate fashion. These divisions are arbitrary and imaginary, and even the order in which we list the levels is partly a matter of taste. These levels are, from the more abstract to the more concrete: 1. Intellectual, 2. Religious, 3. Social, 4. Economic, 5. Political, and 6. Military. Each of them could, if necessary, be subdivided into innumerable sub-levels, as, for example, the economic into agriculture, commerce, and industry, or into production, distribution and consumption. Such varied divisions and subdivisions are made possible by the fact that the reality is much more subtle and complex than other categories of our thinking processes. Assuming such a six-fold division of culture, it becomes possible to make a rough diagram of the history of any culture by letting the vertical axis represent the dimension of abstraction and the horizontal axis, from left to right, represent the passage of time. Thus, in the above diagram we have represented the changes in culture from 1500 to 2000. The changes that take place in any single level, however we divide it or subdivide it, we 101 shall call development. Thus we may speak, for example, of the intellectual development or of the military development of a culture. The process of change on any single level we shall speak of as historical development, always remembering that the divisions between levels are arbitrary and imaginary and that we can make as many or as few as we like, because the levels really merge into each other. Since the levels of culture arise from men's efforts to satisfy their human needs, we can say that every level has a purpose. Assuming the six-fold division we have made, we can speak of six basic human needs. 1. The need for group security. 2. The need to organize interpersonal power relationships. 3. The need for material wealth. 4. The need for companionship. 5. The need for psychological certainty. And 6. The need for understanding. To satisfy these needs, there come into existence on each level social organizations seeking to achieve these. These organizations, consisting largely of personal relationships, we shall call instruments as long as they achieve the purpose of the level with relative effectiveness. But every such social instrument tends to become an institution. This means that it takes on a life and purposes of its own distinct from the purpose of the level. In consequence, the purpose of that level is achieved with decreasing effectiveness. In fact, it can be stated as a rule of history that all social instruments tend to become institutions. The meaning of this rule will appear as we discuss its causes. An instrument is a social organization that is fulfilling effectively the purpose for which it arose. An institution is an instrument that has taken on activities and purposes of its own, separate from and different from the purposes for 102 which it was intended. As a consequence, an institution achieves its original purposes with decreasing effectiveness. Every instrument consists of people organized in relationships to one another. As the instrument becomes an institution, these relationships become ends in themselves to the detriment of the ends of the whole organization. When people want their society to be defended, they create an organization called an army. This army consists of many persons with different duties. Each person takes as his purpose the fulfilling of his duties, but this soon leaves no one in the organization with the purpose of the organization as his primary purpose. The purpose of the organization, in this case, to defend the society, becomes no more than a secondary aim for everyone in the organization. Defense becomes secondary to discipline, keeping authority in channels, feeding and paying the troops, providing supplies or intelligence, and keeping visiting congressmen, or the people as a whole, happy about the army, the personal comforts of the soldiers, and so on. Moreover, as a second reason why every instrument becomes an institution, everyone in such an organization is only human and has human weakness and ambitions, or at least has the human proclivity to see things from an egocentric point of view. Thus, in every organization, persons begin to seek their own advancements or to act for their own advantages, seeking promotions, decorations, increases in pay, better or easier assignments, these begin to absorb more and more of the time and energies of the members of an organization. All of this reduces the time and energy devoted to the real goal of the organization and injures the general effectiveness with which an organization achieves its purposes. Finally, as a third reason why every instrument becomes an institution, the social conditions 103. Surrounding any such organization change in the course of time. When this happens, the organization must be changed to adapt itself to the changed conditions, or it will function with decreased effectiveness. But the members of any organization generally resist such change. They have become vested interests. Having spent long periods learning to do things in a certain way or with certain equipment, they find it difficult to persuade themselves that different ways of doing things with different equipment have become necessary, and, even if they do succeed in persuading themselves, they have considerable difficulty in training themselves to do things in a different way or to use different equipment. Military history offers numerous examples of the institutionalization of instruments. The Roman army, which had conquered most of the known world by means of the legion, was unable, and probably unwilling, to transform itself into a force of heavily armed cavalry when this became necessary in the late 4th century of our era. As a result, the Roman army, and the civilization it was supposed to defend, were wiped from the earth by the charging horsemen of Germanic barbarians, beginning with the dreadful defeat at Adrianople in 378. The inability of fighting men to reorganize their ideas and their forces from infantry to cavalry was one of the vital factors in the replacement of pagan classical civilization by Christian Western civilization. In the centuries from AD 700 to 1200, cavalry in the form of the medieval knight became as established in military tactics as the Roman infantry had ever been. In 732 the Saracens, whose relentless advance had begun in Arabia a century before, were defeated by the cavalry of Charles Martel at Tours, and the Christian West was saved from 104. Muslim conquest. By 1099 the Western counterattack had reached an apex in the capture of Jerusalem. In the 3-century interval between these two victories, Germanic and Frankish cavalry, under Charlemagne, Otto the Great, and others, had saved Western culture from numerous pagan threats. Methods of fighting from horseback had become well established, almost formalized, and had begun to assume those chivalric embellishments that contributed so much to the institutionalization of this method of warfare. Noble youths, as we all know, spent years in jousting and tournaments to achieve the skill considered necessary for success on the field of battle. The supremacy of the medieval knight was still unquestioned in the early decades of the 14th century. The defeat of French chivalry at the hands of bourgeois infantry before Courtrai in 1302 was dismissed by the losers as an inexplicable and unrepeatable accident. On the Celtic fringe of Britain, similar defeats at the hands of lower-class longbowmen were more readily recognized for what they were, a new and successful tactic, and bowmen were incorporated into the English armies. By means of this innovation, English mercenary armies were able to inflict a series of disastrous defeats on French feudal forces in the century following the opening of the 100 Years' War in 1338. The inability of the French knights to analyze their defeats is one of the best examples we have of the reactions of an institutionalized force to weapons innovation. Of the numerous blinders on their eyes, the most significant perhaps was their inability to conceive that men of low birth could kill men of noble blood from a distance. A similar inability, in the same period, made it impossible for the noble cavalry of 105. Burgundy and of the Habsburgs to analyze their defeats at the hands of Swiss pikesmen. The advent of gunpowder and the intensification of firepower made cavalry obsolescent in the early 19th century and obsolete before the end of that century, Yet by 1900 cavalrymen were still dominant in many armies, and enormous resources were devoted to an army that was, by that time, largely worthless. As early as the Crimean War, 1854–56, the poet Tennyson saw that it was a blunder to send cavalry charging against gunfire. The American Civil War should have shown clearly the demise of offensive cavalry and even the fraudulent nature of its claim that it was, at least, the eyes of the army. Yet the post-war reminiscences of officers were filled with the exploits, largely based on institutionalized self-deception, of military men. Reviewing some of these reminiscences, in its issue of the 31st of October, 1868, the Army and Navy Journal said, "The day of the saber is over." The late Civil War in America, which taught so much both in military and naval science, made it manifest that cavalry as cavalry had finished its work. Already 50 years before, at Waterloo, the havoc made in the matchless Old Guard, the consummation and ideal of cavalry, by the English infantry, had destroyed the prestige of heavy cavalry on the actual battlefield. But since then, the perfection of rifled arms, both in infantry and artillery weapons, has made its downfall absolute. It is a question of shock against shock, and, with modern arms of precision, a compact body of infantry can empty every saddle in a charging squadron before it arrives to where sabers can be used. Leaving aside, for the moment, the fact that firepower, as these words were written, had also condemned any 106. Compact body of infantry, we must emphasize the fact that these remarks on the role of cavalry went largely unheeded in military circles. By the end of the century, cavalrymen, in all armies except the French and the Germans, were organizing, both formally and informally, to maintain the role of cavalry in military forces and to secure promotions for fellow cavalrymen. The talent experts have foreseeing what they expect to see or what they are trained to see rather than what is there to see is nowhere better shown than in the tactical discussions preceding World War I. In giving evidence before the Royal Commission on the Boer War in South Africa, that intrepid cavalryman Douglas Haig announced firmly, "Cavalry will have a larger sphere of action in future wars." That was in 1904. 14 years later, as British Commander-in-Chief in France, having succeeded in that post another cavalryman, Sir John French, Haig had to cooperate with the Commander-in-Chief of the American Expeditionary Force, also a cavalry general, John Pershing. Pershing's obsession with the importance of cavalry made it necessary for him to carry on two wars, one against the Germans and another, almost equally virulent, against Peyton C. March, Chief of Staff in Washington. Much of this struggle, in which Pershing, as a public hero, was generally successful, was concerned with the control of transatlantic shipping space, which Pershing wanted to utilize for horses and fodder, while March sought to reserve it for men and ammunition. In an analysis of this problem in 1935, the military historian Liddell Hart wrote, "French, Germans, Russians, and Austrians had unexampled masses of cavalry ready at the 107 outbreak of war. But in the opening phase they caused more trouble to their own sides than to the enemy. From 1915 on, their effect was trivial, except as a strain on their own country's supplies. Despite the relatively small number of British cavalry, forage was the largest item of supplies sent overseas, exceeding even ammunition, and thus the most dangerous factor in aggravating the submarine menace, while by authoritative verdict, the transport trouble caused in feeding the immense number of cavalry horses was an important factor in producing the Russian collapse." Nor does the story of cavalry complete the picture of how military institutions distort men's picture of reality to the injury of their stated aims. A more significant and more frightful example is to be seen in the bayonet. This steely blade was made obsolete by increased firepower almost as rapidly as the cavalry's saber, yet the change went equally unobserved by most experts. In fact, the cause of the obsolescence of both saber and bayonet, the great increase in firepower, especially from machine guns, went equally unobserved. According to the book, as taught in military schools and training manuals, victory in battle was achieved by methods perfected by Napoleon, as analyzed by Clausewitz, 1780–1831. On this basis, orthodox expertise established that victory was to be achieved by the three successive stages of artillery barrage, bayonet assault with infantry, and cavalry pursuit with saber. To this, near the end of the 19th century, the Frenchman Charles Ardent Dupic added the murderous addendum that all three of these stages were really secondary to morale. General Ferdinand Foch, for many years in charge of advanced training of French officers, entrenched these professional and erroneous views. 108. By reporting, from his on-the-field studies of the Russian-Japanese War of 1904-05, that machine gun fire would not reduce the effectiveness of bayonet charges. A third example of institutionalized thinking in military tactics in this period might be called the doctrine of the straight front. According to the book, the worst error a commander could make would be to allow his unit to be cut off from his line of supplies and to be caught in a crossfire. To avoid these errors, it was imperative to advance with a straight front against the enemy, even if this required holding back the advance at defensively weak spots and throwing reserves at the enemy's strong points. Simply by reversing this rule in March 1918, by advancing as rapidly as possible and by throwing reserves at the defensive weak points, thus bypassing and isolating his strong points, Erich von Ludendorff made the most spectacular advances of the war, bursting over Chemin des Dames and being stopped finally, 10 weeks later, 34 miles from Paris, stopped because he could not bring himself to use his unorthodox methods with full conviction and resources. As a consequence of the institutionalization of military tactics by devotion to the bayonet, the saber, and the straight front, the early years of World War I saw the largest casualties in history, suffered, in most cases, to advance over a few miles of devastated terrain. In the early months of 1916 almost 1 million casualties were suffered by both sides in a single battle, Verdun, while later in the same year another battle, Somme, cost 1,200,000 casualties, mostly by bayonet charges against machine gun fire. When civilians in England tried to force the professional soldiers to use the tank, or civilians in Germany tried to make the professionals use poison gas against machine guns, both were resisted 109. Bitterly. When the civilians succeeded in ordering the military to use these innovations, their use was sabotaged by the soldiers. The refusal of the British command, in 1915, to yield to civilian requests to shift their munition orders from ineffective shrapnel to high-explosive shells for barrages against trench defenses led to an acute intragovernmental crisis that gave impetus to the rise of David Lloyd George. In the American Army of 1918, a major part of training time was devoted to bayonet practice. As late as 1940 this was still true, although in the interval the casualty statistics of World War I had shown that the casualty figures from bayonet wounds were microscopic. Non-commissioned officers, skilled in bayonet tactics, were reluctant to abandon something that they knew and could teach, and justified their inertia, in spite of the statistics, on the grounds of the presumed morale-raising attributes of cold steel. From experiences such as these, the French Premier, Georges Clemenceau, drew the conclusion that war is far too important to ever be entrusted to soldiers. Clemenceau might well have broadened his remark to say that everything is too important ever to be entrusted to professional experts, because every organization of such professionals and every established social organization becomes a vested interest institution more concerned with its efforts to maintain itself or advance its own interests than to achieve the purpose that society expects it to achieve. As a consequence, old established armies and navies have frequently been defeated by new forces that have not yet become institutionalized. Thus the Greeks defeated the Persians, the new Roman navy defeated the Carthaginian fleet, the English defeated the French chivalry in the 100 Years' War, the English navy, barely 75 years old, defeated the Spanish Armada, Badoc was defeated, the colonists won the American Revolution, the new French armies of Napoleon defeated the old, bedecorated forces of Austria and Prussia. The new Prussian army of Emil von Roon and Helmuth von Moltke defeated Austria and France in 1866 and 1870, the Boers held off the English for years, and Japan defeated Russia in 1905. Such defeats can be avoided only by constant reform that seeks to reorganize an institutionalized force so that its aim, to defeat the enemy, remains always paramount. This situation appears in every social organization. Workers join together to get better pay and working conditions. The organizations they form, labor unions, soon take on a life of their own, and the workers begin to wonder if they are not now as much the slaves of the union as formerly they were slaves of the management. The kings of England, long ago, created a representative assembly to consent to taxation. Soon that assembly, Parliament, took on life of its own and ended by decapitating, removing, and ruling kings. A political party was organized in 1854 to protect freedom in the United States and to prevent the extension of slavery. By 1868 it was an organized machine of vested interests, a functioning spoils system, whose chief aim was to perpetuate itself in office and whose chief method for achieving that aim was to end the freedom of the whites in the South. A church is organized to bring men psychological security by linking them with the deity. A century later it has become a vested institution with wealth and power, and its chief aim is to preserve and expand these valuable prerogatives. A college is organized to train youth in practical and humane achievements. Later it has become a whole tissue of vested interests in which standards are lowered 111. And admission qualifications relaxed in order to secure a flow of tuitions that go to meet the institution's expenses. Within its hallowed walls, professors intrigue for promotions and appointments for themselves and their disciples, while a condition of undeclared war goes on between departments and schools to get larger student enrollments in their courses and thus justify bigger slices from the annual university budget. Even in earlier days, professors of the classics resisted efforts to reduce required Latin from 4 years to 2, or to make Greek completely elective, or to abolish compulsory chapel, or to establish a first, elective, course in chemistry without any efforts at any objective analysis of the purposes of these activities or of their role in training youth for later life. That these changes would reduce the established system's control of the college was, in most cases, a sufficient argument to oppose change. We see fraternities, established to promote fellowship among students, with the passage of time become vested institutions serving to destroy fellowship by dividing the students into uncordial and competitive cliques to the jeopardy of real academic goals. A game called football was invented about 1870 to provide healthful physical exercise for the undergraduates on bright autumn afternoons. 70 years later the undergraduates who needed exercise most were seated in the stands of a city baseball park on Friday night, with their flasks and their co-eds, while on the grass, or mud, below, the undergraduates who needed exercise least pushed each other about under the floodlights. The process by which football was, almost imperceptibly, transformed from an instrument for providing physical exercise to an institution acting as an obstacle to exercise for many students who loved the game and needed the exercise. 112. Is as instructive an example of social development as changes in military tactics. The informal games of the 1860s and early 1870s between groups from the same campus led, little by little, to challenges for games with other institutions. This led to travel expenses, more formalized rules, non-partisan officials, and uniforms. The increase in interest led to larger groups of spectators. What could be more natural than to pass a hat among these spectators to raise money for the players' expenses? Defeats led to desire for revenge, and thus to stricter rules of team membership, practice, and training. All of this led gradually to more formalized coaching. This task rested at first with the captain and more experienced players, but, as established intercollegiate rivalries began to grow, an experienced player of previous years, usually the last victorious captain, was asked to return from the outside world to coach intensively during the week before the big game. As other colleges adopted this pattern and several big games a year emerged, the demands on graduates to return to the campus for coaching duty became more than could be fulfilled. The obvious solution, a full-time paid coach, made it essential to have an established team income. Passing the hat among the spectators was replaced by sales of tickets at a fixed price. But sold tickets entitled spectators to a seat, which led very quickly to the building of the first modern stadium, 1903. In time stadiums were being built with borrowed funds, with the result that their mortgage charges, along with coaches' salaries and other expenses, made it essential that the stadium's seats, no matter how numerous, must be filled, or nearly filled, on the 8 or so Saturdays a year it was used. Gradually the interests of the spectators and the need for football income became dominant over the interests of any 113 undergraduate who liked football or needed exercise. The team had to win, at least most of the time, and the game had to be spectacular to watch. Scouts looked for able players outside and, in one way or another, persuaded them to come to the Scouts' College to play football. Financial rewards proved, in many cases, to be powerful persuaders. Thus the game shifted from undergraduates who needed exercise to those who had already had too much exercise. At some institutions, where football incomes were earmarked for educational uses such as for building funds, almost all games were played in baseball parks of large cities remote from the campus, with the result that the team could rarely be seen by its own students. Teams that played on the East Coast, the West Coast, and the Gulf Coast on successive weekends spent much of the autumn traveling and might be away from their college halls for weeks. When the Depression cut attendance in the early 1930s, many games were scheduled in the evening to attract working spectators. For the same purpose the rules were manipulated to give more open play, high scores, and superiority to the offense. By reducing the diameter of the ball, it was made easier to pass and harder to kick, in the belief that spectators preferred passing. Restrictions on passing requiring a minimum distance behind the scrimmage line for the passer or penalizing successive incomplete passes were removed. To keep the ball moving on offense, the referee was instructed to move the ball in 15 yards from the sidelines when it became dead closer than that distance from the sides. At no point in this process did many persons stop to ask themselves, what is the purpose of football anyway? But those who look at football's 90 years of development can see quite clearly how an organization which originally 114 rose as an instrument for undergraduate exercise had become something quite different, to the jeopardy of undergraduate exercise. This process, which we call the institutionalization of instruments, is found in almost all social phenomena. The purpose of music, I suppose, is to provide pleasure from sounds. Various notes are combined together for this purpose and are thus a medium for achieving the purpose of music. But if the same combinations are much used and long continued, they cease to provide pleasure and even cease to be heard. They become banal. New combinations of sound are devised, usually over the objections of the academician defenders of the older banal combinations who call the innovations dissonance or even discord. But soon the new combinations become accepted, give pleasure, and after much use become banal. They have become institutionalized. Later students, looking back over the development of music, frequently wonder what all the excitement was about. It is difficult for us today to hear the dissonance that contemporaries heard in Mozart. We even have some trouble hearing the discords with which Stravinsky so shocked the musical world in 1913. A similar process can be seen in painting, sculpture, architecture, drama, opera, poetry and, indeed, in most human activities. Works that caused riots at their debuts, like Hugo's Hernani or Eliot's Prufrock, leave us cold or only slightly moved. They have reached a condition equivalent to music's banality. Expressions that were vivid, concrete, evocative, and thus poetical when first used become prosaic. The expression "let us get under way," which once would recall a full-sail vessel getting under the weight of its anchor and thus off to sea, has now become so lacking in 115. These poetic qualities that editors, proofreaders, and even H.W. Fowler insist on spelling way as way. There is of course nothing particularly original in the statement that organizations begin with devotion to a purpose and somehow along the way get turned from that purpose and gradually become a collection of special interests. The historians of religion frequently point out this process by distinguishing between religion and clericalism. To escape this transformation, the Quakers renounced all organizational features, but it can hardly be said that they have been successful in escaping completely from what seems to be an inevitable process of change. Thorstein Vebel devoted much of his analysis of our economic system to a similar process which he contrasted by such dichotomies as industry versus business, workmanship versus vested interests, or the engineers versus the price system. The process of which we speak was generalized by Charles Peguy in Notre Jeunesse when he said, "Everything begins as mystique and ends up as politique." In his own experience he had seen the idealism and broad humanitarianism of the original Dreyfusards gradually transformed into the selfish grasping at political power of the Combes ministry. The experience seared his idealistic soul to the point where he welcomed death from German guns in 1914. Fortunately for the survival of mankind, most of us are not so sensitive as Peguy, for the institutionalization of social instruments is the most widespread of historical phenomena, and no observant person can fail to notice it. We shall point out many examples of this process in the rest of this volume. When instruments become institutions, as they all do, the organization achieves its function or purpose in society with decreasing effectiveness, and discontent with its perform. 116. Ants begins to rise, especially among outsiders. These discontented suggest changes, which they call reforms, just as we see happening in American elementary and secondary education today. When these suggestions are not accepted or are rejected by the established groups who control the criticized organization, conflicts and controversies begin, the discontented seeking to change the organization, while the vested interests seek to maintain their accustomed methods of operation. While all good or all wrong is never entirely on one side in such controversies, Discontent and controversy are unlikely to rise to any important level unless the organization is well institutionalized and considerably less effective than the society as a whole expects. Accordingly, when this degree of discontent is reached, the vested interest groups are generally tending to defend a relatively ineffective system, and the reformers are, among many mistakes, generally advocating measures that would increase the organization's relative effectiveness in achieving its social purpose. The strain between the two groups engaged in a struggle such as this will be called, in this book, the tension of development. From this tension and its ensuing controversy, there may emerge any one, or combination, among three possible outcomes: reform, circumvention, or reaction. In the first case, reform, the institution is reorganized and its methods of action changed so that it becomes, relatively speaking, more of an instrument and achieves its purpose with sufficient facility to reduce tension to a socially acceptable level. In the second case, circumvention, the institution is left with most of its privileges and vested interests intact, but its duties are taken away and assigned to a new instrument within the same society. This second method is much 117. Used by the English. The king was left covered with honours, but the task of governing England was taken over by Parliament and ultimately by a committee of Parliament. The Lord Warden of the Cinque Ports has a brilliant uniform and a draughty castle, but the task of guarding the seas of England was given to the Royal Navy in the 16th century. The Earl Marshal of England is left with titles and social prestige and still manages the coronation, but the job of leading the army was given to a commander-in-chief. In the period before the 10th century, when Europe needed defense, an organization called feudalism grew up to provide this need, and performed its task so well that European culture was preserved from the assaults of the Saracens, the pagan Germans, and the Eastern raiders. In fact, feudalism performed its task so well that by 1100 Europe was mounting that counter-assault that we call the Crusades. But within 300 years, feudalism had become a vested institution of hereditary privileges and emoluments. It was circumvented by creating in the society a new organization, called the Royal Army, to which the task of defense was given. The privileged vested interests of feudalism were neither reformed nor abolished but were left as a structure of honor and rewards that we call chivalry and the hereditary nobility. In the third possible outcome, reaction, the vested interests triumph in the struggle, and the people of that society are doomed to ineffective achievement of their needs on that level for an indefinite period. The agrarian system of ancient Rome was an inefficient method of producing food even in respect of the existing technical knowledge, but to reform it would have involved abolition of slavery and division of the large estates. The reformers who wanted to do this were assassinated by the daggers of the landlords, some on the 118 floor of the Senate itself. As a result, the economic needs of the Roman system could be met only by the use of other levels, especially by military conquest and by political exploitation of conquered provinces. But in time, both the political and the military organizations became ineffective vested institutions. The result was civil war and eventual conquest by outside barbarians. When an institution has been reformed or circumvented, there is once again an instrument on the level in question, and the purpose of that level is achieved with relative effectiveness. But, once again, as always happens, the new instrument becomes an institution, effectiveness decreases, tension of development rises, and conflict appears. If the outcome of this conflict is either reform or circumvention, effectiveness increases and tension decreases. If the outcome is reaction, ineffectiveness becomes chronic and tension remains high. As a result of this process of historical development, the development of each level appears in history as a pulsating movement. Periods of economic prosperity alternate with periods of economic stagnation. Periods of religious or intellectual satisfaction alternate with periods of religious or intellectual frustration. Periods of political order or military success alternate with periods of political disorder or military disaster. This process of historical development takes place on innumerable levels of a society because there are innumerable levels to the culture. But this process is only one aspect of the historical evolution of a society. The other aspect we call historical morphology. It is concerned with the relationships between the different levels of culture in a society. 119. Before we examine it, we might state, in a formal way, 3 definitions. 1. Historical development is concerned with the changes that take place on any single level of culture in a society. 2. Historical morphology is concerned with the ways in which one level of culture influences the other levels of culture in the same society. 3. Historical evolution is a resultant of historical development and historical morphology, both acting simultaneously and reacting on each other. Morphology is a word borrowed from biology. It means that the parts of a living organism are adapted to one another. In its most obvious sense, it means that a giraffe could not possibly have the neck of an elephant, nor could an elephant have the legs of a giraffe. But it also has a more subtle meaning. When we speak of a heavyweight boxer, we frequently mention his best fighting weight. This means that, given his height, reach, age, experience, and all the rest of his specifications, there is an optimum weight for his best fighting ability. If he is over that weight, he is slowed up. If he is under that weight, his blows lack impact. On the other hand, if he is at his best fighting weight, there is also an optimum length for his arms or an optimum height. If his reach or his height varies by much from these optimum points, his fighting ability will suffer. All of these are morphological relationships. The same kinds of morphological relationships appear in a society. The ability of a society to defend itself on the military level is dependent on its ability to provide domestic order on the political level, wealth on the economic level, companionship on the social level, understanding on the 120 intellectual level, and psychic certainty on the religious level. At the same time, the ability of the society to defend itself affects its ability to achieve these 5 other goals. Thus each level is closely connected with all the others. It would be quite impossible to support a mechanized army without a fairly centralized political system, without a highly industrialized economic system, or without a fairly active scientific tradition on the intellectual level. On the other hand, a military system like feudalism, in which men fought as trained specialists on horseback, could be supported by a completely decentralized political system, in which there was no state at all, or by a purely agricultural economic system, and with an intellectual system which emphasized honor and loyalty rather than knowledge or science. Such a system existed in Western Europe about the year 1100. Just as the system indicated in the preceding sentence exists in Europe in the 20th century. Just as there is an optimum length for a giraffe's neck, given all his other measurements as fixed, and just as there is a best fighting weight or a best length of reach for a heavyweight boxer, given all his other measurements as fixed, so also there is an optimum point of development on each level of culture, assuming all the other levels have reached fixed points of development. This optimum point for each level in relationship to the development of each other level is the point at which morphological tension is least. This means that time and energy on each level can be devoted to achieving the purpose of each level and need not be used up in interlevel friction because of the need to speed up the development of another level. Nor need such energy and time be used in any one level in amounts beyond that which would be required to attain a certain degree of 1-to-1 achievement on that level because of the inadequacies of some other level. For example, if the point of development of the political level is morphologically inadequate, more time and energy must be expended on the economic or the military level to achieve a certain amount of production or protection from these levels. All this is really nothing more than a rewording of our previous statement that culture is integrative. And just as we said, at that time, that culture never gets integrated and that it would be a bad thing if it did, so we can say here that morphological tension never reaches zero and that it would be a bad thing if it did, for then the society would be rigidly frozen into an unchanging pattern and would perish. We can picture this somewhat more clearly with the aid of a diagram. In this diagram we shall mark, very roughly, the point which we believe our Western society has reached on each of the 6 levels of culture. Each of these points is a very rough estimate because each represents the resultant of a large number of sub-levels. For example, the point we have indicated on the intellectual level represents the resultants of a very advanced science, a very backward art, a fairly mediocre humanities, and other factors. The backwardness of our religious development or 122 of our social developments represents the widespread frustration of these human needs, the low level of our appreciation of the nature of deity, the widespread failure to establish any feeling of relationship between this deity and man's spiritual life and, on the social level, the widespread frustration of men's gregarious needs in a society built on great cities, millions of unrecognized faces in those cities, and a general lack of established, satisfying social relationships. The advanced point indicated on the economic and military levels indicates the extraordinary success we have had in producing wealth and in directing power against outside societies. Our amazingly high standards of living are proof of the advanced status of the economic level, while the number of outside societies that we have destroyed, from the American Indians and the Australian Aborigines to Mandarin China or Mughal India, are witness to our success on the military level. The advanced states of both of these levels are largely due to the even further advanced state of our intellectual level. The fact that the latter is still in advance of the economic or military level means that its morphological influence on them is still tending to pull them forward. On the other hand, the backwardness of these 2 levels, and, indeed, of the 3 others as well, in relationship to the intellectual level is tending to hold the development of this last level back. Thus each level acts upon all the others. The backwardness of our religious and social developments is undoubtedly holding back the development of the intellectual and political levels. At the same time, the relatively advanced state of the intellectual, economic, and military developments of our society is forcing the political development forward, while the backwardness of the Po-123 political level has a tendency to hold the developments on the military, economic, and intellectual levels back. The backwardness of one level of development in respect of other levels of development is widely recognized among students of society, and is called cultural lag in the specific case we have just mentioned, the cultural lag of the political level. We are also dealing with a widely recognized fact. Our political organization, based as it is on an 18th century separation of powers and on a 19th century nationalist state, is generally recognized to be semi-obsolete. We hear demands for a European federation or for a 20th century Congress. The breakdown of the separation of powers is evident in the rapid growth of administrative regulation, which disregards such separation. The need to adapt the United States Constitution to the speed of communication of the 20th century is evident in the 20th Amendment, which moved the inauguration date up from March the 4th to the 20th of January. The need for further adaptation is clear from the fact that the American Congress still spends hours of its inadequate time on verbal roll call votes when it could make a permanent accord vote by electricity in a few seconds. The power of vested institutionalism is evident in congressional resistance to a reform that would force congressmen to make a public record of their positions on each bill. One last example of morphological interrelationships, and that the most extreme, could be found in the relationship of the atomic bomb to Western civilization. This bomb was a product of our advanced development on the intellectual, economic, and military levels. The fact that this great discovery of atomic fission was used for a purely destructive purpose is due to the backwardness of our religious 124 social and political levels. But the advanced condition of certain levels, as signified by the bomb, has undoubtedly had profound influences on the three more backward levels and will force them to advance more rapidly. There can be little doubt that the advent of atomic warfare on the military level has had profound effects and will have even more profound effects on the three backward levels. People are, in consequence of its use, turning again to the problem of religion or the inadequacy of our political development. The decentralization of our cities is a process already clearly evident from such forces as improved communications, telephone, and transportation, automobiles, and is reflected in the growth of suburbs and the decrease in metropolitan growth. If the atom bomb speeds up this process, it will probably lead to a considerable advance on the social level. As people disperse from the great beehives of modern cities to the more intimate living of the suburbs and countryside, there will undoubtedly be a considerable improvement in the satisfaction of men's needs for companionship on this social level. Even in our oversimplified diagram of 6 levels, it is clear that the process of morphology is a complex one. There are 36 interrelationships between the 6 levels we have, and, since each relationship works both ways, there are 72 factors at work. But when we remember that the divisions between these levels are arbitrary and imaginary and that really there are an infinite number of levels, each acting upon all the others, pulling these others forward or backward and being pulled backward or forward in turn, it is clear that the reality of cultural morphology is unbelievably complex. The number of factors at work with an infinite number of levels is infinity raised to the infinite power and 125 multiplied by 2. This is a number large enough for anyone. What happens in a society as a whole, what we called historical evolution, is a resultant of historical development and morphology acting both independently and upon each other. If a level of development is going through the process of development that we have described, the process of institutionalization of instruments with growing tension, the outcome of such tension, as between reform, circumvention, and reaction, may well be determined by morphological factors. A level, regarded as if it were alone, may have all the factors necessary to produce reform. But the influence of morphology may produce reaction. Something like this occurred in Spain in the period 1930-40. There, all the factors on the political level seemed to be leading toward reform, but the backwardness of the 5 other levels and the great power of the institutionalized vested interests on those 5 other levels turned political reform into political reaction. We have said that the evolution of a society is a resultant of the 2 kinds of change that we call development and morphology. Let us now turn our attention to this larger issue, the historical evolution of a society, restricting our attention to the kind of society with which we are chiefly concerned, namely, a civilization. 5. Historical change in civilizations. It is clear that every civilization undergoes a process of historical change. We can see that a civilization comes into existence, passes through a long experience, and eventually goes out of existence. We know, for example, that Mesopotamian civilization did not exist about 10,000 BC, it did exist about 3000 BC, it had ceased to exist by AD 1000. Similarly, it is clear that classical civilization did not exist about 1500 BC, it clearly did exist about 500 BC, and it had obviously passed out of existence by AD 1000. And, finally, it is clear that Western civilization did not exist about AD 500, it did exist in full flower about AD 1500, and it will surely pass out of existence at some time in the future, perhaps before AD 2500. Now, while everyone will probably agree with all this, it would be difficult to obtain agreement on any specific dates on which these events occurred. This difficulty arises from the fact that civilizations come into existence, rise and flourish, and go out of existence by a slow process which covers decades or even centuries, and historians are unable to agree on any precise dates for these events. This is perfectly proper, if classical civilization came into existence by a slow process and went 128 out of existence by a slow process, it would give a false appearance of rigidity to fix its dates, say at 1184 B.ca.d 476, as has sometimes been done. In the following discussion it should be remembered that the dates given for historical periods are only approximate. Beyond recognizing that civilizations begin and end, historians are fairly well agreed that, after they begin, they flourish and grow for a while, that eventually they reach a peak of power and prosperity, and that they weaken and decay before their final end. This process of evolution of civilizations can only be studied in an effective fashion if we divide it into a number of consecutive periods. We might divide it into 2 periods, such as rise and decline, we might divide it into 3 periods, such as youth, maturity and old age, or we might divide it into 5 or 50 periods. The process of change in the history of any civilization is a continuum and, accordingly, the periods into which we may divide it are arbitrary and imaginary. Thus, it might be argued that one system of periodization is as good as another and, accordingly, we are free to divide it in any way that seems to fit our purpose at the moment. To some extent this is true, as long as we are aware that our periods are subjective, but necessary, divisions. However, it is not completely true that one periodization is as good as another, although any system of periodization may well be useful for SPME-specific purpose. Obviously, periodization must depend on changes in the society's culture. And, equally obviously, changes in a culture must depend on the causes of these changes. Accordingly, the periodization should, ideally, depend on the causes of the culture changes. This rule has been consistently neglected in all discussion of this subject. Writers tell us that a civilization 129 rises and falls, they divide this process into periods, and they sometimes try to explain why it rises and falls, but they rarely relate their periods of the process of change to their explanation of the causes of the change. The most popular explanation of the causes of historical change and especially of the rise and fall of civilizations has been by means of some biological analogy in which a people, once young and vigorous, were softened and weakened by rising standards of living, or by a loss of the ideology of hard work and self-sacrifice that had made their rise possible. In most cases little or no effort has been made to correlate this process of change with the various stages through which the civilization was said to have passed. In some cases this softening of fiber theory has been presented in a more naive form by a simple biological analogy in which civilizations, like man himself, were felt to pass through a simple sequence of youth, maturity, and old age. In many cases no real explanation of the process of change has been given at all, the theorists in question being satisfied with attaching names to the various stages of historical change. Giovanni Battista Vico, for example, saw the history of each people as a process by which barbarian vigor slowly developed into rationalism, the period of greatest success being merely the middle period when the two qualities of vigor and rationality were in a fruitful, precarious, and temporary balance, while the decline was due to the final triumph of rationalism over energy. In the late 19th century, as biological sciences became more influential, these basic ideas were reserved with varying quantities of biological sources. The Russian thinker Nikolai Danilevsky attributed the earlier period of vigor to biologic mixture of peoples, and attributed the intermediate ages of greatest achievement to the rise of a state organization that could direct such energies into more 130 productive channels. The final stage of decay is not clearly explained but seems to be attributed to some process of political institutionalization not too remote from the explanation offered here. At the turn from the 19th to the 20th century, the influences of Darwinian thinking became dominant in theories of civilization dynamics. W. M. Flinders Petrie in 1911 offered a Darwinian version of the theories of earlier writers such as Danilevsky. An earlier period of struggle, based on the vigorous energy of barbarian intruders, was gradually weakened by the enjoyment of rising standards of living which weakened strife. Enunciating the general rule, there is no advance without strife. Petrie pictured each cycle as an accelerating decay resulting from a decrease in strife. This point of view, generally accepted by many of the earlier theorists on this subject, saw the later stages of any civilization as a period of decreasing strife or violence, a conclusion which seems to be sharply at variance with the facts. To Oswald Spengler, one of the most famous of modern writers on this subject, a similar pattern was evident. He discerned in a people an earlier stage of vigorous creativity that he called culture and a later stage of weakening moral fiber and devotion to selfish physical comforts that he called civilization. As is usual among writers on this subject, no real explanation was provided for this loss of motion, although the pattern was applied to 10 different cultures. The most famous of recent writers on this subject, Arnold J. Toynbee, has produced the most voluminous and, in spite of its sprawling organization, most satisfactory theory of these processes. He is still strongly influenced by Darwinian biology, and attributes rise and fall of civilizations to the 131 challenge and response to the struggle for existence. In spite of his many improvements over earlier writers, especially in regard to the units to which this pattern applies and the stages through which the pattern takes each unit, Toynbee's theories have several of the prevalent inadequacies of earlier writers, especially in his failure to correlate the stages of change with the process of change and, above all, in his failure to explain why a civilization which has been responding to challenges successfully for centuries gradually ceases to do so, and dies. Most of the earlier writers derived their patterns from the study of a relatively few units, and generally based their interpretations very largely on the Greco-Roman experience in classical antiquity. This reliance on the culture that most of us know best is, of course, to be expected, but has been unfortunate, since the pattern of rise and fall in classical antiquity is not completely typical, as can be seen from the difficulty most writers have had in deciding whether the Greeks and Romans should be treated separately or together. Vico derived his pattern from only 2 examples, Roman and Christian cultures, but most later writers had information, however vague, on a much greater number of eases. Many had no clear idea of the unit we call civilization, and they confused peoples, political units, societies, and even religions in an indiscriminate fashion, greatly increasing the difficulty of finding patterns of change. Danilevsky spoke of 10 historical types to where he added Russia as an 11th in the future. In general, his units were linguistic groupings, so that the Greeks and Romans were treated as separate units. Spengler also spoke of 10, but his units were different from Danilevsky's and were made very ambiguous in some cases by being based on spiritual outlooks, such as 132. His famous conceptions of Apollonian, classical, Faustian, Western, and Magian, post-classical Near Eastern, cultures. Toynbee saw about 24 civilizations, not much different from those accepted in this present book. The pattern of change in civilizations presented here consists of 7 stages resulting from the fact that each civilization has an instrument of expansion that becomes an institution. The civilization rises while this organization is an instrument and declines as this organization becomes an institution. By the term instrument of expansion we mean that the society must be organized in such fashion that 3 things are true. 1. The society must be organized in such a way that it has an incentive to invent new ways of doing things. 2. It must be organized in such a way that somewhere in the society there is accumulation of surplus, that is, some persons in the society control more wealth than they wish to consume immediately, and 3. It must be organized in such a way that the surplus which is being accumulated is being used to pay for or to utilize the new inventions. All 3 of these things are essential to any civilization. Taken together, we call them an instrument of expansion. If a producing society has such an organization, an instrument of expansion, we call it a civilization, and it passes through the process we are about to describe. Before we describe this process, however, we should be certain we understand the nature of an instrument of expansion. The 3 essential parts of an instrument of expansion are incentive to invent, accumulation of surplus, and application of this surplus to the new inventions. Economists might call these 3 invention saving and investment, but the terms used by economists are generally so 133 ambiguous to non-economists that we hesitate to use them. Incentive to invent is sometimes difficult for students to grasp because they assume that all societies are equally inventive, or that necessity is the mother of invention, or that invention is somehow related to innate, hereditary biological talent, so that there are inventive races and non-inventive races. None of these things is true. Some societies, like Mesopotamian civilization or our own Western civilization, are very inventive. Others, like many primitive tribes, or civilizations like the Egyptian, are very uninventive. Nor does necessity have much to do with inventiveness. If it did, those peoples who are pressed down upon the subsistence level, or even below it, in their standards of living, like some of the Indian tribes of the Mato Grosso, would be very inventive, which they are not. Or, if invention were in any way related to necessity, the poverty-stricken fellahin of Egypt or Transjordan or the equally hard-pressed coolies of China or the peasants of India would have devised some new and helpful methods for exploiting their available resources. This is far from being the case. Or, again, if biologically inherited talent had anything to do with inventiveness, we would not have seen the great decrease in invention by the Chinese in the last 1,000 years, or the decrease in inventiveness among Anglo-Saxon Americans in the last 100 years, or the sudden appearance of inventiveness among non-inventive peoples of Eastern European stock when they migrated to America. Inventiveness depends very largely on the way a society is organized. Some societies have powerful incentives to invent, because they are organized in such a way that innovation is encouraged and rewarded. This was true of Mesopotamian civilization before 2700 BC, of Chinese 134 civilizations before AD 1200, and of Western civilization during much of its history. On the other hand, many societies are organized so that they have very weak incentives to invent. Suppose that a primitive tribe believes that its social organization was established by a deity who went away leaving strict instructions that nothing be changed. Such a society would invent very little. Egyptian civilization was something like this. Or any society that had ancestor worship would probably have weak incentives to invent. Or a society whose productive system was based on slavery would probably be uninventive, because the slaves, who knew the productive process most intimately, would have little incentive to devise new methods since these would be unlikely to benefit themselves, while the slave owners would have only a distant acquaintance with the productive processes and would be reluctant to invent any new methods that might well require the ending of slavery for their successful exploitation. For these reasons, slave societies, such as classical civilization or the southern states of the United States in the period before 1860, have been notoriously uninventive. No major inventions in the field of production came from either of these cultures. The significance of this can be realized when we recall that at the very time that the South was inventing so little, the North, and especially the people of the Connecticut River Valley, were passing through one of the greatest periods of invention in history: cotton gin, mass production and interchangeable parts, steamboat, screw propeller, revolver, electric motor, vulcanizing rubber, sewing machine, anesthesia, and so forth. Accumulation of surplus means that some persons or organizations in the society have more wealth passing through their control than they wish to use immediately or 135. In the short run. This is so necessary to expansion that it means that some persons must have more than they need, even if others must have less than they need. If a society containing 100 persons is producing 100 square meals a day, it would, perhaps, be just for each person to obtain 1 meal a day, but such a distribution would never allow the society to increase its production of meals except by temporary and accidental increases called windfalls. If, however, the distribution of square meals in that society is organized so that 50 persons get only half a meal a day, 25 persons get 1 meal a day each, and 25 persons get 2 meals a day each, it might be possible for the society to increase its production of square meals. This could be done if someone invented a better way of producing square meals, and if the 25 persons who get 2 meals each a day consumed only 1.5 meals each day and gave the surplus of 12.5 meals each day to 25 of the 50 persons who had only half a meal each in return for their efforts in making the new, more productive, invention. This redistribution of meals to obtain the use of a new invention is what we mean by investment, the third essential element in any instrument of expansion. We thus have 3 possible ways in which the 100 meals produced by this society could be distributed. They could be written as follows. Type A: 100 persons at 1 meal each, 100 meals. Type B: 50 persons at V2 meal each, 25 persons at 1 meal each, 25 persons at 2 meals each. 25 meals. 25 meals, 50 meals. 100 persons total, 100 meals. 136. With type A distribution there can be no increase in output even if someone thinks of a new invention, since no one would have leisure to make it. With type B distribution there may be an increase in output, but only if someone thinks of a new invention and if the surplus of meals controlled by the 25 richest persons is redistributed to the poorer persons as payment for these poorer ones making the new invention. This would give a third type of income distribution if the surplus was invested in the way mentioned. Thus, Type C 25 persons at 6 meal each, 50 persons at 1 meal each, 25 persons at 1.5 meals each. 12.5 meals, 50.0 meals, 37.5 meals, 100 persons total, 100 meals. Every kind of material progress and many kinds of non-material progress depend upon the three factors we have mentioned. This is as true of parasitic societies as it is of productive societies. Let us imagine a solitary savage who lives by hunting and who, by throwing rocks at game from dawn to dusk, averages 1 rabbit a day. Let us further imagine that this diet of 1 rabbit a day is just enough to keep him alive until the next day. In such a situation, this lonely hunter could not make a bow and arrow, even if he could invent it in his mind, because to make a bow and arrow would take, let us say, 10 days' work. Thus this savage has an incentive to invent, even has the necessary invention, but he has no surplus and cannot improve his position. Then let us assume that he throws a rock one day and kills a deer large enough to keep him alive for 12 days. He now has both invention, in his mind, and surplus 137. The deer. He may live from the deer for 12 days in idleness, or he may use his leisure from hunting to make the bow and arrow he has conceived. In the former case he will be no better off, and may be worse off because of loss of skill in rock throwing as a result of such leisure. In the latter case, on the contrary, his surplus, the deer, is transformed into a bow and arrow by investment, and at the end of 10 days he has a new weapon that raises his ability to kill rabbits from an average of 1 a day to, say, an average of 3 a day. Of these 3 he can consume 1 a day himself, as previously, and support 2 other savages with the 2 other rabbits he kills each day. In return for such support, these 2 could be required to build a hut, to cure rabbit skins, to make additional arrows, and so forth. In this way the new capital equipment, the bow and arrow, has made it possible to raise the standards of living of all 3. It is by some such process as this, but much more elaborate and complex, that civilizations grow, thrive, and expand. Every civilization must be organized in such a way that it has invention, capital accumulation, and investment. Loosely speaking, the term instrument of expansion might be applied to the organization for capital accumulation alone, although, strictly speaking, this organization should be called the surplus creating instrument. This surplus creating instrument is the essential element in any civilization, although, of course, there will be no expansion unless the 2 other elements, invention and investment, are also present. However, the surplus creating instrument, by controlling the surplus and thus the disposition of it, will also control investment and will, thus, have at least an indirect influence on the incentive to invent. This surplus creating 138. Instrument does not have to be an economic organization. In fact, it can be any kind of organization, military, political, social, religious, and so forth. In Mesopotamian civilization it was a religious organization, the Sumerian priesthood to which all members of the society paid tribute. In Egyptian, Andean and, probably, Minoan civilizations it was a political organization, a state that created surpluses by a process of taxation or tribute collection. In classical civilization it was a kind of social organization, slavery, that allowed one class of society, the slave owners, to claim most of the production of another class in society, the slaves. In the early part of Western civilization it was a military organization, feudalism, that allowed a small portion of the society, the fighting men or lords, to collect economic goods from the majority of society, the serfs, as a kind of payment for providing political protection for these serfs. In the later period of Western civilization, the surplus-creating instrument was an economic organization, the price-profit system, or capitalism, if you wish, that permitted entrepreneurs who organized the factors of production to obtain from society in return for the goods produced by this organization a surplus, called profit, beyond what these factors of production had cost these entrepreneurs. Like all instruments, an instrument of expansion in the course of time becomes an institution and the rate of expansion slows down. This process is the same as the institutionalization of any instrument, but appears specifically as a breakdown of one of the three necessary elements of expansion. The one that usually breaks down is the third, application of surplus to new ways of doing things. In modern terms, we say that the rate of investment decreases. If this decrease is not made up by reform or circumvention. 139. The two other elements, invention and accumulation of surplus, also begin to break down. This decrease in the rate of investment occurs for many reasons, of which the chief one is that the social group controlling the surplus ceases to apply it to new ways of doing things because they have a vested interest in the old ways of doing things. They have no desire to change a society in which they are the supreme group. Moreover, by a natural and unconscious self-indulgence, they begin to apply the surplus they control to non-productive but ego-satisfying purposes such as ostentatious display, competition for social honors or prestige, construction of elaborate residences, monuments, or other structures, and other expenditures which may distribute the surpluses to consumption but do not provide more effective methods of production. When the instrument of expansion in a civilization becomes an institution, tension increases. In this case we call this tension of evolution. The society as a whole has become adapted to expansion, the mass of the population expect and desire it. A society that has an instrument of expansion expands for generations, even for centuries. People's minds become adjusted to expansion. If they are not better off each year than they were the previous year, or if they cannot give their children more than they themselves started with, they became disappointed, restless, and perhaps bitter. At the same time, the society itself, after generations of expansion, is organized for expansion and undergoes acute stresses if expansion slows up. The nature of these organizational stresses and tensions arising from a decrease in the rate of a society's expansion can be seen most clearly in contemporary Western civilization. In this society, the economic system produces 140 kinds of goods: a. consumers' goods and services; b. capital goods, which cannot be consumed but which can be used to make consumers' goods, and c. government goods and services, including armaments. In producing each kind of goods, the factors of production, such as land, labor, materials, capital, managerial skills, entrepreneurial enterprise, legal fees, distribution costs, and so forth, must be used and paid for. These costs, including profits for entrepreneurs, have a double aspect. On the one side, they represent the costs of producing the goods, and thus determine the final selling price of the goods. This must be sufficiently high to cover these costs. But, on the other hand, these costs represent the incomes of those who receive them and thus represent the purchasing power available to buy the goods offered for sale. If we look, for a moment, only at the flow of consumers' goods, we see that this flow of goods is offered for sale at a price that, by just covering the costs of the goods, is just equivalent to the purchasing power distributed to the economic community as incomes available for buying these goods. But, of course, some incomes are saved. These savings reduce the flow of purchasing power below the level of the flow of consumers' goods at prices sufficient to cover costs of these goods. Thus there is not sufficient purchasing power available to buy the goods being offered at the price being asked, and either goods must go unsold or prices must fall, unless the money which was held back as savings appears in the market as purchasing power for consumers' goods. Traditionally, this reappearance of savings as purchasing power in the market occurred through investment, that is, as expenditures for the factors of production to be used to make capital goods. This process provided the per 1-for-1 chasing power needed to permit the flow of consumers' goods to go to consumers because investment distributed rent, salaries, wages, interest, profits, and such to the community to form incomes and thus available purchasing power, but did not demand purchasing power from the economic community because the producers' goods created by these expenditures were not offered for sale to consumers, as consumers' goods were, but, if sold at all, were merely exchanged for the savings of investors. This whole relationship means that our modern economic system cannot produce and consume what it produces unless it also invests, that is, expands. After centuries of expansion, our society is now organized so that it cannot subsist, it must expand or it will collapse. This relationship might be expressed in the rule that, unless savings are invested in producers' goods, there will not be sufficient purchasing power to buy the consumers' goods that are being produced. Of course, as this problem has become increasingly acute in the contemporary period, a third factor has intervened: government spending. Such government spending provides purchasing power just as investment does. When the factors of production are mobilized at government cost to make a nuclear submarine, the community obtains incomes available as purchasing power, and no subsequent claim on this purchasing power is made by government action, since the submarine is not offered for sale. Of course, insofar as this government spending is covered by taxes levied on consumers' purchasing power, there is no net increase in such purchasing power, but a considerable part of government spending is covered by taxes on savings, and thus operates like investment, or is not. 142. Covered by taxes at all, and thus represents a net increase in purchasing power, an inflationary increase when savings are being invested fully. This rather complicated example of how an expanding society can become so organized for expansion that it enters upon an acute crisis if the expansion rate decreases is worth analyzing, because somewhat similar crises occur in all civilizations when the rate of expansion decreases. And such decrease is the chief result of the institutionalization of the instrument of expansion, something that occurs in every civilization. We shall see many examples of this and of the varied ways this process occurs when we make a more detailed analysis of the evolution of various civilizations. Our tentative definition of a civilization was a producing society that has writing and city life. This definition is imperfect because it is descriptive rather than analytical. It is also imperfect because it is not completely true. Western civilization about AD 970 had almost no city life, but still was a stage in a civilization. And Andean civilization, even under the Inca Empire, had no writing, but clearly was a civilization. It is now possible to offer a better, if not perfect, definition of a civilization, a producing society with an instrument of expansion. Before we go on to examine the consequences when an instrument of expansion becomes an institution, we might point out that the surplus-creating organization that is such an essential part of any instrument of expansion does not need to be the only surplus-creating organization in the society. In all societies there are other, less significant, surplus-creating organizations than the one we have considered part of the instrument of expansion. In Mesopotamian Civil 143 ization, the significant surpluses were accumulated by the Sumerian priesthood from tithes and its own profits, but there can be no doubt that private persons were accumulating surpluses from profits of private enterprise or from the earnings of privately owned slaves or even from voluntary restrictions on their own consumption. These kinds of surplus accumulation may be found in any civilization no matter what preponderance may exist for its own instrument of expansion. In 1850, when Western civilization was most completely organized on the basis of private profit, surplus was undoubtedly being accumulated and invested from government taxes or from private slavery. And we would not be surprised if the most socialistic civilizations, like the Andean under the Incas or the Russian under the Soviets, had a certain amount of private accumulation from profits. These variant and incidental types of surplus accumulation are usually of little significance in a civilization, not only for their relatively small volume of savings but even more because they are not usually expended in productive investment but rather are likely to end up in luxury expenditures and are, thus, little more than postponed or transferred consumption. In theory, however, it must be admitted that our statement that every civilization has an instrument of expansion could well be understood to mean that a civilization has at least one such instrument. Except for one dubious case, we do not know of any civilization, in its prime of life, that has had more than one significant surplus-creating organization. We have said that an instrument of expansion, like all instruments, becomes an institution and that as a result the 144 rate of expansion begins to decline. This institutionalization of the organization of expansion, which usually takes the form of a decreasing rate of investment, rather than of a decrease in either invention or in accumulation of surplus, leads to a crisis. This crisis, which we have called increasing tension of evolution, arises from the clash between the decreasing rate of expansion, on one hand, and the fact that people's minds and the organization of the society are arranged for expansion, on the other hand. Reserving until later our detailed examination of the forms this crisis takes, we might point out here that it usually gives rise to conflicts between the vested interest groups that control the uninvested accumulations of surplus, because they control the surplus-creating organization in the society, and are sufficiently satisfied with the existing social organization to desire no change, and the great mass of the population who are discontented at the dwindling prospects of expansion. The growing tension of evolution and the clashes it engenders can result in one of the three possible outcomes to the crisis. These are, 1. Reform, 2. Circumvention, or 3. Reaction. We speak of reform when the organization of expansion is rearranged so that it ceases to be an institution and becomes an instrument once more. We speak of circumvention when the vested interest groups are left with much of their privileges intact and when a new instrument of expansion, especially a new surplus accumulating instrument, grows up alongside the older institution and takes over the latter's expansive functions. We speak of reaction when the privileged vested interest groups are able to prevent either reform or circumvention and, in consequence, the rate of expansion continues to decrease. If the outcome is reform 145 or circumvention, the civilization once again has an instrument of expansion and the rate of expansion increases once again. If the outcome is reaction, the decline becomes chronic. There have been several cases where a civilization has succeeded in obtaining reform or circumvention of its institution of expansion, as we shall see in our detailed examination of the process of evolution in individual civilizations. The clearest case to be found is the evolution of our Western civilization, where both circumvention and reform have occurred. As a result, Western civilization has had three periods of expansion, the first about 970-1270, the second about 1420 to 1650, and the third about 1725 to 1929. The instrument of expansion in the first was feudalism, which became institutionalized into chivalry. This was circumvented by a new instrument of expansion that we might call commercial capitalism. When this organization became institutionalized into mercantilism, it was reformed into industrial capitalism, which became the instrument of expansion of the third age of expansion in the history of Western civilization. By 1930 this organization had become institutionalized into monopoly capitalism, and the society was, for the third time, in a major era of crisis. A detailed analysis of these changes will be provided later. The process that we have described, which we shall call the institutionalization of an instrument of expansion, will help us to understand why civilizations rise and fall. By a close examination of this process, it becomes possible to divide the history of any civilization into successive stages. We have said that these divisions are largely arbitrary and subjective and could be made in any convenient number of stages. We shall divide the process into 7 stages, since 146. This permits us to relate our divisions conveniently to the process of rise and fall. These 7 stages we shall name as follows: 1. Mixture. 2. Gestation. 3. Expansion. 4. Age of conflict. 5. Universal empire. 6. Decay. 7. Invasion. Every civilization, indeed every society, begins with a mixture of 2 or more cultures. Such mixture of cultures is very common, in fact, it occurs at the boundaries of all cultures to some extent. But such casual cultural mixture is of little significance unless there comes into existence in the zone of mixture a new culture, arising from the mixture but different from the constituent parts. The process is a little like the way in which a mixture of chemicals sometimes produces a new compound different from the mixing chemicals. In the case we are discussing, the new compound is a new society with a new culture. The contributing societies may be civilizations or merely producing societies, agricultural or pastoral, or merely parasitic societies, with hunting or fishing. Of the millions of cases of such cultural mixture that are occurring all the time, only rarely does there appear a new society. And even more rarely does this new society become organized in such a way that it is a producing society with an instrument of expansion. In the rare case where this occurs, we have the first stage of a new civilization. The fact that there have been no more than 2147 dozen civilizations in almost 10,000 years of cultural mixture of producing societies will indicate how rare this occurrence is. Since cultural mixture occurs on the borders of societies, civilizations rarely succeed one another in the same geographic area, but undergo a displacement in space. The process may be described somewhat as follows. Within a society, people have little choice as to the ways in which they will satisfy basic needs, or fulfill their potentialities. If they are hungry, they eat the food their associates eat, prepared in the fashion customarily used in their society. If they wish companionship, or a picture of their relationship to the universe or a relationship to God or security or shelter or sex or children or whatever they may wish, they obtain these desires largely in the ways and forms provided by their own society. But on the borders of societies there is a considerable mutual interpenetration of social customs, and there arise, accordingly, alternative ways of satisfying human needs. This is, obviously, particularly true where intermarriage occurs, and where decisions must be taken and choices made as to which customs will be followed. Such choices are imperative in regard to bringing up the children of mixed marriages. When this occurs far enough inside the border of a society for there to be a social majority and consensus, there is no real choice, and, if any effort is made to make a choice, the children themselves will preempt for the local consensus. But in an area of fairly equal mixture, or in an area of unequal mixture where the majority culture is declining and decreasing in prestige, a very real need to make choices arises. These choices in themselves are not very significant in forming a new culture, but two other considerations are important. In the first place, the many 148 choices being made must be morphologically compatible in order to give rise to the necessary amount of integration to permit a body of social custom to arise. And, in the second place, a certain number of families in the same locality must make the same or similar choices. In this way a new society may arise. If this society is productive and if it becomes organized so that it has an instrument of expansion, a new civilization will be born. As a consequence of these conditions, civilizations have generally arisen on the periphery of earlier civilizations. Canaanite, Hittite, and Minoan civilizations arose on the edges of Mesopotamian civilization. Classical civilization was born on the shores of the Aegean Sea, especially the eastern shore, on what was the periphery of Minoan civilization. Western civilization arose in Western Europe, especially in France, which was a periphery of classical civilization. And on other peripheries of classical civilization were born Russian civilization and Islamic civilization. If the new society born from such mixture is a civilization, it has an instrument of expansion. This means that inventions begin to be made, surplus begins to be accumulated, and this surplus begins to be used to utilize new inventions. Eventually, as a result of these actions, expansion will begin. The interval before such expansion becomes evident, but after the most obvious mixture has ceased, may cover generations of time. This period will be called the stage of gestation. It is stage 2 of any civilization. In general, it is a period in which the society seems to be changing very little, and most people seem to have fairly stable status situations in the social structure. But, under the surface, much of importance is taking place and, above all, the process of investment and invention that will make possible the following period of expansion is taking place. 149. The stage of expansion is marked by 4 kinds of expansion: a. Increased production of goods, eventually reflected in rising standards of living; b. Increase in population of the society, generally because of a declining death rate; c. An increase in the geographic extent of the civilization, for this is a period of exploration and colonization; and d. Increase in knowledge. There are intimate interrelationships among these 4. Increase in production is aided by expanding knowledge. The growth of population helps to increase production as well as to extend the geographic area of the society. The exploration and colonization associated with this extension of the society's geographic area is made possible by the growth of production and the growth of population, both of which permit people to be released for what are, at the beginning at least, non-productive activities such as exploration. The same factors allow people to be released to seek knowledge of various kinds or to engage in non-material activities such as artistic or philosophic activities, while the geographic expansion in itself leads to substantial increases in knowledge. This period of expansion is frequently a period of democracy, of scientific advance, and of revolutionary political change, as the various levels of society become adapted to an expanding mode of life from the more static mode of life prevalent in stage 2. As a result of the geographic expansion of the society, it comes to be divided into 2 areas: the core area, which the civilization occupied at the end of stage 2, and the peripheral area into which it expanded during stage 3. The core area of Mesopotamian civilization was the lower valley of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. The peripheral area was the highlands surrounding this valley and more remote areas like Iran, Syria, and Anatolia. The core area of Minoan civilization was the island of Crete. Its peripheral area included the 150 Aegean Islands and the Balkan coast. The core area of classical civilization was the shores of the Aegean Sea. Its peripheral areas were the whole Mediterranean seacoast and ultimately Spain, North Africa, and Gaul. The core area of Western civilization covered northern Italy, most of France, the Low Countries, England, and extreme Western Germany. Its peripheral areas included the rest of Europe to eastern Poland, North and South America, and Australia. When expansion begins to slow up in the core areas, as a result of the instrument of expansion becoming institutionalized, and the core area becomes increasingly static and legalistic, the peripheral areas continue to expand, by what is essentially a process of geographic circumvention, and frequently shortcut many of the developments experienced by the core area. As a result, by the latter half of Stage 3, the peripheral areas are tending to become wealthier and more powerful than the core areas. Another way of saying this is that the core area tends to pass from Stage 3 to Stage 4 earlier than do the peripheral areas. In time, the instrument of expansion becomes an institution throughout the society, investment begins to decrease, and the rate of expansion, although not expansion itself, begins to decline. As soon as the rate of expansion in a civilization begins to decline noticeably, it enters Stage 4, the age of conflict. This is probably the most complex, most interesting, and most critical of all the 7 stages. It is marked by 4 chief characteristics. A. It is a period of declining rate of expansion. B. It is a period of growing tension of evolution and increasing class conflicts, especially in the core area. C. It is a period of increasingly frequent and increasingly violent imperialist wars. And D. It is a period of growing irrationality, pessimism, superstitions, and otherworldliness. The declining rate of expansion is caused by the 151 institutionalization of the instrument of expansion. The growing class conflicts arise from the increasing tension of evolution, from the obvious conflict of interests between a society adapted to expansion and the vested interests controlling the uninvested surpluses of the institution of expansion who fear social change more than anything else. Usually there is a majority of the frustrated struggling against the minority of vested interests, although usually neither side has any clear idea of the real issues at stake or what would give a workable solution to the crisis. All programs for sharing the surplus of the few among the discontented many are worse than useless, since expansion can be resumed only if the 3 necessary elements of an instrument of expansion are provided, and the dissipation of surpluses among a large mass of consumers will not provide any one of these 3 necessary elements. On the contrary, most revolutionary programs, aroused by the failure of the 3rd element, investment, will merely make the crisis more acute by destroying the 2nd element, accumulation of surplus. The only sensible or workable solution to the crisis of the civilization would be to reform or circumvent the old institution of expansion by establishing again the 3 basic elements of any instrument of expansion. Since the disgruntled masses know nothing about such things, and since the vested interests do not know much more and are usually concentrating their energies on an effort to defend their vested interests, a new instrument of expansion, if it appears, usually does so by accident and through the path of circumvention rather than by reform. If a new instrument of expansion does come into existence, the civilization begins to expand again, the tension of evolution and the crisis subside, and the civilization is once again in Stage 3. The age of conflict, Stage 4, is a period of imperialist 152. Wars and of irrationality supported for reasons that are usually different in the different social classes. The masses of the people, who have no vested interest in the existing institution of expansion, engage in imperialist wars because it seems the only way to overcome the slowing down of expansion. Unable to get ahead by other means, such as economic means, they seek to get ahead by political action, above all by taking wealth from their political neighbors. At the same time they turn to irrationality to compensate for the growing insecurity of life, for the chronic economic depression, for the growing bitterness and dangers of class struggles, for the growing social disruption and insecurity from imperialist wars. This is generally a period of gambling, use of narcotics or intoxicants, obsession with sex, frequently as perversion, increasing crime, growing numbers of neurotics and psychotics, growing obsession with death and with the hereafter. The vested interests encourage the growth of imperialist wars and irrationality because both serve to divert the discontent of the masses away from their vested interests, the uninvested surplus. Accordingly, some of the defenders of vested interests divert a certain part of their surplus to create instruments of class oppression, instruments of imperialist wars, and instruments of irrationality. Once these instruments are created and begin to become institutions of class oppression, of imperialist wars, and of irrationality, the chances of the institution of expansion being reformed into an instrument of expansion become almost nil. These three new vested interests in combination with the older vested institution of expansion are in a position to prevent all reform. The last of these three, the old institution of expansion, now begins to lose its privileges and advantages to the three institutions it has financed. Of these three, 153. The institution of class oppression controls much of the political power of the society, the institution of imperialist wars controls much of the military power of the society, and the institution of irrationality controls much of the intellectual life of the society. These three, which may be combined into only two or one, become dominant, and the group that formerly controlled the institution of expansion falls back into a secondary role, its surplus is largely absorbed by its own creations. In this way, in Mesopotamian civilization, the Sumerian priesthood, which had been the original instrument of expansion, fell into a secondary role behind the secular kings it had set up to command its armies in the imperialist wars of its age of conflict. In the same way in classical civilization the slave-owning landlords who had been the original instrument of expansion were largely eclipsed by the mercenary army that had been created to carry on the imperialist wars of the age of conflict but took on life and purposes of its own and came to dominate classical civilization completely. So too the Nazi Party, which had been financed by some of the German monopoly capitalists as an instrument of class oppression, of imperialist war, and of irrationality, took on purposes of its own and began to dominate the monopoly capitalists for its own ends. As a result of the imperialist wars of the age of conflict, the number of political units in the civilization is reduced. Eventually one unit emerges triumphant. When this occurs we are in stage 5, the stage of universal empire. Just as the core area passes from stage 3 to stage 4 earlier than the peripheral area does, so the core area comes to be conquered by a single state before the whole civilization is conquered by the universal empire. In Mesopotamia the core area was conquered by Babylonia as early as 1700 BC, but the whole 154. Civilization was not conquered by a universal empire until Assyria about 725 BC. Replaced by Persia about 525 BC. In classical civilization the core area was conquered by Macedonia about 330 BC, The whole civilization was conquered by Rome about 146 BC. Western civilization has gone from stage 3 to stage 4 3 different times. The three ages of conflict are: A. The period of the 100 Years' War, say 1300 to 1430, Z. The period of the Second 100 Years' War, say 1650 to 1815, and C. The period of war crisis that began about 1900 and still continues. In each case the core was conquered by an imperialist state, by England under Henry V about 1420, by France under Napoleon about 1810, and by Germany under Hitler about 1942. In the first two cases the old institution of expansion, chivalry and mercantilism, was circumvented by a new instrument of expansion, commercial capitalism and industrial capitalism, and a new period of expansion commenced. In the third case it is too early to see what has happened. We may be getting a new instrument of expansion that will circumvent monopoly capitalism and bring our civilization once again into a period of expansion. Or we may continue in the age of conflict until the whole of our civilization comes to be dominated by a single state, probably the United States. In the imperialist wars of stage 4 of a civilization, the more peripheral states are consistently victorious over less peripheral states. In Mesopotamian civilization, the core states like Uruk, Kish, Ur, Nippur, and Lagash were conquered by more peripheral states like Agad and Babylon. These in turn were conquered by peripheral Assyria, and the whole of Western Asia was ultimately conquered by fully peripheral Persia. In Minoan civilization, the core area of 755. Crete itself seems to have been conquered by peripheral Mycenae. In classical civilization, the core area Ionian states led by Athens were conquered by the semi-peripheral Dorian states Sparta and Thebes, and the whole Greek-speaking world was then conquered by more peripheral Macedonia. Ultimately the whole of classical civilization was conquered by fully peripheral Rome. In the New World, the two isolated maize civilizations seem to provide a similar pattern. In Mesoamerica, the core Mayan cities of Yucatan and Guatemala seem to have been overcome by the semi-peripheral Toltecs and these, in turn, by the fully peripheral Aztecs of highland Mexico. In the Andes region, the core area seems to have been along the coast and in the northern highlands of Peru. These cultures were submerged by a number of more peripheral cultures, of which the most successful was the Tiahuanaco from the southern highlands of Peru. And finally, at a late date, not a century before Pizarro, the whole Andean civilization was conquered by the fully peripheral Incas from the forbidding central highlands. In the Far East and Middle East the same sequence can be discerned. The core area of Sinic civilization was in the Huanghe Valley. This area was conquered by Zhou about 1000 BC and by semi-peripheral Chin from the mountains of Shanxi 8 centuries later, 221 BC. The whole of Sinic society was then brought into a single universal empire by the Han dynasty from its southern periphery, 202 BCAD 220. The Sinic civilization was destroyed by Hunnish nomad invaders before AD 400, and a new civilization, which we call Chinese, began to rise from the wreckage along its southern frontier. The core of this society seems to have been south of the Yangtze River. This core came under a single political rule as early as 700 under the Tang Dy. 156. Nasty. Wider areas were added by successive dynasties, of which the Yuan or Mongols were so remote that they can be regarded neither as peripheral nor even as Chinese. 1260, 1368, the Ming, 1368 to 1644, were of southern Chinese, and thus peripheral, origin, and the final universal empire of the Manchu, 1644 to 1912. Was from the peripheral north, Matsya, with its original seat of power at Mukden. The history of the Middle East provides similar evidence. We cannot speak with any assurance about the Indus civilization, but it seems likely that its earliest origins were in the lower valley, Sindh, and are to be seen in the excavations at Chandu Dero, while later it moved northward into the Punjab, upper valley, and found its universal empire in the originally peripheral Harappa area. After the destruction of this culture by the Aryan invaders from the northwest, the successor Hindu civilization began to arise, late 2nd millennium BC, in the Ganges Valley. The core area of this new civilization fell under the political control of the local Maurya, ca 540 to 184 BC, and Gupta, ca 320 to 535, dynasties. Then, as Hindu culture spread over the whole Indian subcontinent, political dominance shifted to peripheral powers such as the Gurjara Prathihara dynasty, ca 740-1036, originating from Central Asiatic pastoral invaders, and a series of Muslim dynasties, mostly Turkish, at Delhi, after 1266, culminating in the universal empire of the Mughals, 1526 to 1857. In the Islamic civilization a similar pattern seems to have occurred. The core area of this civilization is to be found in Western Arabia. As its culture spread over most of Western Asia and Northern Africa, political domination fell to increasingly peripheral dynasties. The Umayyad Caliphate, of Arabic origin, ruled from Damascus during much of its 157 period, 661 to 750, while its successor, the Abbasid Caliphate, ruled from Baghdad, 750 ca 930. The Seljuk Turks ruled briefly, 1050 to 1110, from Persia and were ultimately succeeded by the universal empire of the Ottoman Turks with its center in Anatolia, 1300 to 1922. The victory of more peripheral states over less peripheral states during stage 4 of any civilization seems so well established that it is worthwhile to seek the reasons for it. A number of these can be mentioned. In the first place, as a general rule, material culture diffuses more easily than non-material culture, so that peripheral areas tend to become more materialistic than less peripheral areas, while the latter spend much of their time, wealth, energy, and attention on religion, philosophy, art, or literature. The former spend a much greater proportion of these resources on military, political, and economic matters. Therefore, peripheral areas are more likely to win victories. This contrast is quite clear between, let us say, Sumerians and Assyrians, between Ionians and Dorians, between Greeks and Latins, between Mayas and Aztecs, or even between Europeans and Americans. A second reason for the victories of more peripheral states arises from the fact that the process of evolution is slightly earlier in more central areas than in peripheral ones. Thus the central areas have already passed on to stage 4 and may even have achieved a premature dress rehearsal of stage 5, with the achievement of a single core empire, while peripheral areas are still in a relatively vigorous stage 3. Generally speaking, military victory is more likely to go to an area or state in stage 3 than to one in any later stage, because the later stages, and the more central areas, are more harassed by class conflicts and are more paralyzed by the inertia and 158. Obstruction of institutions. Core areas generally have been ravaged for a longer period of imperialist wars. The combination of these obstacles gives the inhabitants of a core area a kind of world weariness, sometimes called a failure of nerve, that is in sharp contrast to their own earlier attitudes or to those of their more peripheral rivals. Accordingly, the task of creating a universal empire is likely to be left to such rivals. It should be noted that in some cases, such as Egypt, Crete, or Russia, a single political unit has ruled over the civilization from its early history. This generally arises in civilizations whose instrument of expansion is a socialist state. In such a case, imperialist wars are not so prevalent a characteristic of stage 4, and the achievement of a single political unit, universal empire, is not one of the chief characteristics of that stage. As a result, the stage may last a shorter time and cannot be so easily demarcated from earlier and later stages as can be done in civilizations where imperialist war and achievement of a universal empire are two of the most prominent marks of the stage. Absence of these items does not indicate absence of the stage, which is marked by its other, less easily observed, characteristics, such as decreasing rate of expansion, growing class conflicts, declining democracy, dying science, decreasing inventiveness, and growing irrationality. These characteristics and the commonly observed achievement of political domination by a single, peripheral, state bring the civilization to stage 5, the stage of universal empire. When a universal empire is established in a civilization, the society enters upon a golden age. At least this is what it seems to the periods that follow it. Such a golden age is a 159 period of peace and of relative prosperity. Peace arises from the absence of any competing political units within the area of the civilization itself, and from the remoteness or even absence of struggles with other societies outside. Prosperity arises from the ending of internal belligerent destruction, the reduction of internal trade barriers, the establishment of a common system of weights, measures, and coinage, and from the extensive government spending associated with the establishment of a universal empire. But this appearance of prosperity is deceptive. Little real economic expansion is possible because no real instrument of expansion exists. New inventions are rare, and real economic investment is lacking. The vested interests have triumphed and are living off their capital, building unproductive and blatant monuments like the pyramids, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, the Colosseum, or, as premature examples, Hitler's Chancellery and the Victor Emmanuel Memorial. The masses of the people in such an empire live from the waste of these non-productive expenditures. The golden age is really the glow of overripeness, and soon decline begins. When it becomes evident, we pass from stage 5, universal empire, to stage 6, decay. The stage of decay is a period of acute economic depression, declining standards of living, civil wars between the various vested interests, and growing illiteracy. The society grows weaker and weaker. Vain efforts are made to stop the wastage by legislation. But the decline continues. The religious, intellectual, social, and political levels of the society begin to lose the allegiance of the masses of the people on a large scale. New religious movements begin to sweep over the society. There is a growing reluctance to fight for the society or even to support it by paying taxes. 160. This period of decay may last for a long time, but eventually the civilization can no longer defend itself, as Mesopotamia could not after 400 BC, as Egypt could not about the same time, as Crete could not after 1400 BC, as Rome could not after AD 350, as the Incas and Aztecs could not after 1500, as India could not after 1700, as China could not after 1830, and as Islam could not after 1850. Stage 7 is the stage of invasion, when the civilization, no longer able to defend itself because it is no longer willing to defend itself, lies wide open to barbarian invaders. These invaders are barbarians only in the sense that they are outsiders. Frequently these outsiders are another, younger, and more powerful civilization. The following list of universal empires shows the barbarian invader that destroyed the civilization in question. Universal. Civilization Empire Invader Date. Mesopotamian Persian Greeks 334 to 300 BC. Egyptian Greeks 334 to 300 BC. Cretan Minoan Greek tribes 1400 to 1100 BC. Canaanite Punic Romans 264 to 146 BC. Classical Roman Germanic tribes 350 to 550. Andean Inca Spaniards 1534 to 1550. Meso-Mercian Aztec Spaniards 1519 to 1550. Chinese Manchu Europeans 1800 to 1930. Hindu Mughal Europeans 1500 to 1945. Islamic Ottoman Europeans 1770 to 1920. As a result of these invasions by an outside society, the civilization is destroyed and ceases to exist. This stage of invasion is also a period of mixture. As such, it may be, but does not need to be, stage 1 of a new civilization. This con. 61. Dation was true of several of the invasions listed above. The invasions of the Greek tribes, which ended Minoan civilization, marked stage 1 of classical civilization. The invasions of the Germanic tribes, which ended classical civilization, marked stage 1 of Western civilization. The 7 stages are merely a convenient way of dividing a complex historical process. This process is not relentlessly deterministic at all points but merely at some points, in the sense that men have power and free will but their actions have consequences nevertheless. In general, if cultural mixture produces a new producing society with an instrument of expansion, we have stage 1 of a civilization. Stages 2, 3, and 4 will follow inevitably. This means that, if a producing society has an instrument of expansion, saving and investment will lead to expansion, and this expansion will eventually slow up as the instrument becomes an institution. At this point, in the early part of stage 4, there is considerable freedom since the institutionalized instrument of expansion may be reformed or circumvented. If it is, expansion will be resumed, and the civilization will again be in stage 3. If it is not reformed or circumvented, reaction will triumph, and the crisis will become worse. The choice between reform and reaction is not, however, a rigid one. The last part of stage the third of may be a continual series of minor reforms and circumventions to the point where the creation of new instruments just about balances the institutionalization of old instruments and expansion continues at a fair rate for a considerable time. Circumvention, especially geographic circumvention, may force institutions that would not otherwise have reformed to do so in order to compete. Thus, for example, as the textile industry of New England became institutionalized, new, more modern plants grew up in the 162 South. The existence of these southern plants, a case of geographic circumvention, forced the textile mills of New England either to modernize or to perish. On a more dramatic scale, the whole industrial system of England, in recent times, has been in an institutionalized condition and has been faced with the choice of reforming, thus creating new economic activities and new economic organizations, or perishing from the competition of peripheral areas, like the United States, or semi-peripheral areas, like Germany, or even other civilizations, like Japan or India. Because of such conditions as these, the whole first part of the Age of Conflict, Stage 4, is a period of crisis and of hope. Only when the vested interests create new instruments of class oppression, of imperialist wars, and of irrationality, and when these new instruments, in turn, begin to become institutions, does hope fade. Crisis becomes endemic in the civilization, and continues until the universal empire with its golden age is established. In those civilizations that had a single political unit from an earlier stage, like Egyptian, Minoan, or Orthodox civilization, the age of conflict is frequently of briefer duration because imperialist wars are of limited extent. The fact that these one-state civilizations frequently have a socialist state as their instrument of expansion also serves to obscure the duration of the age of conflict because such a civilization has weak incentives to invent in its age of expansion and less dramatic class conflicts in its age of conflict, thus serving to obscure the transition from one of these stages to the other. In theory, there is nothing rigid about stage 5. So far as observations of past civilizations indicate, every civilization passes from the age of conflict to the age of universal empire. That means that one state, probably a peripheral 163.1, emerges triumphant over the whole area of the civilization. But in theory it is at least conceivable that the competing states of stage 4 might just fight each other down to lower and lower levels of prosperity and public order without one emerging triumphant over all the others. In such a case, stage 5 might be omitted, and the civilization would pass directly from stage 4 to stage 6, conflict to decay, without achieving any universal empire. Something like this may have been true of Meso-Mercian civilization. In a similar way, it is conceivable, in theory, that a civilization could continue for a very long time in the stage of decay without passing on to stage 7. For there can be no invasion to end the civilization unless there are invaders to come in. Egypt, for example, was so well protected by seas and deserts against invaders that its stage of decay lasted for more than 1,000 years. It is also, in theory, conceivable that some universal empire someday might cover the whole globe, leaving no external barbarians to serve as invaders. This point leads to one final consideration, namely, the relationship of outside societies to any civilization. In theory again, it would seem that an outside society that was stronger than a given civilization might at any time come in and smash it. In practice, however, it seems that civilizations are in little danger of such an experience except early or late in their careers. In general, a civilization is in no danger from any society except another civilization from stage 2 to stage 6. In stage 6, however, it is in danger from any society, even a parasitic one, as is clear from the destruction of Cretan, Classical, Hittite, and Cynic civilizations by non-civilized invaders. When two civilizations collide, we may use the tentative rule that the victory will go to the one that 164 is closer to stage 3, expansion, but that neither one will be destroyed unless it is in stage 6. In 492 to 479 BC, Classical civilization, in stage 3, and Mesopotamian civilization, in the last part of stage 5, collided, and the former won. In 336 to 323 they collided again, with Classical in stage 4 and Mesopotamian in stage 6, and the latter was destroyed. In 264 to 146 BC, Classical civilization in stage 4 met Canaanite civilization in stage 6, and destroyed it. In 711-814 Western civilization in stage 2 was able to preserve itself against Islamic civilization in stage 3. 300 years later, in what we call the Crusades, Western civilization in stage 3 returned the visit to Islamic civilization, then in stage 4, but could not destroy it. However, in 1850 to 1920, Western civilization, just reaching the end of stage 3, again collided with Islamic civilization, now in stage 6, and destroyed its universal empire, the Ottoman Empire, and probably liquidated the whole civilization, a process that is still going on. This was only one of several civilizations that were in a similar stage and that have met, or appear to be now meeting, a similar fate. The other universal empires in Stage 6 that have been destroyed by Western civilization while in Stage 3 are the Inca, the Aztec, the Manchu, the Mughal, in India, and perhaps the Tokugawa, in Japan. At the present time India seems to be in Stage 2 of a new civilization, China may be in Stage 1 of a new civilization, while the situation in Japan and in the Near East is still too chaotic to make any judgments about what is happening. Russian civilization, which began about AD 500 and had its period of expansion about 1500 to 1900, had the state as its instrument of expansion and was just entering upon Stage 4 in 1917 when the reform of this institution gave it a new instrument of expansion. As a result, Russian civilization has been 166 in Stage 3 for the second time in recent years, but it remains a relatively weak civilization because of its weak incentives to invention. A collision between this civilization, which is early in Stage 3, and Western civilization, which has just begun Stage 4, would probably be indecisive in its outcome. If Western civilization reforms and again passes into Stage 3, it will be far too powerful to be defeated by Russian civilization. If Western civilization does not reform, but continues through the stage of conflict into the stage of universal empire, the threat from Russian civilization will be much greater. However, by that time the new Indian civilization or the new Chinese civilization may be in Stage 3 and will present greater threats to both Western and Russian civilizations than either of these will present to the other. The possible, but by no means inevitable, relationships of these four civilizations in terms of the relevant stages can be seen from the following chart. Civilization present time future remote future Western Stage 4 Stage 5 Stage 6 Russian Stage 3 Stage 4 Stage 5 Indian 2 Stage 2 Stage 3 Chinese 2 Stage 1 or 2 Stage 3. This chart is purely guesswork, because if Western civilization reforms in the present time, as appears highly likely, or if any revolutionary new technological discovery, such as the conquest of photosynthesis, is made in the near future, this whole relationship will be modified. Returning from the unknown future to the partially known past, we can conclude this chapter by a chart that gives, in a rough fashion, the chronology of the 7 stages for the civilizations with which we shall be most concerned. 6. The matrix of early civilizations. We have already said that civilizations are like crystals, which are frequently distorted by efforts to share the same crystalline material. They are also distorted by the non-crystalline material or matrix in which they are embedded. The matrix source from which diamonds are derived is great cylindrical pipes of friable blue clay that rise vertically from the remote depths of the earth to just below the surface. In this clay the diamonds are found embedded like currants in a fruit cake. Of course the diamonds in a pipe of blue clay are much less frequent than the currants in any acceptable piece of cake. In this they are like civilizations, which are very infrequent occurrences in a matrix of time, space, and non-civilized cultures. The matrix in which civilizations occur is 5-dimensional just as culture is. These include the same 3 dimensions of space, the 4th dimension of time, and the 5th dimension of abstraction. Before we make any serious attempt to apply the 7 stages of civilization, we should have a somewhat clearer idea of this matrix in order to understand the distorting influences it may exercise on the 7 stages of normal evolution in a civilization. 168. The 3 dimensions of space in which a civilization is found include its geographic environment. Since we are primarily interested in our own Western civilization and its direct predecessors rather than in the New World or the Far Eastern civilizations, we shall speak here only of the geographic matrix in which Western civilization arose. This area, including Europe, Northern Africa, and Western Asia, was aptly called the Northwest Quadrant by the historian James Henry Breasted. Bounded on the south by the Sahara Desert along the line of latitude 20° N, and on the east by the northeast running line of the Pamir, Tian Shan, and Altai Mountains, its western and northern frontiers are formed by the great arc of the Atlantic and Arctic Oceans. Within this great quadrant the land mass of Afro-Eurasia has the form of a letter L which has been rotated in a clockwise direction a quarter turn. The apex of this figure lies in the northwest, in Europe, while one limb runs eastward into Asia and the other limb runs southward into Africa. Europe's position at the apex of these two lines has made it a mixing area, with the African influences more important in the prehistoric period and the Asiatic influences more important in the historic period. This mixing role of Europe has been modified also by the extreme diversity of Europe's terrain, which has given it a very convoluted coastline, creating numerous inland seas and semi-isolated valleys that give onto the sea. The result of these two geographic influences has been to give Europe great diversity of both geographic conditions and cultural influences in a small area. The northwest quadrant falls into three zones, flatlands in the north and south being separated by the east-west spine of the highland zone. The highland zone is a broken 169 sequence of mountains and plateaus from the Pyrenees through the Alps, Apennines, Balkan Highlands, Carpathian Mountains, Anatolian Plateau, Caucasus, and Iranian Plateau to the Himalayas and the line of highlands that form the eastern boundary of the northwest quadrant. North of this highland zone lie the northern flatlands, which begin as a narrow wedge in the Netherlands and run eastward across the northwest quadrant, widening steadily as they move eastward so that they are only a couple of 100 miles wide in Western Europe but broaden to almost 2,000 miles wide in Asia. The southern flatlands are opposite in pattern to the northern flatlands since they are broadest in the extreme west and are narrower in northeastern Africa and Arabia, finally falling below sea level in the extreme east to form the bottoms of the Arabian Sea and Indian Ocean. This simple, and oversimplified, three-zone pattern of the northwest quadrant is complicated by a number of other features of which the most obvious are the inland seas, rivers, and mountain passes. One of the chief of these features is the Mediterranean Sea, which runs east and west just south of the highland zone. The geographic significance of the Mediterranean Sea, of course, is that it divides Europe from Africa, but its cultural significance is distinctly different because it has served to link its shores together rather than to divide them. This binding influence of the Mediterranean in the cultural sphere lasted for over 4,000 years, from the first establishment of distant maritime travel about 3,500 BC to the Arab conquest of North Africa and the Near East about AD 700. During this period the techniques of water transportation were far more efficient and cheaper than the techniques of land travel. This superiority of move 170 merit by water continued for more than 1,000 years after the Arab conquest, the technological lag of land travel beginning to close only with the invention of the macadam road, the coke, and the railroad after 1750. In the 1,000 or more years after 700, the linking influence of superior maritime communication in the Mediterranean was counterweighed by the cultural division between Muslim culture on its southern and eastern shores and Christian culture on its northern and western shores. But in the 4,000 years before the Arabic conquest the technological factor was not counteracted by any profound cultural differences, and the shores tended to be drawn together by marine communication into a Single cultural system. At that time the cultural division was not along the Mediterranean Sea but on the mountain barrier running parallel to it to the north. Classical civilization, especially as it grew into the Roman Empire, was the culmination of these influences. They were reflected in the term our sea, mare nostrum, applied by the Romans to the Mediterranean, while the peoples north of the mountains, who were biologically closer relatives but culturally remote, were called barbarians for most of the classical period. Less obvious than the Mediterranean were other geographical features of the northwest quadrant, especially those serving as interregional connections. Of these links, two of the more significant were the Syrian Saddle and the Vardamur route. The Syrian Saddle is the low pass across the Lebanon and Anti-Lebanon mountains around the northern edge of the Syrian desert, just at the point where the Euphrates River approaches closest to the Mediterranean Sea. The mountains and deserts surrounding this major geographic features of the northwest quadrant, bounded by 20 degrees N latitude, 80 degrees E longitude, the Atlantic Ocean, and the Arctic Ocean. 172. Saddle make it the only feasible route connecting the Aegean, the Mediterranean, and Egypt to the west with Mesopotamia and the Persian Gulf to the east. In a similar fashion the Vardamur River valleys provide a route that joins the Aegean Sea near Salonika with the Middle Danube. The importance of these two links can be seen in the fact that such significant innovations as metallurgy, alphabetic writing, and Christianity came to Europe by way of the Syrian Saddle and the Mediterranean, while the knowledge of agriculture first came to Europe north of the mountains by way of the Vardamur Valley. We have already said that the first civilization began in Mesopotamia before 5000 BC when people of the Neolithic garden cultures moved from the highland zone down into the alluvial valley and were able to create permanent settlements because of the refertilizing function of the annual floods. These people are known as Sumerians. They were distinguished by two significant features. Physically they were a rather stocky, round-headed people who seem to have worn closely clipped hair and no beards. And linguistically they spoke an agglutinative language related to Elamite, Hurrian, and other Highland Zone languages but not related either to the inflected Indo-European languages then forming on the northern flatlands or to the inflected Semite languages already formed on the southern flatlands, Arabia. This difference in language between the Highland Zone peoples and their neighbors in the flatlands to the north and the south, at least in Western Asia, was also reflected in a difference of physical type. The peoples of both flatlands tended to be long-headed, wore long hair and beards, and were less stocky in bone structure. The peoples of the southern flatlands, the Semite speakers, were less tall, and darker in eye, hair color, and complexion than the peoples of the northern flatlands, the Proto-Indo-European speakers. This sandwich-like arrangement of peoples on the triplezant terrain of Western Asia seems to have existed when Mesopotamian civilization was first beginning in the centuries before 5000 BC and was still in existence 2000 years later, say 3300 BC, when the invention of writing and of bronze making marked the shift, at almost the same time, from the prehistoric to the historic period and from the Chalcolithic, or Copperstone Age, to the Bronze Age. In fact, the sandwich-like appearance of Western Asia was, if anything, increased by 3300 BC, because by that later date the Highland Zone peoples remained agriculturalists in the double sense we have indicated, while both the Semites to the south and the Proto-Indo-Europeans to the north had adopted the care of domestic animals, but not the planting of crops, and had become pastoral peoples. There were other, less dramatic, evidences of this sandwich arrangement. For example, both flatland dwellers tended to be warlike and patriarchal, and, in religion, emphasized the power of masculine sky gods, while the highland dwellers tended to be more peaceful, more matriarchal, and had as their chief deity a goddess of fertility and sex who resided in the earth. This triple pattern of language, physical type, and social customs must not, of course, be made too rigid. A certain amount of mixture and confusion of the pattern must have existed at all times. But there can be no doubt that some such pattern as this did exist on the three-zoned terrain of Western Asia along the line of longitude 45 degrees east at the moment when the invention of writing in Mesopotamia 175 marked the advent of the historic period in human history and the clear establishment of the first civilization. One of the principal tasks of Old World history is to find three-ohm explanation of this sandwich pattern of human society at the dawn of history. This can be done to some extent by the triple pattern of geographic terrain, but, while such explanation may be helpful in respect to social customs, it is not completely satisfactory there, and is completely inadequate in explaining the distribution of languages or of physical types of men. Accordingly, explanation based on geographic factors must be supplemented by inferences regarding the events of the prehistoric period before 3000 BC. In making such inferences we have the evidence supplied by archaeology, but this in turn must be interpreted in terms of the sandwich pattern to be found in the later, historic period. Unfortunately, the areal and chronological specialization of most archaeologists and ancient historians has hampered them in making such inferences or even in realizing the need for them. Before we present our own inferences on this matter, we should be quite clear what it is that we are seeking to do. We are trying to explain the distribution of languages, physical types, and social customs of Western Asia as the matrix in which the earliest, and later, civilizations of that area appeared. Specifically, we wish to explain the pattern of these along the line of 45 degrees east longitude just before 3000 BC. This pattern can be summed up in the table on page 165. Some of this pattern can be explained in terms of fairly obvious geographic and social factors. The archaeological record shows that the earliest agriculturalists were highland zone peoples who had both domestic animals, goats, sheep, and cattle, and crop planting, at a time when the dwellers 176 in both flatlands were still hunters. The earliest peasants were peaceful because there was a supply of adequately watered land available for occupation by the limited numbers of peasants, without any need to fight for it. Moreover, these earliest gardeners engaged in hoe culture, without plows, which was originally a female activity at a time. Northern inflected languages. Flatlands. Longheads. Long-boned. Pastoral. Warlike. Patriarchal. Sky worshippers. Highland agglutinative languages. Zone. Roundheads. Stocky-boned. Gardeners. Peaceful. Matriarchal. Fertility worshippers. Southern. Flatlands. Inflected languages. Longheads. Slight-boned. Pastoral. Warlike. Patriarchal. Weather worshippers. When males continued to hunt. Later, as the development of sedentary life made hunting dwindle in significance, men 177 became animal tenders, but the food for both the men and their animals was a female product. Furthermore, the shift from hunting to agriculture provided a rising and more secure standard of living that made possible, as well as desirable, an increase in population. This was also produced by females. The upshot of all this was that the two chief desires of men, that the earth should produce crops and that women should produce offspring, became intellectually confused into a single mystery best summed up in the word fertility. The reverence and desire for fertility led to a higher social and economic status for women and to the growth of new religious ideas quite different from the animistic religious conceptions of earlier hunting peoples. These new ideas are usually associated with a belief in an Earth Mother goddess whose confused powers of sexual and agrarian fertility were revered for thousands of years afterward. The Neolithic garden cultures were well adapted to the adequately watered hills, parklands, and valleys of the highland zone and, with certain modifications, were able to move into alluvial river valleys and across the loess and other semi-open areas of Europe and Asia, but they were not able to penetrate the grassy flatlands, both north and south. In many places these flatlands were too arid for Neolithic cultures. In more humid regions the grassy sod was too thick to yield to hoe culture, but, above all, most grasslands were inhabited by savage, warlike, hunting peoples struggling for the right to live from the grass-eating herds of the flatlands. In the north these herds were mostly horses and cattle, in the south they were mostly antelope, camels, and asses. In both cases crop planting and the peasant way of life were excluded. 178. But the domestication of animals and, later, the use of metals were not excluded. In the period before 3000 BC, both of these diffused from the highland zone to the flatlands of Arabia and of the Trans-Caspian steppes. Thus, at the dawn of history the peoples of those areas had made the shift from Stone Age hunting peoples to Bronze Age pastoral peoples, while retaining and even intensifying their warlike, patriarchal social system. And, naturally, their linguistic and physical characteristics remained as before. In order to explain these linguistic and physical characteristics of the three-zoned sandwich of Western Asia, we must go much more deeply into the prehistory of the peoples involved. This will require some speculations about the origins of these peoples before they arrived in their respective areas of Western Asia. In order to handle these problems, we must have a chronological system that will permit us to organize the population movements that brought these peoples to the places they occupied at the dawn of history. Such a chronology can be established in terms of climate changes. Once again we must begin with the better-known present and work backward into the less-known past. On the oversimplified picture of the northwest quadrant as a three-zoned geographic pattern, we should like to superimpose an equally simplified climate picture of a six-zoned pattern. This pattern is most clear on the western, oceanic border of the northwest quadrant, and is modified considerably farther east by the influence of high altitudes and continental land masses. From north to south the six zones are: 1. Arctic, 2. Cyclonic rainfall, 3. Mediterranean, 179, 4. Desert, 5. Subequatorial, 6. Equatorial, or tropical. The nature of these six zones is well known, but the influences that they have exercised throughout history on the matrix of civilizations is not generally recognized. The Arctic, or polar, climate is one of almost permanent frost. South of it the zone of cyclonic storms has adequate rainfall, coming from the west and equally distributed throughout the year. The third zone with Mediterranean climate and the fifth zone with subequatorial climate are both transition zones and have rain in half of the year and drought in the other half. They have the significant difference that the Mediterranean zone gets rainfall in the winter with drought in the summer, while the subequatorial has the opposite experience with rain during the summer and drought in the winter. The fourth zone between these two is a region of permanent desert, while the sixth, or southernmost, zone of tropical climate has excessive rainfall throughout the year. The zone of equatorial rainfall is the area of low atmospheric pressure directly below the vertical rays of the sun. Because of the seasonal tipping of the Earth on its axis, This area of vertical rays and of rainfall moves northward as far as the Tropic of Cancer in June and southward as far as the Tropic of Capricorn in December. It is this northward extension of the tropical area that creates the subequatorial zone of summer rains in latitudes otherwise desert. The northern belt of adequate rainfall, associated with the eastward moving cyclonic storms, also moves northward and southward with the sun, forcing the Arctic zone northward in the 180 summer and forcing the desert zone southward in the winter. This desert zone, holding a position between the cyclonic rainfall zone of the north and the equatorial rainfall zone of the south, is the area that is never reached by either of these rainy belts, while its northern and southern edges are reached by one or the other, in opposite seasons of the year, to create the two transition zones, Mediterranean and subequatorial, that we have mentioned. Since the rainfall of the northwest quadrant comes generally from the Atlantic in the west, the eastern portions of the quadrant have much less moisture even in the cyclonic and equatorial zones, and it is frequently quite inadequate in the two transition zones between these. This really means that the desert zone in the middle widens considerably as it stretches eastward and that the eastern portions of both the southern flatlands, Arabia, and the northern flatlands, Kyrgyz steppes, are generally desert. The seasonal changes with which we are familiar are caused by the annual tipping of the Earth on its axis. As a result of this, the Arctic and cyclonic rainfall zones move southward and then return northward, giving us winter followed by summer conditions in the northern hemisphere. For reasons we do not yet understand, this movement southward of the first two zones was greatly exaggerated and long maintained on four separate occasions during the last 900,000 years. By greatly exaggerated we mean that Arctic conditions extended southward as far as the highland zone, while the cyclonic storms followed tracks across the southern flatlands over what is today the Sahara Desert. By long maintained we mean that these exaggerated winter conditions continued for tens of thousands of years, Prob. 181. Ably for as long as 75,000 years at a time. These periods of extreme cold are known as the glacial ages. There have been 4 of these glacial ages of Europe in the vicinity of the Alps, although probably fewer in some other areas. In southern Germany, where they have been most studied, the 4 glaciers have been given alpine names: Gunz, Meindl, Riss, and Wim. These names are sometimes applied to the glacial periods in other areas, although it will be just as convenient to speak of them by numbers from 1 to 4. The periods between the glaciers, when there were temperate or even semi-tropical conditions in Europe, are called interglacial periods and are also numbered. The period in which we live, following the 4th glacier, is known as the post-glacial period, or, more technically, as the Holocene. If we were to assume that a 5th glacial period might occur in the future, it would probably be more accurate to call the Holocene, in which we live, the 4th interglacial period. Each glacial period lasted for about 75,000 years. The interglacial periods were not of uniform length, the first and third lasting for about 150,000 years, while the second, or Great Interglacial, lasted almost twice as long. If we add together the lengths of the 4 glacials, the 3 interglacials, and the postglacial, we obtain a total of about 920,000 years. This period of something less than 1 million years happens also to be the period in which man in a biological form somewhat like our own has been on this earth. The whole million-year epoch is called the Quaternary Age, while the major portion of it, during which the glaciers were advancing and retreating, is known as the Pleistocene. During the glacial periods when Europe was under Arctic 182 conditions and the Sahara was under pluvial conditions, the former was an undesirable place for human residence, while the latter was well adapted to man. In the interglacial periods when the pluvial zone had moved northward and the Sahara had become desert, Europe was a desirable place for human habitation, while the African flatlands became almost uninhabitable. For this reason the pluvial and interpluvial periods of African history are even more significant than the contemporary glacial and interglacial periods of European history. In effect, man followed the pluvial zone north into Europe and south into Africa 4 times during the Pleistocene era. Of course, the movement of people was considerably less than this implies. In reality, relatively few persons followed the rain belt north and south, and these moved so slowly that they were probably unaware that they were moving. As Africa became drier with the approach of an interglacial period, the grass became scantier and grass-eating game animals fewer. The human population, which had increased substantially there in the preceding, more lush, pluvial period, dwindled in numbers and moved both northward and southward in search of more adequate hunting grounds. The majority, unsuccessful in this search, perished, either from lack of food or in combat with other tribesmen for control of the diminishing hunting grounds. Those who moved south mostly died in an effort to deal with the inhospitable tropical jungles. Those who moved northward had a similar fate along the southern shores of the Mediterranean seas, except for the comparatively small number who could find a way northward across Sinai and the Levant to the highland zone and the northern flatlands beyond. It has been suggested that the glacial age tied up so much water in the form of ice on the northern land surfaces that the level of the ocean fell sufficiently to create land bridges between Europe and Africa at Gibraltar and Sicily. It is quite true that sea levels were considerably lower during the glacial periods, but it is doubtful that this was ever sufficient to open trans-Mediterranean land bridges, at least for any very long time. This whole process of population growth and movement was reversed at the onset of a glacial period. In the preceding interglacial age the population of Europe, especially on the grassy northern flatlands, must have reached a maximum because of the adequate supply of herding game animals, while in the southern flatlands desert conditions must have reduced grass, animals, and men to a minimum. As the advancing glacier moved southward, preceded by the pluvial zone, living conditions in Europe worsened and population became reduced, either by emigration or by death, while the population of the southern flatlands, largely from more successful biological reproduction, increased. It should be clearly understood that all these great changes took thousands of years and occurred so slowly that the individual persons involved could have had no realization that they were concerned with the processes we have described. They knew nothing of moving glaciers or rain belts and had no glimmering conception that they were one generation in a family line that was migrating successfully or was perishing locally. This is clearly one case where the historical events we describe were occurring to statistical masses rather than to isolated individual persons. Although migration was only a minor portion of the population changes of the Pleistocene, we may picture the glaciers as a great piston that advanced and withdrew for 185 times, expelling population from Europe as it advanced and sucking it back again from Africa as it withdrew northward. This fundamental but oversimplified picture must now be modified by 2 other considerations. The first of these arises from the fact that glacial advance came down altitudes as well as latitudes, while the second arises from the fact that such glacial movements were not steady but fluctuating. When we say that glaciers advanced down the altitudes as well as down the latitudes, we mean that glacial advance not only consisted of a southward advance of the polar ice cap, it also consisted of a downward extension of the snow line on mountain peaks. The latter movement, on the northern side of mountain ranges like the Alps, Caucasus, or Himalayas, appeared as a northward advance of ice. More significant for human history is the fact that the lowering of the snow line closed mountain passes while the lower altitudes to the north were still habitable, thus trapping groups of people north of the mountain barriers in the face of the advancing ice age. These trapped peoples were able to survive only if they could adapt their social customs to living under glacial conditions. This would have required, as a minimum, the acquisition of fire and the use of clothing. Since these people would have been separated from the main stock of mankind in Africa for a long period, at least 100,000 years, it is almost inevitable that they would have become changed in physical features and that these changes would be those such as shorter neck and limbs, chunkier body, thicker hair, narrower nostrils, protected eye sockets, and other modifications helpful in living under Arctic conditions. The development of such a distinctive type of man did 186 occur, at least once, probably in Eastern Asia north of the Himalayas, during the second or third glacial age. This type is called Neanderthal man. Neanderthal man was so different in appearance from most modern men that no observer would be likely to confuse them. His bodily proportions were quite different, since he had shorter legs and almost no neck. There were other, more technical, differences. His rib bones were rounder, rather than flattened as ours are, he had no real chin or forehead, his eyes were protected by bony eye ridges along the brows, and his head was attached to the front rather than to the top of the last vertebra. Because of these differences, Neanderthal man is frequently regarded as a different species from modern man, or Homo sapiens. But he is more correctly regarded as a variety, since the critical mark of species difference, inability to interbreed to produce fertile offspring, was not true of the Neanderthal and Homo sapiens types. It is now generally recognized that these two were able to interbreed and leave descendants on those rare occasions when they encountered each other along the margins of their customary habitats. Such encounters were on the margins of their ranges because Homo sapiens lived under temperate conditions, while Neanderthal man lived under semiglacial conditions. They both lived in Europe but at different times. Homo sapiens retreated to Africa when Europe was glacial, thus abandoning Europe to Neanderthal man, while the latter retreated northeastward toward Asia, where he had originated, as the interglacial period commenced. Just as we associated the movements of Homo sapiens with the movements of a glacial piston that ejected him from Europe or sucked him back from Africa, so we could associate the movements of the same piston with Neanderthal man, who came into 187 Europe with the glacier and retreated with it toward northern Asia when it departed. Because of the conceit of normal egotism, it is customary to regard Homo sapiens as of higher intellectual capacity than Neanderthal man. This is a matter on which real evidence is scanty, but the evidence that is available would clearly indicate that Neanderthal man was at least as intelligent as Homo sapiens. This evidence includes the following: Neanderthal man possessed both fire and clothing, necessities for glacial living, before Homo sapiens did. He seems to have buried his dead, leaving with the body equipment needed in some future life, at an earlier period, thus giving evidence of an earlier recognition of spiritual values. His tools were frequently made in greater variety and with somewhat greater skill, and include the earliest compound tools, in which the blade and handle were separate pieces. But these achievements, which might be interpreted to indicate a fairly high level of brain power, apparently do not indicate sufficient mental flexibility to permit Neanderthal man to survive the ending of glacial conditions. By adapting his way of life so successfully to glacial conditions and to the pursuit of the great glacial mammals such as mammoths, Neanderthal man made his way of life too rigid to permit him to exist under post-glacial conditions when such mammals became extinct. We have suggested that Neanderthal man developed as an offshoot from the main line of human evolution by being trapped by a glacial age north of the mountains in Asia. We do not know whether the glacier that did this was the second, Mindel, or the third, Rhys, but it is clear that Neanderthal man was alone in Europe during the early portion of the fourth, Wim, glacier. The fourth glacier had two icy peaks known as Vermeil 188 and Wim 2. The interval between them, known as Akin, occurred when the glacier withdrew part way and then returned with full intensity in the phase called Wim 2, or Bile. The withdrawal of Wim I gave rise to the usual population movements that we have posited of a glacial retreat, Neanderthal man withdrawing toward Asia while Homo sapiens began to move to Europe from Africa. With the return of Wim 2, this process was reversed, but this time, probably for the first time, some Homo sapiens groups were able to remain in Europe under glacial conditions by adopting the techniques of fire, fur clothing, and cave dwelling that had been developed by Neanderthal man. Thus, for the first time, especially during the early stages of the withdrawal of Wim 2, Homo sapiens and Neanderthal man came into close biological contact, with consequent interbreeding. This occurred on the fringes of Asia and Europe, north and east of the Mediterranean Sea, and may have occurred south of the sea in parts of North Africa. As a consequence, the early post-glacial period found three human types in the northwest quadrant: Neanderthal in northern Europe retreating toward Asia, Homo sapiens in the southern flatlands moving toward Asia and Europe, largely by way of the Levant, and a mixed group in between, chiefly in the highland zone of the Caucasus and Iran. It is probable that we owe the later existence of a stocky, round-headed, agglutinative-speaking people in the highland zone to the existence of this mixed group. This does not mean that the mixed group stayed in the highland zone. They undoubtedly moved along it, both east and west, even before the final glacial withdrawal began. Then, as this withdrawal became definite, this mixed group moved northward and eastward, hunting reindeer and 189 cold-loving animals. They were following on the heels of the pure Neanderthal, who was moving in the same direction, closer to the glacier's edge, and still hunting mammoths, mastodons, and other glacial fauna soon to become extinct. At the same time, other mixed persons remained in the highland zone and its adjacent parklands, hunting such temperate animals as deer, elk, and the great European wild cattle. This last group we may call by the name Alpine men, a term which refers to their physical type. They spoke agglutinative languages of which the only surviving remnants are Basque and certain archaic languages of the Caucasus. The other mixed group that followed the reindeer northeastward were of a similar physical type, but may be called by the linguistic term Proto-Finnish. These were the linguistic ancestors of the Ural-Altaic languages such as Finnish, Turkish, Magyar, Mongolian, and probably Chinese, now greatly modified by new vocabulary and the isolation of the meaningful syllables whose gluing together is one of the chief features of agglutinative languages. These languages are frequently called Ural-Altaic because they were centered, in historic times, in the area between the Ural and Altai mountains just east of the center from which the Indo-European, inflected, languages dispersed. The early post-glacial dispersal of agglutinative-speaking Roundheads on the heels of the departing Neanderthal was soon disrupted by the arrival of a new wave from Africa. During Wim 2 the Sahara grasslands had built up a fairly numerous population of the familiar Mediterranean physical type, long-headed, slim-boned, rather dark-skinned, with dark eyes and hair. The appearance of post-glacial arid conditions in the central Sahara split this group, pushing some southward toward the southern grasslands of the 190 subequatorial climate zone and driving the rest northward toward the retreating belt of cyclonic storms. The group that moved southward mixed with earlier travelers in that direction, became darker-skinned and taller, while remaining long-headed, giving rise to Negroid groups. The group that moved northward eventually crossed the Sinai Peninsula and the Levant. Those who remained in Arabia became the ancestors of the long-headed, slim speakers of inflected languages whom we call Semites. Those who continued northward, across the Caucasus into the northern flatlands, became the ancestors of the long-headed, slim speakers of inflected languages whom we call Indo-Europeans. The latter group, the Proto-Indo-Europeans, moved slowly northwestward, becoming taller and paler-skinned as they moved. They drove a wedge of tall, inflected language longheads between the agglutinative-speaking Proto-Finnish to the northeast and the agglutinative-speaking Alpines in the highland zone to the south and southwest. At a fairly recent date, in the northwestern extremity of their range, these intrusive Indo-European speakers became very tall, blonde, fair-skinned, and blue-eyed in that Scandinavian type known as Nordic. Their ancestors remaining on the southeastern steppes stayed much less Nordic in physical type, since that type is an extreme aberrant probably caused by the lessened amounts of ultraviolet radiations in the cloud-shrouded northwestern sunlight. Thus in the immediate post-glacial period, during a rather dry and cold climate, the northwest quadrant had 7 different types of peoples distributed in rough bands from the extreme northeast in Asia to the extreme southwest in Africa. These bands were the following: 1. Neanderthal, moving to extinction on the shores of the Arctic Ocean. 2. A mixed group of agglutinative-speaking Roundheads. 191. Population movements, 10,000 to 6,000 BC, following northward retreat of glacier and rain belts with the consequent appearance and growth of the Sahara. Moving eastward across Asia at a rather high latitude and leaving behind the ancestors of the Ural-Altaic peoples as well as those of the Mongols, Eskimos, and American Indians. 3. The long-headed, inflective-speaking Proto-Indo-European group moving northwestward from the Kyrgyz steppes toward Scandinavia where it would develop into the Nordic type. 4. The highland zone Alpine, an agglutinative-speaking Roundhead. 5. The Mediterranean type, an inflective language longhead, on the northern fringes of the southern flatlands. 6. The Negroid, a tall longhead, resident in the subequatorial grasslands and the edges of the equatorial forests. And 7. The Pygmy, a very short yellow 192. Skinned Roundhead, living in the equatorial forest itself. Of these groups the oldest by far is the last, since the Pygmy goes back to a very early period, considerably before the 6 other types had developed, and probably shares, in that remote period, a common ancestry with the group from which the glacial entrapped Neanderthals emerged. If we leave aside the Pygmy as an ancient aberrant created by isolation in a sunless hot climate, and widen our field of geographic concern, for a moment, to include the whole Old World hemisphere, we might make 3 observations. In the first place, the Old World linguistic pattern, in the terms we are using, is fairly simple. At the center, as a recent emergent from the southern flatlands, we find a great core of inflected languages divided into 2 main groups of Semite and Indo-European. Around this core, as an earlier emergent from the same prolific southern flatlands, is a band of agglutinative-speaking languages, also divided into 2 groups, the Ural-Altaic of Central Asia and the Bantu of grassland Africa. And last, at the 2 extremes, in the far east of Asia and in the west of grassland Africa, are 2 blocks of isolating languages that probably arose from the syllabic disintegration of the oldest agglutinative languages. It might be added that at the dawn of history, about 3000 BC, this pattern was further complicated by the highland zone block of agglutinative speakers separating the 2 inflective groups, the Semites and Indo-Europeans. One of the great events of the historic period has been the linguistic submergence of these Alpine agglutinatives by the long-headed inflective speakers, especially by Indo-Europeans, as a consequence of population movements engendered by two acute dry spells of the historic period. 193. Our second observation is concerned with Africa. The earliest post-glacial climate period, called the Boreal, about 14,000 to 6,000 BC, was dry and cool. Its dryness resulted in the depopulation of the African flatlands, already mentioned. In the subsequent wetter period known as the period of Atlantic climate, 6000 BC to 3000 BC, there was a movement of population back into the area, chiefly from Arabia. The people who moved westward across Africa under these influences are called Hamites. Later, in the subsequent drier period after 3000 BC, a second and larger movement from Arabia into Africa was made by Semite peoples. Both of these peoples had profound influences on the Negroid peoples of the African grasslands and on the complex mixed peoples of Egypt and Ethiopia. Our third observation is concerned with a group that is now linguistically extinct and may appear to many as of little historic significance. These are the agglutinative-speaking Alpine peoples of the highland zone. This group, which usually receives only passing references in most histories, are, in fact, the most important group of humans who ever existed. They were the inventors of agriculture as we know it, using the same crops and domestic animals we have today. They were also the inventors of metallurgy, copper, bronze, and possibly iron, and were the founders of the first civilization, in the valley of Mesopotamia. From these last remarks it must be clear that climate change continued to determine the chronological pattern of events even in the post-glacial period. This is correct. Following the Boreal period, 14,000 to 6,000 BC, we find great cultural significance in a period of warmer and drier climate from about 2,500 to about 1,000 BC. This period, called the Subboreal, was preceded and followed by periods of more 194 adequate rainfall. The earlier of these, known as Atlantic climate, lasted from about 6000 BC to 2500 BC, while the later, known as the Subatlantic, lasted from about 1000 BC to about AD 200. In these two periods of more plentiful rainfall, the northern and southern flatlands, especially in Arabia and on the Kyrgyz steppes, had a more plentiful supply of grass and thus supported more numerous herds of grazing animals and larger numbers of men. In the intervening subboreal period, as well as during the drier period after AD 200, for about 1,000 years, the increased drought reduced the grass and the grazing herds and forced the tribesmen who lived off these to migrate out of these flatlands toward the highland zone and the Mediterranean. One of the master patterns of the chronology of post-glacial human history in the northwest quadrant was this four-stage sequence of climate change that saw each of two periods of adequate rainfall and relatively sedentary populations followed by a period of inadequate rainfall and devastating tribal migrations. The explosive qualities of the two drier periods following 2500 BC and AD 200 were intensified by the fact that the earlier periods of adequate rainfall, following 6000 BC and 1000 BC, had greatly increased the density of population in the flatlands and thus intensified the movement of peoples when the climate finally became drier. It should be noted that the dates given for these climate changes are those that apply to the northern flatlands, and thus to Eurasia, and that the corresponding changes in the southern flatlands of Sahara Arabia occurred a little earlier. The most notable consequence of the subboreal dry period following 2500 BC and of the post-classical dry 195 period following AD 200 has been the outpouring of peoples from Arabia and from the areas around and to the east of the Kyrgyz steppes. During both dry periods the peoples who moved out of Arabia are called Semites. In the earlier dry period the peoples who moved out of the northern flatlands were Indo-Europeans, while those who moved out of this area during the later dry period were Ural-Altaic speakers. The Semites who moved out of Arabia because of the subboreal and post-classical dry periods did not emerge in any constant or steady stream but rather came in waves. These waves went in three chief directions: 1. Southwestward into Africa, 2. Westward into the Levant, Palestine and Syria, and 3. Eastward into Mesopotamia, Iraq. We shall say nothing more about the ones who went into Africa, but those who went into the Levant and Mesopotamia are too significant to be neglected even in the most cursory examination of Old World history. These two areas together form a semicircle, open to the south, around the Arabian Desert, and called by Breasted the Fertile Crescent. This crescent, like a great horseshoe curving northward, has its western leg resting on the head of the Red Sea near Aqaba, while its eastern leg rests on the head of the Persian Gulf. Any movement of peoples out of Arabia by land would be into the Fertile Crescent. There have been 4 such waves bringing newcomers either into the Levant on the west or into Mesopotamia on the east. Although these emigrants were quite closely related to one another, they are usually known by different names in the two halves of the Fertile Crescent even in the same outward movement. The first wave of emigrants into the Levant, just before 196. 3000 BC, are simply called Semites, while their brothers who moved eastward are called Arcadians in the Middle Valley and Assyrians in the Northern Valley. The second wave, just before 2000 BC, are known as Canaanites in the Levant and as Amorites in Mesopotamia. In the course of the second millennium BC, various branches of these two groups became distinguished in different areas so that some of the Canaanites came to be known as Ugarites, Phoenicians, and Hebrews, while some of the Amorites came to be called Babylonians. The third wave out of Arabia brought people known as Arameans in the Levant and as Chaldeans in Mesopotamia. The fourth wave, which began about AD 600, were known as Arabs in both areas. The chronological relationships among these various groups of Semites can be seen in the following tabulation: 3000 BC, 2000 BC, 1000 BC AD 600. Levant. Semites. Canaanites. Arameans. Arabs. Mesopotamia. Assyrians, N. Arcadians, S. Amorites. Chaldeans. Arabs. Naturally, movements of these Semite peoples outward from Arabia had profound effects upon the history of civilizations. The Canaanites became the chief element in a civilization of their own, known as Canaanite civilization, which lasted for almost 2,000 years, ending with the destruction of Punic culture by the Romans about 100 BC. The Arabs also came to form a distinct civilization, called Islamic, which lasted about 1,400 years and ended with the destruction of the Ottoman Empire in the 20th century. The other peoples named, Arcadians, Amorites, Arameans, Chal. 197. Deans, and Assyrians, played varied roles in that most venerable of civilizations, Mesopotamian, which originated in the activities of a non-Semite people, the Sumerians, and ended with the imperial achievements of another non-Semite people, the Persians. While the Semite peoples were emerging from the Arabian desert to play the roles we have mentioned, even greater activities were being performed by the Indo-European peoples who were emerging from the drying northern flatlands. These peoples pushed out from the flatlands in two waves, of which the earlier are called the Bronze Age invaders, while the others, 800 years or so later, are known as the Iron Age invaders. These two waves, shortly after 2000 BC and again shortly before 1000 BC, were both results of subboreal climate changes, and consisted of Indo-European speaking peoples. A third wave, after AD 200, contained a considerable number of other Indo-European speakers, notably the Germans, but the original impetus came from the pressure of Ural-Altaic speakers. Of these Ural-Altaic speakers who pushed out of the Asiatic flatlands after AD 200, the earliest were the Huns. These were followed, during the next 1,000 years, by other Ural-Altaic speaking peoples such as the Avars, Bulgars, Magyars, Hungarians, Mongols, or Tatars, and Turks. A chronological table showing the movements of the Indo-European peoples in the two earlier waves originating from the subboreal climate is by no means as simple as it might be, because these movements sent peoples into many geographic areas, in each of which they are known by a different name. The earlier, or Bronze Age, invaders, about 1800 BC, originated in the flatlands north of the Caspian Sea and sent peoples into areas extending from Central or 198 Western Europe to India. The later, or Iron Age, invaders, about 1100 BC, originated northwest of the Black Sea and sent peoples into areas from Central Europe to Palestine, but not farther east. As a result, we must include in our table 9 different regions, as follows. Locality: Bronze Age invaders, Iron Age invaders. 1. Central Europe. 2. Italy. 3. Greece. 4. Anatolia. 5. Egypt. 6. Levant. 7. Mesopotamia. 8. Iran. 9. India. Battle Axe peoples, 2000. Terime, 1700. Achaeans, 1800. Hittites, 1900. Hyksos, 1600. Mitanni, 1900. Kassites, 1650. Persians, 1900. Aryans, 1700. Celts, 1400. Villanovans, 1100. Dorians, 1200. Lydians, Phrygians, 1200. Peoples of the Sea, 1194. Philistines, 1190. In Europe itself, the 3rd millennium BC, especially the latter half of it, saw the most important changes in all Europe's history. The preceding period of warm, moist climate had continued for over 3,000 years, and led to the growth of thick forests that broke up the human inhabitants into small isolated bands dwelling in the rare open sites on the banks of rivers or on the shores of lakes and seas. The herds of grass-eating animals almost disappeared, and the highly successful Paleolithic way of life in which man was a hunter of big game was replaced by a sedentary way of life in which man was a gleaner, a fisherman, or a hunter of small game in wooded terrain. This new way of life, known as the Mesolithic, lasted about 3,000 years, 6000–3000 BC, and was also found on the western fringes of Asia and the northern fringes of Africa, where the increase in rainfall was also evident. This Mesolithic culture is re. 199. The matrix of early civilizations. Bronze Age invasions from the flatlands, 3000 to 1000 BC. Regarded by most writers as a retrogression from the much more dramatic big game hunting of an earlier period, but it seems to me that this is a mistaken point of view. It is also generally considered to be a local, European, development, which seems to be equally wrong. My own opinion on the Mesolithic is that it was a period of progress to a higher culture, in terms of technology and human productivity, and that it was not a local invention but rather came in from the tropical forest zone where some 200. What similar way of life must have existed for a considerable period? There is no space here for the rather technical arguments that would support this theory of Mesolithic diffusion from a tropical forest area, but it is possible to mention the kind of evidence that would be used. In Pinhole Cave in England, just at the level where the Mesolithic evidence begins, was found an Indian Ocean cowrie shell. Obviously, if a shell could come that distance, some of the new techniques of Mesolithic culture could come the same route. Or again, Europe's first domestic animal, the dog, whose origins seem to go back to Southeast Asia, arrived just at the beginning of the Mesolithic period. This animal, well adapted to small game forest hunting and to the sedentary, trash accumulating life of the Mesolithic, could have come by the same route as the cowrie shell. Moreover, in the very late Mesolithic period in Europe there appeared two other domestic animals, the fowl and swine. Both of these are of Asiatic tropical forest origin and thus have quite a distinct source from the later highland zone domestic animals associated with early peasant agriculture. These later animals, such as sheep, goats, and cattle, are grass-eating highland zone herd animals, and are not tropical forest gleaners as are the chicken and pig. Mesolithic technology had a much reduced concern with stone tools and a greatly increased concern with fiber cords and wickerwork. It included fish lines and fish hooks, nets and weirs, snares, bows and arrows, permanent huts of wicker and mud, or, as the English say, waterland daub, basketry, canoes and paddles and, toward the end of the period, 4000 BC, crude pottery and even some crop planting. The evidence for this new Mesolithic technology, which has recently been described by J.G.D. Clark of -201 movements of metals, solid line, and of agriculture, broken line, to Europe 4000, 2000 BC. Cambridge University is often to be found in shell heaps and trash mounds, kitchen midden, associated with the Mesolithic sedentary settlements. At the end of the 3rd millennium BC, this Mesolithic way of life was disrupted by a series of events that pushed European societies forward to new economic levels. About 2700 BC, a cultural movement from the Levant or southern Anatolia had arrived in southeastern Spain by way of the Mediterranean. This movement, sometimes called the Megalithic movement, brought to Europe a number of cultural innovations, of which the chief was the use of metal, copper and bronze. From southwestern Spain, near Almeria, these innovations spread to Europe by two subsidiary routes. While the megalithic movement went on to western 202 Europe by sea, crossing the Atlantic waters and the Bay of Biscay to Brittany, 2500 BC, and the narrow seas to Britain and Denmark, 2200 BC, groups of Spanish origin, called the Belgica people, moved northward, across the Pyrenees and southern France, to northern Italy, Switzerland, and Central Europe by land. At the very time that the megalithic and Belgica movements were bringing metals to Europe from the west, the Neolithic garden cultures were bringing highland zone peasant agriculture to Europe from the east. This innovation first appeared, according to the available evidence, in the Western Asiatic highland zone, possibly near Armenia, in the 7th millennium BC. As we have already indicated, the search for fertile plots of semi-open parklands resulted in a steady diffusion of this culture and its peoples. Crossing Anatolia and the Aegean Sea, they were in northeastern Greece by 3500 and then proceeded, by way of the Vardar route, to the middle Danube. While some descended the river to Romania and Bessarabia, where further passage was blocked by the warlike hunters of the steppes, Others moved upstream across the low lands of Hungary to Austria, the shores of Swiss lakes, and the upper Rhine. Down the Rhine they proceeded to the lower valley whence they fanned out, going eastward across southern Germany and westward across northern France. By 2200 the latter branch had crossed into England, and within a few generations the Central European branch was moving into Denmark from the south. In this way both agriculture and metals had penetrated to Western and Central Europe before the onset of subboreal climate brought in the Bronze Age horse-using Indo-European warrior peoples from the eastern steppes. The arrival 203 of these new people and of drier subboreal climate led to a drastic reorganization of Europe's societies. The climate change, by 2000 BC, opened the forests of Europe, so that megalithic traders abandoned the seaways of the West in all of southwestern Europe as far east as the Adriatic and as far north as Brittany and, instead, crossed Europe by boat on the rivers, bringing Irish gold, Cornish tin, and Danish amber across Bohemia and southern Germany to the Danube. Down this river they went to the mouth of the Morava where they split, some continuing down the Danube, while others turned south to the Isthmus of Corinth and the Gulf of Argos beyond. In Argos, the new commercial cities of Mycenae and Tiryns welcomed the northern traders and grew rich from their commerce, which continued on, by sea, to Crete, to Egypt, or to the Syrian saddle. Those traders who had continued down the Danube crossed Thrace to receive an equally warm welcome in Troy, whence the trade routes continued across Hittite Anatolia and the Assyrian outposts in Cilicia to the Syrian saddle and Mesopotamia. These European trade routes of the subboreal period were not disrupted, but were rather developed, by the arrival of the Indo-European warrior peoples in Central Europe about 2000 BC. From the Neolithic peasant peoples these conquerors extracted food, and from the megalithic traders they extracted tribute, using the surplus accumulated to exploit the bronze-making resources of Bohemia in forest forges. From this system emerged a prosperous, barbaric, but not civilized, culture known as the Great Central European Bronze Age. This culture reached its peak about 1400 BC, with northern and western connections to megalithic Ireland, England, Stonehenge, and Denmark, and even more significant connections to Terre Italy, my 204, Sanaean Greece, and Hittite Anatolia. These southern and eastern connections were with similar Indo-European Bronze Age invaders in other areas. The whole system was destroyed by the onslaught of Indo-European Iron Age invaders about 1200 BC. These later peoples exploded out of the northern Balkans with devastating force, and established in various areas the Celtic speakers of Central and Western Europe, the Dorian speakers of Greece, and a variety of Anatolian peoples, such as Phrygians and Carians. In the Aegean and Balkans these Iron Age invaders ended Cretan civilization forever and established a Dark Age that lasted for several centuries. This Dark Age, centering on the period 1000 BC, marks the transition between Cretan civilization and its descendant classical Mediterranean civilization, performing a double role as the period of invasion of the former, stage 7, and as the period of mixture of the other, stage 1. Farther east the same Indo-European population movements performed different roles in other civilizations. In Anatolia the Bronze Age Hittite invaders who came in over the Caucasus across Armenia acted as stage 1 of Hittite civilization, 1900 BC, while the Iron Age invaders from Thrace destroyed and ended this civilization a short 800 years later, providing the limits to the briefest and least known of all major civilizations. The Iron Age invaders of the Aegean area, whom we have called by different names in the Balkans and in western Anatolia, drove fleeing before them a mixed group of earlier inhabitants of those shores, including Achaeans, Etruscans, Trojans, Cretans, some Dorians, and various dimly known peoples of the Anatolian shore. This mixed group 205 crossed the Mediterranean and became the unsuccessful Iron Age invaders of Egypt. In two amphibious assaults on the Nile Delta, one about 1221 and the second about 1194, they were thrown back by Egyptian forces under the leadership of the pharaoh, Ramses III. Thus repulsed, they scattered on the Mediterranean shores to seek new homes. Egyptian pictures, which show their Viking-like ships, and accompanying inscriptions give us the most specific evidence we have of these tumultuous events. The written evidence tells us the names of some of the frustrated invaders, including in the enumeration such intriguing terms as Sada, Sakani, and others. It has been suggested that subsequent settlements of these refugees in the western Mediterranean 206 gave Sardinia and Sicily their names and may have brought the Etruscans from an original home near Troy to Tuscany on the shores of the Tyrrhenian Sea. More significant for civilized history, however, was the fate of those Iron Age invaders who fell back from the unsuccessful assault on Egypt and turned eastward to land on the more weakly defended coasts of Canaanite Levant. This group, known to us from biblical records as Philistines, gave their name permanently to the area we call Palestine. 8 centuries before the Philistines came into the Levant from the west by sea. Bronze Age invaders had come down into the Levant from the north by land. This was part of the great flood of Indo-European pastoral peoples who broke over the Caucasus from the northern flatlands about 1900 BC. As this flood crossed Armenia to enter Kurdistan, it split into 3 branches. The branch that turned sharply west into Anatolia became the Hittites. The branch that continued south underwent complicated changes. Originally Indo-European, it pushed ahead of it a large mass of highland zone round-headed agglutinative speakers who are frequently called Hurrians, and these, as the flood continued southward, began to push before them a mass of Semitic-speaking peoples. Of these peoples, the advance guard, largely Semite, invaded Egypt, where they are known as Hyksos. The middle mass, chiefly Hurrian, spread over much of the Levant, and are frequently mentioned in the Old Testament as Hurri-Hivites, or even Hittites. The driving rearguard of this movement, mostly Indo-European, settled on the Syrian saddle as exploitative tribute gatherers and breeders of horses for much of the Near East. They are known as Mitanni. An offshoot of this migration, more Hurrian than Indo-European, moved down into Mesopo. 207. Tamia and set up numerous local kingships known as Kassites, 1650 to 1300. These peoples were gradually absorbed into the basically Semitic population of the river valley over the next few centuries. East of Mesopotamia, where the later Iron Age invasions did not reach, the influence of the earlier Bronze Age invasions are well known. In the first 3 centuries of the second millennium these peoples moved southward and eastward from the Caspian steppes. Those who settled in Iran were known later as Medes and Persians, but played no great role in history until the 6th century BC when they took over political domination of Mesopotamian civilization from the Chaldeans in the last stages of that civilization. Further east the Bronze Age invaders of India, known as Aryans, destroyed the Indus civilization and instigated a period of turmoil that was stage 7 of Indi civilization and stage 1 of Hindu civilization. The events described in this chapter, performed on the 3-zoned northwest quadrant within a chronology based on climate changes, form the matrix in which the earliest civilizations evolved. These events, examined in detail with careful attention to brief periods or to small areas, probably seem very confused. But organized in terms of the whole history of the quadrant during the Quaternary Age, as we have tried to do, these events begin to assume relatively simple patterns. During the Pleistocene period there came into existence the triple-layered linguistic and physical pattern that we have described. During the Holocene this pattern was somewhat complicated, but the chief event was the invention of agriculture, metallurgy, and civilized living by the Highland Zone peoples and the subsequent linguistic and cultural submergence of these peoples by inflective speaking. 208. Long-headed pastoralists pushed in waves from the flatlands by the two post-glacial dry periods. One of the chief results of this process, a result seen perhaps most clearly in Europe, was to create a political and social structure in which patriarchal, warlike, horse-loving, sky-worshipping, honor-seeking Indo-Europeans were established as a ruling class over peaceful, earth-loving, fertility-dominated, female-oriented peasant peoples. This pattern, first established in Central Europe almost 4,000 years ago, was not destroyed, in spite of Rome, Christianity, and later migrations, until the appearance of industrialized urban society in the last 4 generations. 7. The degree to which civilizations conform to the 7-stage pattern, and the distortions made in these stages by the matrix in which each civilization is embedded, can be seen by examining the historical evolution of various civilizations. In this chapter we shall try to do this for the first civilization that ever existed, the one founded by the Sumerians in the valley of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. We have pointed out that the peasants of the Neolithic garden cultures practiced shifting cultivation, tilling the soil in an area for 7 or 8 years until the fertility of their fields was reduced sufficiently to curtail their crop yields and make it advantageous to abandon their huts and move on a short distance to more productive fields. In general these peasant peoples followed the hilly edges of the highland zone, avoiding heavily forested areas or the steeper slopes, and clinging rather to the lower valleys, parklands, or loess lands. Although they could cut down forest trees, it was easier to use more open areas. Above all, it was necessary to settle near water, either from springs or from local streams. Eventually some of these peoples came into the alluvial river valleys, including that of the Tigris-Euphrates system. 210. Here conditions were quite different from what they were on the flanks of the hills above these streams. The annual flood, whose sediment replaced the nutritive elements taken from the soil by cropping, made possible, for the first time, permanent settlements and thus the foundation of city life and civilized living. But the same flood that made the valley fertile made living in it dangerous and precarious. It takes an imaginative effort on our part to picture the minds of these early peasants who were ignorant of what we take to be self-evident. They had no calendars or other methods for keeping track of time. In fact they hardly recognized the existence of time as we know it. They knew nothing of the year or of the movements of the earth that determine it. They had no knowledge of the causes of the flood and, at the beginning, may not even have recognized that it was periodic. Above all, they could not have imagined any connection between the movements of the sun and the arrival of the flood. Undoubtedly, as can be seen in the archaeological evidence, the flood struck unexpectedly and brought destruction, death, and fear, along with its fertilizing sediment. At Yor, in the lower valley, Sir Leonard Woolley found evidence of human residence both below and above a layer of flood-deposited clay, from 8 to 14 feet thick, laid down by a great prehistoric inundation which had covered about 40,000 square miles of valley. Sir Leonard believed that this might have been the deluge of the Bible, about 3600 BC, but this view has not been generally accepted. There is no need to accept it, for similar, if perhaps less devastating, floods must have been a frequent occurrence in these valleys. We have no knowledge of how the early peasant residents of Mesopotamia dealt with this problem or with an 211. Other, similar, 1. The excess of water in the valley at one season was balanced by a deficiency of water during much of the growing season, so that irrigation was almost as urgent as flood control. For projects such as these, the early peasant peoples lacked both knowledge and capital. No individuals, families, or small groups of families could find the economic surplus or the social organization that would permit them to construct such projects. Undoubtedly, for a long time, the peasant inhabitants of the valley must have lived a precarious life, perhaps keeping their homes on the higher sites that were less frequently flooded, while their fields were down in the floodplain itself. But eventually, possibly before 5000 BC, a social organization capable of accumulating an economic surplus and able to direct its application to productive projects came into existence. The nature of this organization in the prehistoric period must be inferred from the evidence available about such an organization in the earliest historic period. At that later time, about 3000 BC, in each city-state of Mesopotamia, the accumulation of economic surplus was in the hands of a distinctive social group, the Sumerian priesthood. It arose from their control, in the name of the gods they served, of a considerable part of the land of the community and of tributes levied, usually in kind, upon the produce of lands owned by others. The chief tasks of the priesthoods, at the later date, beyond their obvious religious functions, were the study of the stars and the keeping of the records of celestial observations. From this evidence we might infer that, at some remote date, some unsung genius or, better, some observant family, saw a connection between the advent of the flood and the movements of the sun, two events that had not previously 212 seemed connected. This individual or family noted that the rising sun appeared at a slightly different point on the horizon each morning, finally reaching a limit where it hesitated for a few days before it began to return. We would say that the position at which the sun rose moves 47 degrees of the full circle of the horizon over a period of some 180 days or more. Thus was born a rudimentary idea of the solar year, the full duration of the sun's movement back to its starting point. In time these observers noticed that the flood always came about the same number of days after the sun reached its most southern rising point. With this information the observer was able to estimate roughly the day on which the flood would arrive each year. This calculation the discoverers kept secret, for their own profit, using the knowledge to work on the fears and superstitions of their neighbors, trying to convince others that they possessed magical powers enabling them to foretell the arrival of the flood, or even the power to make it arrive. The original discoverers of this information could hardly have told the arrival of the flood within a span of time much less than 10 days. However, the fear engendered by the flood was so great, increased by the realization that the crops would fail if it did not arrive, that some, at least, accepted the discoverers' claims and yielded to their demands for tribute. The discoverers probably offered to reveal the time of the flood in advance to those who would contribute a share of their crops, or perhaps they even threatened to bring the flood or to keep it away if they failed to obtain promises of tithes from the crops of their neighbors. However skeptical these neighbors might be of such claims the first year, no more than one lucky forecast was needed for most of them to become willing givers. After all, in such an important matter, it is safer to 213. Be on the right side. The ignorance of the majority made it easy for the possessors of this specialized knowledge to use it as proof that they had supernatural powers. Moreover, it was not necessary to convince a majority or even many of the neighbors. If any small number contributed, a surplus would accumulate which could be used, in the form of flood protection embankments or irrigation ditches, to provide very concrete evidence that it was worthwhile to belong to the new organization. Thus came into existence the central institution of ancient Mesopotamia, the Sumerian priesthood. This priesthood became a closed group, able to control enormous wealth and incomes, and concerned very largely with the study of the solar and astronomical periodicities on which their influence was originally based. With the surplus thus created, the priesthood was able to command human labor in large amounts and to direct this labor from the simple tillage of the peasant peoples to the diversified and specialized activities that constitute civilized living. Above all, this centralized direction provided the system of flood control and irrigation on which all subsequent progress was founded. Similarly, these priest-controlled surpluses provided the capital for the many inventions of the age of expansion of Mesopotamian civilization. 1. Mixture. Mesopotamian civilization began with a period of mixture, although this occurred at such an early date that we must, once again, work from inference. We have already mentioned the fact that the sexagesimal number system of 214 Mesopotamia in the historic period must have arisen from a fusion of a decimal system and a duodecimal system, and possibly of a third element based on 20. The widespread evidence for the very early duodecimal system, especially in the diffusion of the practice of dividing into 12 parts the wide band of fixed stars through which the sun passes in its annual revolution, the zodiac, and the association of this feature with painted pottery gardening would indicate that the duodecimal system was a characteristic of the highland zone Neolithic peasant cultures. The decimal usage probably came from the Semite peoples within the Fertile Crescent. If a vigesimal system also entered into the mixture, it might have come from the south or southeast, for there seem to be, in the substrata of Mesopotamian culture, elements of tropical forest origin from this direction. Of course, these tropical forest elements, including the use of the dugout canoe and of certain vegetally reproduced plants, especially the date palm, may have come into Mesopotamia somewhat earlier with the diffusion of those forest-dwelling traits that went to make up the European Mesolithic cultures. The chief reason for attributing these elements to the period of mixture of Mesopotamian civilization is the very powerful one that no archaeological evidence for these elements or for any human habitation of the lower valley earlier than the Neolithic garden occupation of the upper valley has been found. Yet the fact that Mesopotamia received tropical livestock like fowl and swine about the same time that it received the highland zone herd animals, as well as the fact that neither came from the Semites, makes it necessary to postulate a third element, of southern origin, in the Mesopotamian mixture. This element may have come by way of the mysterious civilization recently discovered by Danish archaeologists on Burin Island. 215. Additional evidence for early cultural mixture can be found in the confusion that existed, in the early historic period, between solar and lunar deities. Sometimes the sun was regarded as a male god, less frequently as a female goddess. It was usually symbolized by a disk or a moon-appointed sunburst, star. Usually the moon was regarded as a female deity, but occasionally it was considered to be male. The usual moon symbol was a crescent, but sometimes it seems to have been symbolized as a complete circle, thus leading to confusion with the solar disk. This ambivalence of ideas on these two heavenly bodies seems to have arisen from a mixture of ideas from Neolithic peasant and from pastoral Semite sources. It seems evident that early hunting people were patriarchal, regarded the male as more important than the female, and similarly considered the moon as more significant than the sun. The changes of the moon were more easily observed than any changes in the sun's position would be to hunting people, especially at low latitudes, and the use of the moon, rather than the sun, for hunting or fishing made it a much more significant object in their lives. Accordingly, almost all early hunting people told time by the moon, and many of them considered it to be a male, if not a deity. The sun would obviously be the moon's consort, and thus female. When people passed from a hunting existence to pastoralism without any intervening stage of peasant agriculture, as the Semites did, These ideas were retained, since moon changes were very significant to livestock tenders. It is therefore not surprising that the early Semite pastoralists knew the moon as a male deity, sometimes called Sin, and knew the sun as a goddess, frequently called Shapish. These ideas, like the Semites themselves, came into Mesopotamia. The highland garden peoples, as we have indicated, had 216 quite different ideas, since they regarded the female as more important than the male in economic and social life, and had as their chief deity the Earth Mother Goddess. The sun, which was of secondary importance to the earth, was male, if it was regarded as a deity at all. When the Neolithic peasant peoples developed civilizations in the alluvial river valleys, males became more significant in their social, economic, and political life, and the sun became much more significant in their economic activities. In religion, this served to reduce the earth goddess to a secondary role and make a male solar deity of primary significance. But this whole development was much confused by the persistent intrusion of Semite religious ideas in which the moon was male and of more importance. The rather chaotic ideas on these matters to be found in Mesopotamia in the historic period were thus a consequence of cultural mixtures, and not a reflection of incapacity to think clearly. 2. Gestation. Since the stage of gestation is, by definition, a period in which nothing sensational happens, it is not an easy period to discern in the prehistoric evidence. If we assume that the first agriculturalists came into Mesopotamia about 6000 BC, we might postulate a period of mixture for about 1,000 years and a period of gestation about half as long. In this period, a new way of life different from the Neolithic garden culture existed. Sedentary existence for centuries in one area would have reduced game and made hunting of little importance. On the other hand, especially in the more humid southern valley where there was abundance of grass 217 and reeds, the care of domestic animals would have increased in importance. As long as hoe culture continued as the normal method of tillage, this probably remained a largely feminine occupation. Thus the Neolithic society where women generally tilled the soil and men hunted, or did little, was superseded by a new culture where men became active contributors to economic life, caring for domestic animals. As a consequence, dairying became of great significance, eventually with powerful religious overtones, and the social superiority of women was reduced. This rise in the position of men was increased by the appearance of the Sumerian priesthood, which must have been a predominantly masculine organization, since idly looking at the heavenly bodies or speculating on the relationships between their movements and earthly events is not something busy females would be likely to do. It would be much more likely to be found among watchers of herds than among those whose eyes are directed downward in daylight hoeing of the soil. The growth in importance of animal care may also have resulted in clearer recognition of the male role in reproduction. Where the Neolithic culture had regarded women as productive, both of crops and of children, the new Mesopotamian culture came to recognize the male role in production of both. This, in time, led to a shift in religious emphasis from fertility to virility. The symbol of the former had been the Earth Mother, represented by a female figurine, or simple torso, of clay, usually shown as pregnant and always shown as excessively female. The symbol of virility now came to be symbolized by the bull. This does not mean that the older ideas of fertility and the Earth Mother were abandoned, but that they were supplemented, and, to some extent, eclipsed. 218. By newer ideas. The Earth Mother was given a son, who was also her lover, a heavenly bull, who was associated with the periodicity of the year and thus with the sun. As the sun came and went, and the crops died and were reborn, so this new male god of growing things and of life's vigor died and was reborn annually. His mother, like all women, was associated with the moon in a monthly cycle. In time the symbol of the dying god became the sun's disk, while that of the Earth Mother became the moon, either as circle or as crescent. These two gave rise to a large number of paired symbols that together stood for the productiveness of natural processes of birth and decay. The sun bull became equivalent to the high-flying eagle or falcon, while the earth cow became equivalent to the crescent ship or to the earth's intimate, the snake. The life-giving subterranean waters of the Earth Mother were given symbolic fertility by representing the dying god as a fish in these waters. Or, by a similar juxtaposition, the swelling mound of earth that stood for the productive female principle was made fertile by inserting in it a rod, or a pole, a pillar or a tree. In Egypt, where the mound of earth became a pyramid, the pillar became an obelisk. The pubic triangle, sharply marked on the torso figurines of the Earth Mother, was made into a more powerful symbol of productive force by attaching to the triangle a rod representing the male principle. This combination of triangle and rod came to be regarded as an axe symbol, one of the most pervasive archaic representations of natural productiveness and power. These new religious ideas, in their generalized forms, were widely diffused. They included the belief that death was an essential preliminary to resurrection, both for men and for crops, and the idea that reproduction, of children 219 through sex and of crops from planting, were but two aspects of the fruitful relationship of two pervasive principles of fertility and virility. The deities associated with these ideas are known, in general terms, as the Earth Mother Goddess and the Dying God. Babylonian Ishtar had a consort, Tammuz, Egyptian Isis had Osiris, Syrian Astat had her son Adon, Anatolian Cybele had a son Attis, the Cretan Rhea had a son Zeus, who became confused, in character and name, with the pastoral sky god of the northern flatlands. In Greece and Rome, where Indo-European ideas were powerful, there was considerable confusion of these ideas. The sexual aspect became separated from the vegetation aspect, one being associated with Aphrodite, or Venus, and her lover, Adonis, while the other was associated with Demeter, or Ceres. In Greece the old Oriental legend of the dying god became the familiar story of Demeter and her daughter Persephone, whose annual visit to Hades caused the death of vegetation in the summer season. Changes such as these are not easy to document from the archaeological record since they are not material, but they clearly must be inferred to explain the evidence of the later period, when the invention of writing makes it possible to obtain clearer records of ideological developments. These changes, which we can postulate for the ages of mixture and gestation, were greatly influenced by the development of the Sumerian priesthood. It is extremely likely that the importance of this priesthood was organizational rather than religious or ideological at first. By 4500 this organizational significance was fully established, a new, separate group had emerged in Mesopotamian society, and this group was accumulating control of wealth beyond its 220 own immediate consumption needs, and using this surplus to command the resources of production into capital projects. It is not clear to us how this development took place, nor why it occurred at numerous different sites in Mesopotamia, but the consequences of it are quite evident. Society was launched into an age of expansion. 3. Expansion. The age of expansion of Mesopotamian civilization lasted about 2,000 years. Say from just before 4500 to just before 2500. In this period some of the most significant advances in human history were either made or adapted to large-scale use. These include the plough, wheeled carts and draft animals, bricks, the arch, city life, industrialized manufacture of pottery on the potter's wheel, copper and bronze smelting, a great extension of distant trade, sailboats, writing, an elaborate number system, including positional notation, remarkable advances in astronomy and to a lesser extent in medicine, and fundamental changes in religious and social life. It is not certain that the plough is a Sumerian invention, although it was clearly used in the prehistoric period before 3000 BC. It may have been invented by the painted pottery peoples, since large stones which might have been plowshares, but are more likely to be carpentry tools, have been found in their sites in Europe before 2000 BC. But this is 1,000 years after the plough was used in Mesopotamia or in Egypt. The early ploughs of the alluvial valleys were shaped to dig into the soil to break up the sun-baked flood crust rather than 2-1. To turn over sod. They were simply enlarged and reinforced Neolithic grubbing hoes drawn by draft animals. The use of animals, usually oxen, was one of the factors that transformed agriculture from a female to a male activity, since control of oxen was no easy task. From the economic point of view, the significant result of this change was a considerable increase in production, since a much larger area of more fertile ground could be prepared for planting by a plough than by a Neolithic hoe. The wheel is almost certainly a Mesopotamian invention, being found there before 4000 BC, more than 2000 years before it was known in Egypt. It was, of course, better adapted to the broad flat alluvial plain of Mesopotamia than it was to the narrow rocky land of Egypt, especially as the latter's transport needs were much more adequately served by river traffic, and draft animals were more conveniently available to the valley of the two rivers. It is usually assumed that the earliest wheels must have been solid, rather than spoked, and were simply cross-sections of tree trunks previously used as rollers. This is weakened by the fact that large tree trunks were very scarce in Mesopotamia, and the earliest representations we have of wheels are spoked. The first of these representations is from level 6 at Hassuna, about 4000 BC, and shows a spoked wheel on a piece of pottery. It seems very likely that this was intended to be a symbol of the sun rather than a wheel, and that the idea of a wheel arose from recognition that sun discs, either solid or rayed, spoked, would roll. From a very early period, symbols of the gods were displayed as emblems on the walls of temples or were exposed before the temples or carried in processions mounted on standards. One of the most common of these emblems was the rayed 222 sun disk. Once it was recognized that such discs would roll, it is very likely that they were first used as wheels on ceremonial carts kept in the temple, as the Juggernaut car was in India. In fact, the Juggernaut procession as a necessary ceremony for agrarian fertility, ensured by soaking the earth with blood under the wheels of a solar car, is closely related to some of the earliest religious ideas of Mesopotamia. Once the wheeled cart was invented as a religious ceremonial object, its utilitarian use soon became established, probably to carry tribute to the gods' storehouses. In a short time it was being used as a war vehicle drawn by more speedy asses or onagers. By 2500 BC, priestly tombs at Ur contained 4-wheel ox-drawn carts of advanced design. The surplus controlled by the priesthood had to be stored, and the priests themselves needed residences and administrative centers for their many activities. In Mesopotamia, which lacked both stone and wood, a solution to this problem was found in the invention of sun-dried bricks about 5000 BC. From this came the invention of the arch, the construction of temple platforms, ziggurats, and eventually the creation of the debris mounds, tells, found throughout southwestern Asia. The arch is a very difficult invention, made only once in human history, and accordingly unknown to the Incas or Aztecs. Used in Mesopotamia by the 4th millennium, the arch was probably invented in the form of the dome, of which it is a cross-section. Early Sumerian huts were circular in ground plan, constructed of rushes and wicker wands stuck upright in the earth and tied together at their upper ends. It would soon be noticed that this structure would enclose a wider, more spherical space if a heavy weight were suspended from the center of the roof where the wickers came together. In this way the whole shape B223 came less of a cone and more of a dome. If an effort were made to face this structure with brick, it would soon appear that the weight hanging from the upper center was an essential feature of the structure and must be retained in the form of a keystone. The arch itself could easily develop from efforts to make a more elongated building from this dome-like structure, just as happened with Eskimo igloos. The arch, which did not diffuse to Egypt until very late, diffused across Syria and Anatolia, and was carried from northwestern Anatolia to northwestern Italy by the Etruscans after 1000 BC. Adopted by the Romans, it was spread by them throughout Western Europe and back to the Near East to Greece and Egypt, becoming the chief feature of ecclesiastical architecture in the medieval period both in Western cathedrals and in Byzantine churches. An alternative method for roofing large spaces, by supporting a lintel across the tops of columns, is so simple that it has been invented independently by every child who has played with blocks in his nursery. This was the method that was used regularly by the Egyptians, Minoans, Greeks, and the civilized peoples of America. In this structure the distance between columns is determined by the breaking point of the lintel under stress from its own weight. This point was so low with the materials available to ancient man that any room of normal width had to be supported by rows of columns down the middle. The temples and priestly palaces of the Mesopotamians were built on the summits of flat-topped stepped pyramids on mounds, made of mud or clay and faced with sun-dried or oven-baked bricks or by pottery jars. These ziggurats, as they were called, are taken as evidence for the highland origin of the Sumerians, since they evidently believed that 224. Their gods would feel at home on a high spot, and the word ziggurat meant peak in their language. The earliest temple, found at Tep Gora in northern Iraq, goes back to about 4500 BC, on a site that was occupied, 700 years later, by an elaborate ziggurat surmounted by 3 large temples. Later, more impressive ziggurats were built at other places, notably further down the valley at Uruk, Ur, and Babylon. The one at Uruk, built about 3200 BC, was oriented to the 4 points of the compass and measured 140 by 150 feet and was 30 feet high. It supported the oldest stone construction in the valley and a temple measuring 50 by 65 feet. The most famous of these structures was the biblical Tower of Babel built at Babylon about 2000 BC and rebuilt by Nebuchadrezzar about 600 BC.